di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Games Max andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가違うんだよ.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
tú de qué parte eres de aquí.
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, menjalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Hari 9 minggu, di mana 9 tim MPL Indonesia akan beradu untuk memperebutkan 6 slot babak playoff. Di mana mereka akan membuktikan diri pula untuk menjadi yang terbaik. Belum lagi taruhannya adalah untuk slot MSC 2024. Dan kita tahu betul bagaimana perjuangan dan kompetitifnya Season 13. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 13. Begitu bahagianya tentu di sini Bigetron Alpha melihat para super fans yang sudah hadir, yang ada di rumah dan juga yang ada di MPL Arena. Semuanya tentu ingin menantikan seperti apa hari pertama kompetisi bagi semua tim, yang mana kita melihat adanya patch baru, patch yang cukup signifikan. Perubahan seperti apa yang akan diberikan, namun sebelum itu izinkan Bude berterima kasih kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, bersama dengan partner in esports. Ada supplier kita juga, Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, government partner kita, PBSI. Dan para super fans yang sudah hadir di sini, Biget Troopers, dan juga kita tahu sendiri, tadi pada ngumpul di pojok sana, udah pada bersatu padu. Ini Geek Fam Unity juga akan berkumpul karena mereka akan membuka hari ini. Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang hari ini, kita akan melihat nih standing terupdate yang mana itu begitu ketatnya. Yuk kita cek bersama-sama karena ini adalah minggu yang sangat berarti untuk semua tim. Dan inilah dia, kita bisa melihat bahwa Bigetron berada di pucuk yang akan membuka dengan Geek Fam. Posisinya cukup jauh ya, Bigetron Alpha di posisi 1 dengan 6 kemenangan. Namun Geek Fam, walaupun mereka berada di posisi ke-8, tapi mereka hanya terpaut 2 kemenangan saja. Dan melihat bahwa Bigetron dibayang-bayangi oleh tim Aura dengan kemenangan match yang sama. Dan mereka pun nanti akan beradu melawan tim RRQ Hoshi yang berada di posisi ke-9. Jadi hari ini bisa dibilang akan merubah standings jika ada satu hal yang menguntungkan beberapa tim. Begitu eratnya, bahkan ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tim dengan 4 match win. 5 tim memiliki kemenangan yang sama. Jadi betapa kompetitifnya season ini dan patch kali ini akankah bisa membantu tim-tim yang sedang terpuruk atau tidak? Dan kita bisa melihat banyak banget dari semua tim yang ingin masuk ke babak playoff. Hanya 6 slot saja. Dan kalau kita lihat kemenangan match mereka begitu erat.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Entering week number 6 of one of the most competitive MPL Indonesia seasons so far in season 13. We are going back to another double-header Friday here with Shefin, Mirko and Arashi. We're gonna see Geek Fam, the Geeks versus the Robots. The number 1 in the standings and also the dark horse of the tournament. But obviously, MPL Indonesia Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official gold partner UBS Gold, our partner in esports Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, and our supplier Indomart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and also our government partner PBSE Rashi. What are you looking for the most in this patch, in this stage of the season?
Oh, I want to see the throwbacks to the big majors. But no, the big conversation right now in patch update 1.8.78 is, will the tank junglers actually come to an end? With the battlefield adjustment to the purple buff, now, you know, it kind of helps out with these assassins, and their mana cost and energy costs haven't adjusted as well. So they are a lot more viable, and in order to try and push further in that direction, we see now nerfs to the physical defense items, not physical and magical defense items, but as a result, all these tankier heroes haven't adjusted so that their natural physical defense growth can really keep up with the nerfs to the equipment. So that is where I think we're going to see a bit of a shift. But honestly, I feel like right now, so far, the assassin jungles are still a bit too risky, right? It's a high risk, high reward kind of playstyle, but I think teams are still coming to terms with the fact that this is like a new viable option.
Yeah, I think for the most part, even from Season 7 when we started casting Arashi, assassins have been looked at with marksmen as high risk, high reward. But at this point, it's kind of high risk and mediocre reward, right? You don't really get to snowball like you did in previous patches. But this hero, we might see something different from this hero that just got revamped.
Yep, just want to let you guys know that Hellcurt right now is still banned in the competitive scene. We have to wait for about 3 weeks or so to be able to see this hero in play in MPL Indonesia. But Arashi, have you experienced this hero so far?
I've seen it here and there, and honestly, we don't play on a competitive level, to be fair. Nowhere near MPL level, but you see a lot more value, right? Now it's a bit more viable, and the mad scientist Omwawa himself has mentioned, hey, Hellcurt Rome is a thing. Last time we talked about Masha Rome, it showed up, so we'll have to wait and see for that prophecy to make an appearance. But Glue right here, also buffed technically in the attributes, with the nerfs to the items, and the Slam though, this is where it gets a bit interesting, right? Higher max HP regeneration if he hits an enemy hero. So technically, in theory I guess, in a trade, in an all-in, in a team fight, he's gonna be regenning a lot more than he used to. But as a result, he won't be able to regen as much when he's not really in the thick of the action. He can really just walk off and heal the same way. And of course, the mana cost as well has been lowered, and the stats overall, I think it's just a great addition here to Glue, and this might really push him into the meta, considering now also some of these backline heroes have made an appearance. Me, a mage player myself who enjoys the long range.
A Yeve player.
A Yeve player.
Especially.
Merchant.
This Void Blast change buff is just so good right now. The cooldowns a bit shorter, not really that relevant. The scaling though, 140%. That just makes you such a monster in the late game. Even before, he was already so dangerous due to that spammable nature. You're like a secondary DPS carry. Now with this adjustment, even scarier. And for Farsa, you have more base damage, so you can clear faster to match the early game. So I'm really hoping we see both these heroes back in the meta, man.
Yep, especially also the change of Blood Wings in this meta. It's even cheaper right now and also gives a lot more utility in the team fight. That extra movement speed will come in handy to heroes like this that can really get away from the engages from the XP laner. But we are going to see here, Mirko, the standing so far in the regular season. I think you are pretty happy right now.
Yeah, obviously, still very, very happy with Bigetron Alpha standing at #1. But who's not happy right now are the two dudes next to me. We got Geek Fam and RRQ, literally, like Sheffin and Arashi, back-to-back next to each other. But in a very dangerous spot.
But, you know, there's a light on it at the end of the tunnel. It's, I believe, four teams from the 5th to 8th place. They share the same record in terms of, like, match points. But also, today's schedule, obviously, BTR versus Geek in match number 41 in MPL ID Season 13 so far, and also Aura versus RRQ. Fun fact, Arashi, I believe Aura hasn't won yet against RRQ since Season 10. Season 10, how many days has it?
It's been a long time, man.
That's almost 2 years?
Yeah, it is 2 years. Wait, no.
Almost.
1 year plus, yeah.
Almost, right? That's the idea. The point is, it's gonna be a very eventful day regardless, right? Yeah. If, you know, if they actually win, then okay, finally, they break the quote-unquote lose streak. But if the opposite happens, it's also a crazy development. That is Season 13, man. That is the world we live in right now.
Yep, RRQ and EVOS, nowhere to be seen in the top 4. And Onyx also struggling so far. But we have a little bit of a confusing patch here for the Geek junglers, Arashi.
Yeah, Ray and Hazel here. That's the main question. There are different kinds of playstyles. Mainly, it's just talking about the assassins, right? Will that change? You know, push one of them over the other. But now, team lineup for Bigetron. Wow. You look at Lord JM making an appearance.
Mr. JM, you know what it stands for? John Marl, his real name.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a reference to something, but no, it's actually his real name? Like Kyrie? Okay.
John Marl.
I did not know that.
In the
nice
lineup.
to meet you, Mr. John. Yeah, team lineup for Geek right now. Still with, Marky on the gold lane. Interesting.
The solution.
Yep, solution is back to the lineup. And let's see if he is indeed the solution so far from Geek's underwhelming performance in MPL ID Season 13. They are placed at number 8 right now. Not going to the playoffs if this keeps up.
When the Geeks find a problem, when they're in the red zone, when they need a key to victory, you can always count on the Marquee, the solution, making his way back to try to bring Geek Fam out of the dangerous red zone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Geek Fam!
When you're up against a robot, when you're up against AI, who do you call? The nerds! But Beloyski, look at that. He's looking pretty slim right now. Whoa!
He didn't mention he's trying to make a comeback to the old athletic Beloyski days. For those of you who don't know, he used to be very athletic. He used to play basketball a lot.
Me too.
Healthy body, healthy mind. So we'll have to see, man. Can the new Fit Baloyski be the new mythical creature in the Land of Dawn?
Yep. He's looking the ball in this game. He has the ball in his hand and he's looking to get some buckets against Bigetron.
In the dunk, a big dunk against BTR if they want to get out of the red zone. But they're standing up against a titan in Season 13, a team with the consistency and the efficiency to stay at #1 for the first half of the regular season. It's the Red Robots coming up to the stage, this time trying to push the Geeks even lower in the red zone. It's Bigetron Alpha!
Usually it's young and restless, but this time it's young and composed under the helmet of Cascute. They're looking to solidify themselves on the top of the standings so far in MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Still very much the favorites here to really just win it out. And like you mentioned, Chevin, under Coach Cascute, who was probably going to walk onto the stage right now, there's been a lot of improvement, a lot of development, and they've only gotten more and more time. So we'll have to see for both these coaches, what can they do? And is this a bit of a race against the clock? Or Marshall Dainang with Coach Bluffstein and Cascute. Gonna be a huge showdown right here. A battle of wits in the coaching division.
I like the man bun there from Cascute. Usually just bring it down, right?
What about Danang?
Danang.
You don't like his man bun?
I like it.
All right, Chevin. See, Chevin likes a lot of things today. We'll have to see. Will he enjoy the drafting phase? That is what we're curious about. What kind of crazy picks will show up? Or will both teams be conservative? Because that is not what we're used to.
Oh, man. But Coleus has something to say here to the performances of Luke so far in this season. Luke in M5 Formidable now appears in S13 as a mediocre EXP laner. From the stats, Rashi, from the numbers alone, what do you think?
Well, lowest EXP laner KDA and highest EXP laner average death. Here's the thing though, Luke has never been a statistical player.
Yep.
Even in M5.
His value, all the way from from his glory days, I should say, it's been always the impact in the Land of Dawn, regardless of what happens to him. He is a team player through and through, and he can make crazy plays happen, but for the most part, he just knows what needs to be done, and if it means that his stats get ruined by it, so be it. That is the kind of pressure, the kind of space that he can open up for his team, and that is nothing to be taken lightly.
There are two ways to take this statistical data that we're seeing on screen right now. Firstly, you can say that he's selfless, but also you can say that it's just a Luke thing.
Yep.
Sometimes when he's far ahead, he will make Luke plays. And I know you guys know what I'm talking about here. He'll just be jumping 1v3 all alone. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it becomes a way to end the game quicker, but sometimes it is the catalyst to a comeback from the enemy team. So that's something that Luke will definitely still have to find a solution to. Now with the solution in the lineup, and with Coleus criticizing him too, with a lot of people criticizing him, I believe it'll be a big wake-up call to the man, who, by the way, still needs to get his hands on his comfort picks. It's still a big problem for Luke, man. He needs to play the Lapu Lapu, and if all else fails, the Lapu Lapu, right? The other picks are like, okay, but the real Luke pick, it's either Lapu or perhaps the recently buffed Glue to make a comeback for Gluke. Gluke.
But yeah, it's a problem, man. I think there has been some draft that I've seen from, or at least against Geek Fam, where I don't really see Lapu Lapu being something that you bring up, especially against heroes like Claude, heroes that can move around so fast, you can't really chase it with the bravest fighter. He's still forcing to play it.
And he's doing well on it.
Yeah, I mean, props to him, but
it shows again the
expand the
definition.
horizon, man.
The definition of the comfort pick, that's it. And usually, Luke has been one of the most fiery members from Geek Fam. So with a statement that bold from Coleus, you can expect him to be on fire right here today to really prove everyone wrong. You know this, man. You know, if you talk the talk, he'll make you walk the walk or pay the price.
Let's see, Coleus, if your statement will age well here with Luke on perhaps a comfort pick, or maybe Bigetron wants to take it away.
Wow. Okay, so the one thing that surprised me the most is the fact that Joy is still banned despite being nerfed to the ground by Muton.
Dude.
Yep. the CC immunity is gone when she's casting the ultimate, the electrifying beats, and also the damage is pretty much nerfed from the percentages that she gained from the items that she built, and also the base damage itself. So it's interesting that it's still gonna be Nolan and Joy. Well, Nolan is alright, but Joy getting better, Ashi.
Yeah, I guess the maneuverability is something that they don't want to deal with. And you know, usually they are very comfortable putting a boy in a very important seat. Usually plays a lot of these backline mages as well. To be fair, against assassins, it gets quite difficult.
Wow.
And even with the Minotaur also nerfed, by the way, it has been banned still by Bigetron. But this Harith, man, has been so annoying in my personal games. Whenever I've seen him, he's just a lot more fluid, a lot more dangerous to try and deal with. Before you know it, you think that you're gonna see it coming, but you really don't. It's just that subtle of an improvement.
The buff may seem like it's like, I mean, it might, everybody, a lot of people might oversee it and just say like, hey man, they reduced the animation time of skill 1, but that actually plays a big part in his laning phase. Man's already a lane bully with the old patch. Now with the new patch, with the skill 1 being, you can consistently land the skill 1. I'm surprised Geek Fam actually pick a Claude into it. The Claude that has been nerfed, the Claude that is a bad pick usually up against a Harith bully. But I guess for Bigetron, what's really the idea behind this Harith pick? Because in the ranked games, it's going to be completely different to MPL, but I just want to throw this out there that technically this Harith could still be flexed. Because of how fast the skill 1 comes out, I've seen him in mid, I've seen him in jungle too. Don't know if BTR are going to utilize it as a flex because first pick, right?
Considering the low cooldowns in the mid lane, you would think it's not that impressive, but he has good clear, good trading potential, and in this meta that's being so aggressive, having that mobility and extra survivability means that the Harith can be as aggressive as possible, go for constant all-ins, and yet at the same time still be very safe whenever a gank comes his way.
Dude, I just want to get a big sigh of relief here. You know, previous patches, previous weeks, we've been complaining. We don't want the tank junglers. I'm glad to see the assassins here.
Very quick out here within the first 2 picks.
We've been saying it over and over again. Your favorite saying, Arashi. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And we've been fooled a lot of times.
Backwards.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
And then you apologize for getting it wrong, and then we move on.
Oh,
okay. It's a classic.
No, the fact that it's been like years since this patch, the tank junglers are nerfed to the ground. This is the time for sure. The Assassin Jungler is going to be coming back, but no, there's still a lot of things that Assassin Junglers do not offer compared to the Tank Junglers, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon, Arashi. I'm kind of sick of it, not gonna lie.
I mean, with the objective nature of these MPL level games, it makes sense until a team really breaks the mold and comes up with a very groundbreaking strategy that allows teams to really make that objective a lot more optional. I think that is something that, you know, will take a bit of time, but I think we're having a step in the right direction.
We also got a comment here from the Captain Belowski. You will see Hazel's performance get even better. So far, he's not 100%. I don't know if this is just a word of encouragement to Hazel, but I hope it's gonna be true. Because, you know, if Geek Fam's happy and I'm happy, then I'm happy.
Yeah, I don't think it's just words of encouragement here. It was actually during a watch party when we were watching MPL PH together with KB and actually Razeboy, the coach of Bigetron Alpha, the analyst. He did say that about Hazel. He said that Hazel is still getting a bit of the jitters on stage. So once he does get those jitters, gets rid of those jitters, it's going to be really good for him. But like we said, Lapu, now Angela banned out from Bigetron to Geek, for Geek.
Oof. Sustain here seems to still be a big priority and focus for a lot of teams. And so far for Bigetron, you can see shielding from Harith and Mathilda, the regen coming in from the Fredrin as well. They're a lot more sustainable compared to Geek, who has like a bit more of a burst kind of damage until later on where the Claude can really shred down. That's what I'm really expecting as well in the EXP lane. I feel like now with everyone seeming to be so intent on having sustain, having poke damage as well, some of these more sustainable heroes, you know, depending on the situation, can make a comeback. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the Esmeralda, the Uranus. It's almost like a throwback, man. We're seeing Yves and, you know, Farsas. We're seeing Mathilda's, sorry.
I was gonna say that Rafaela seems alright here, but he's going all the way with the healing. Now, it's gonna be hard for you to get out from Fredrin's engage because the CC is just too much to deal with. But let's see though. Belowski, he's not really known for the Estus, but he has learned from the GOAT himself, or at least the GOAT Estes. Oh my Venus.
That's a lot of sustain, almost guarantees a proper good fight. But for Bigetron, there's still ways to really match it. I mean, they can go for the Pharaohs, technically. That's a solution we've seen before. But no, more aggression coming in from Bigetron.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go for something like a Yve 2. We have recently seen that buff. Moreno does play a very mean Yve, but they go for the Valentina, a safe choice to deal with a lot of these big ultimates.
Sand rises when I give the word.
That's too much healing.
Oh, he's back!
But this is what I like.
That's his signature, that's his comfort too. We forgot about the Khalid. We were too tunnel vision on the Glook. We forgot about the Lulid. No, the Kaluk. No, the Khalid Luke, yeah.
It's kind of weird, but yeah. I believe the one that's buff is only the backswing of the enhanced basic attack is reduced by 50%, but I don't know, maybe it brings so much value to Khalid himself, but against a Benedetta, I think he can win his lane just fine.
I think it ends up being a bit of a skill matchup for sure, but considering the amounts of sustain that you have built in on the Khalid, I feel like at least early game, Luke will be able to do a lot of work, but what can he do with that? That's the main question here. I think the lanes are somewhat even in a way, except for the Golden, of course. I think the roaming, right? The roaming from the mid jungle and the roamer will be what we determine how the side lane goes, right? A single gank can really tip the balance in one of these players' favor.
Let's see though, the draft is set, the stage is set. Let's see who's gonna win the #1 game of Week 6 of MPL ID Season 13. Is it gonna be Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam?
Bigetron wanting to stay atop the standings. Geek Fam trying to escape from the red zone. And early on, Key flickering in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 in the mid lane already.
Yep. A resource burn early in the game just to give a little bit of pressure towards Beloyski and a boy, but I don't think it's good. I think they're gonna do just fine with Beloyski healing them up.
For now, I feel like in the early game, Key on the Mathilda definitely has a lot more possibilities. But looking at the emblems though, Beloyski with the Quantum Charge right here, he knows he's immobile, and technically he wants to use a healing on his allies, not himself. So the Quantum Charge kind of helps him out in both aspects, kind of. But the same can be said for King, and on the Mathilda, he can be a lot more aggressive. I see Beloyski knows he's going to be a target, going for the firmness and the tenacity, whereas Key, he knows it's more of a utility game. So when it comes down to it, when it comes to both teams just hunkering down, like Geek has a bit of an advantage, but Bigetron, because they have Moreno on the Valentina, with Inspire by the way, more cooldown, he can be a lot more creative and in deciding how the fight goes, depending on what ultimate he does steal away from Geek Fam.
Oh, huge steal there, delaying the level 4, but just want to tell you guys the stakes of this game. Bigetron Alpha is currently, Beloyski.
Ooh, an aggressive maneuver in the mid lane, but Beloy gets out safely. Super Ken dashing forward. Key too. They're really trying to bully Beloy, stop him from hitting that level 4 power spike.
Yep, back to what I'm trying to say earlier. Even though they are #1 seed, Bigetron Alpha is only sitting at a 6-3 match rate, so not the best record for a 1 seed, but Super Ken, very aggressive.
Yeah, going in for it. Super Ken needs one more stack for that ultimate, but Hazel is pinning him down now. Super Ken with the dash out, but he is super low. Regen and the Guiding Wind to try to get him back to more HP, but he's still on half, and a boy has actually started the turtle. Luke holding down the position now. Is that going to be the healing from Moreno, stealing away with the damage now? It's going to be in the back. Luke finding a kill on the jungler. Lord JM with a Petrify, trying to steal it away, but the Retribution is still on point from Hazel. Walks up to Lord JM, who's trying to dash away now. One more shield should do it, but JM sidesteps it in time. Geek Fam with an early win.
Luke, who's there, winning the fight early in the game. A big W early on, especially when you're bringing Nestus into the game. As Luke secures the double kill. We're gonna see here a pause before we continue the fights between Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam. So far, Rashi, what do you see, at least from that turtle fight earlier?
I feel like Bigetron was just, something is pressuring them to be a lot more aggressive than I would expect. That tower dive came out of nowhere, doesn't seem like it's set up properly, and it was kind of disjointed, right? Everyone didn't go into it at the same time together. It's more like they took turns going at him. So it's just a bit uncharacteristic of Bigetron, and that is what allowed them to have the HP bar advantage. The fact that Moreno was forced to just immediately pop the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, stolen away there, And yet, even still, with all that, still losing members to Luke on the Khalid.
Yep.
It's testament to how good Luke is on the Khalid, but still, Bigetron, I feel like we would expect that they would be playing a bit better around it, all right, around those factors.
Well, Matilda doesn't have the healing yet from the favor earlier, so it does favor Geek Fam a little bit, for me at least. And also, shout out to Luke. He rotated earlier than Lord JM as a Benedetta. So this is going to be a battle of rotation from both EXP laners. You can even see both of them fighting in the gold lane early on in the game, because this is two heroes that's very known for the mobility for the XP lane.
That mobility usually is the advantage that the Benedetta has, but I guess because Bigetron put in so many of their resources to mid lane, Aboy was able to help Khalid clear first, getting so much prio in the process. BTR gambled on that dive, didn't work out for them, and they tried to commit on the turtle.
Like I said, man, the impact from other laners in that EXP lane is going to be so important in such a delicate skill matchup. But on the other side, though, in the gold lane, you know, we were talking about this matchup a bit earlier, Mirko, how the Claw doesn't really deal with the Harith, but it seems like so far
he's doing well. He's doing really good.
He's doing pretty okay, actually, winning out in some of these trades even.
That's what's crazy.
Yep. Key already pressing the buttons here in his phone. Welcome, Mas Danang, the Marshal. Continuing the game for us. In Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam. Here we go.
Boom. We're back. Into the land of Dawn we go. And, I mean, speaking of this lane, it's already bad that Iman has been losing out in the trades. Now with the Estes having so much time and space to rotate up top and babysit the Claude, it's going to be even worse of a time for this Harith.
Mark is showing again why he is the hidden weapon. He's not inactive, he says, because he is lesser than his other teammates. It's because he is that secret, that ace up their sleeves. Look at the prediction here. Ooh. Interesting stuff.
I actually put 3-0. Well, I didn't say, why didn't they write it 3-0?
There's a limit, Shevin.
Maybe because they only play 3 games.
Yeah. But yeah, Arashi, interesting item here. First item for a boy is going to be Necklace of Durance.
Good dodge away, sidestepping that. Now it's a Circling Eagle to combo it together. Luke gets Chain CC down, and that's an Appraiser's Wrath onto Hazel. But he pops in that Poissons, gets the damage reduction.
Like I say, the Necklace of Durance from a boy rushed in means there's less damage, less burst in their hands. Whoa. But, ooh, man, a boy just very bold right here. Lord GM, though, might pay the price.
Very low, gets out with the final blow, dodges away from the Astrosphere, and he gets out. But I don't know if it's going to be worth it for now. Geek Fam have a man advantage with Luke coming back.
Gotta say, though, a boy as an Avaria, that was a rare miss. Usually he finishes the job at that point of time.
Well, you can even say that he was just so comfortable. He did not feel like he was in danger, despite how close it looks. Starlium finish for Emando. That's a huge, huge power spike as we take another pause. But to answer your question, Shevin, the Necklace of Durance, like we said, Harith, Fredrin, Matilda, Valentina, and Benedetta. Technically, all 5 of them work really well with shielding, with regeneration, and spell lifesteal. So going for the Necklace of Durance is a good functional item, but that also means that he's relinquishing the early game threat that Novaria brings to the table, right? He won't have, the Geek Fam as a whole will not have the same kind of burst damage. They have to rely on these slower, drawn-out fights. But maybe having an Estes, that is exactly what they want.
Yeah. And also, reminding you guys that Necklace of, Dominance Eyes has been changed, the passive. Usually it procs, the passive procs when you are around the hero that has the Dominance Eyes. Now, when you're attacking the Dominance Eyes user, you are gonna get hit by that, what's the name of the passive? Arctic Cold, I believe? So, Estes right now can use the Dominance Eyes better than he used to be. But I think what they're trying to do is Estes prioritizing the Flash of the Oasis first, so that they have more sustainability in the mid game. That's why a boy goes for Necklace of Durance early in this game.
Quick question though, would it be worth it if Baloy picks up the Blood Wings? You know, it's been buffed, it's way cheaper now, so as a roamer, technically you can go for that, and as an Estes, you'd actually get a lot of advantages and benefits from that item.
A lot of value, especially if he does recognize that he's going to be the main target right here. We saw in his emblems, he definitely thinks that he is going to be the one with a target on his back. So all of those items are very much valid. And, you know, that's what's so fun about being a magical damage hero right now. There's just a lot more options that you can really explore utility-wise.
Speaking
Is that
on
a
those
dagger?
options, what?
Is that a dagger for a boy?
It is, yeah. We've been seeing, by the way, a lot of different mid laners go for dagger just randomly across the early game. I think Lemon did it first. That was one, I don't know if he did it first, but it was noticed by a fan.
So is
when
it
he went for
lane
dagger.
clear?
It's just, yeah, for extra attack. But going back to the question that I was about to ask, that, okay, yes, we were talking about the mage builds being so diverse now. Speaking of that, Harith, I believe in the previous patch, in the previous weeks, we've actually seen Feather of Heaven over Starlium Scythe as the first item, but now, for Imani, he's actually opted to go for the first item rush to Starlium.
I think he knows that it's going to be hard to really force Marky into a proper all-in 1v1. So at that point, if you look at how the lane has been going on, it seems like Marky is getting the advantage by going for these shorter trades and dodging away from the bulk of the damage that can be traded back. So going for the Starlium means that in those shorter duration trades, with the shielding, there's a chance that now with that item built up, Iman can really go and get the advantage in that 1v1 for now and then work on trying to shut down the late game presence that Marky can bring to the table later.
No.
CITB.
Shut up.
CITB.
Oh,
CITB. Sheffins in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? Like, I'm not gonna comment anything on that.
Why are you nervous, bro?
I mean, again, Sheffin, it's all right. Whenever we say CITB, we know your eyes are already glued into the screen. It's okay if you don't want to say anything because, you know, he's distracted. CITB.
CITB.
As the Gen Zs would say, that's a cap. That's a cap and a half.
I can
that's
take a
a cap?
picture, an HD picture, zoomed in with my S13 right now to show.
That was
proof.
for the joke, all right? That was for the joke. I'm not
Sure.
trying to be serious.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, bro.
I'm a good boy.
Well,
But anyways, we're gonna continue the game here with, once again, Mas Danang continue for us.
the shot to bring us back to the land of dawn, and there's already a big fight. What happened? Hazel's down, Lord JM is down. Ken is low, but it should still be a free turtle for BTR. Super Ken picks it up. Moreno putting some damage on the Beloyski. Might actually be going for a trade or a kill, but I don't think he has the damage. It's actually taken him down. Steals away the Raging Sandstorm too. Moreno zoning Luke away for BTR to take a turret in the bottom lane. Marky though takes a turret up top.
Okay, that's definitely a W for Bigetron Alpha. One turret traded for them, but plus one turtle, and right now they're sitting at about 200 gold lead. Not much, but it is lead, Arashi.
You also equalized on the turret lead as well, by the way, so Geek didn't really get too much value. Now with Beloyski hitting that big power spike, the Flask of the Oasis, we'll have to see the all-in, and if Bigetron will even engage Geek Fam in an all-in 5v5. Because if you look at their composition, maneuverability is in their hands. Lord JM on this Benedetta can very easily just split everyone apart and go for those sneaky assassinations, already having the Heptases. The same thing can be said for Luke, but he is, by all means, a lot more team fighty when it comes to the hero selection.
Look at Ken. Early Oracle Rush, instantly going for that item first.
Not only the Matilda has the healing and also the shield, the Valentina.
True.
To pretty much steal the ultimate from the Estes, but Lord JM playing
Perfect
this really
time.
well.
Oh, did you see that by Hazel? Well played. Just runs around, waits for the eye for an eye. Disciplined as ever. And they get the kill down. But technically, Lord JM, he did the job too. He already cleared out the wave. That stops, denies Geek Fam from a trade of the turrets. Only a kill for the turret.
Wow, got two turrets taken by Bigetron, and now they're the ones trying to pressure, trying to equalize.
Onto Beloyski. It is not good for Beloy. Gets taken down by the burst damage of Iman. And with the Zaman Force pop, Marky will have to back away.
This is why I said that I like the Rafaela better than the Estes, because one Retribution is going to be traded for a Flicker. That's not an even trade at all. Ken can pretty much use the Retri and try to slow down the Estes, and that's pretty much a Flicker burn for Beloyski.
They went for the Quantum Charge to try and get out of those situations, but considering the amount of utility that Bigetron Alpha have in their disposal, they don't really have to use big ultimates to try and threaten a kill onto Beloy, so it keeps Geek Fam guessing, is this the engage or is this like another feint? And you do that often enough, and even Beloyski will get confused.
Look at JM in the bottom lane. Super Ken wins out the retreat battle as Marky pops into Blazing Duet. Now Razor's Wrath from Super Ken Moreno with a raging sandstorm onto a boy, but Luke does the same thing now, flickering onto Moreno, who's still able to get that photo prop from Key. And Iman in the back is still dealing damage. A boy flickering the wrong side of the map as Key finds a kill, and Iman as well takes the double. The red robots get everything and lose nothing.
Disastrous game so far from Geek Fam. They're losing. Yeah, they lost everything. The total, the objectives, and also 4 kills for Bigetron Alpha. 4K gold lead in the 8th minute.
It's the maneuver difference, man. Geek Fam, they can't match with the mobility, with how fast Bigetron just really swarmed them, coming from the front, but also the sides. And Geek just tried to move backwards, but they just couldn't get it fast enough. And you can see how disjointed their team comp looks when they're behind, man. The backline zoned away, the front line just stuck in the front, trying to sustain through all the damage, resulting in multiple deaths for Geek Fam. Now Bigetron Alpha definitely holds full control over the game, for now.
I'm worried, man. That was Marquis going all in with a Blazing Duet, and it didn't really affect Bigetron much. And the fact that Moreno didn't really use the Blessing of the Moon God, instead he actually used the Raging Sandstorm to engage. How do you bypass the healing from Bigetron Alpha if you're a Geek Fam? Once again, Retribution from Ken, just to fade out the flicker from Bloisky.
Dude, Arashi, that's a Holy Crystal third item for the Herith in the 3rd minute.
Oh,
brother, that item has just been... It's more expensive now, and he still got it at like the normal time, bro.
It's Iman just making bank as expected at this point. But if you look at the rest of the items, you were asking Shevan about mitigating the healing. Sea Halberd from Luke, that's about it. That's also why I guess a boy was just forced to go with the Necklace of Durance. Now it's a massive problem. Iman having more damage, but at the same time also more tankiness technically in the middle of these fights.
Interestingly enough, oh no, that was my bad. I thought Marky didn't buy the DHS, instead going for the Golden Staff, but I'm blind apparently.
Yeah, he's finished his core items as well though, so he will be outputting a lot of damage. But in a way, now he has to find a space to do so, right? Bigetron technically have a quote-unquote fighter strategy because their gold laner isn't as vulnerable. So they can just go forward aggressively, and Geek Fam are the ones confused.
That Holy Crystal, the burst damage coming down onto Imando, has a shielding
Jam.
from that demand for Super Ken with the Retro Battle. Praser's Wrath and finds it. Now Luke jumps into the Raging Sandstorm, unable to connect right now, and that's Moreno again, who flickers forward. Bloisky reads his out, Blazing Duet coming down onto the back line. But Lord JM with the eye for a 9, a guiding win, able to escape. Super Ken get a 2-man taunt, and now it's Iman. I give her the damage with the Circling Eagle, bringing him back once again to the midst of it all, but Lord JM gets shot down. Key with the guiding win, bringing him back. Iman picks up a triple, and he's looking for the Maniac. Iman goes wild in the back.
When you have a Mathilda, you can kite all the way in. All the time you want. Key doing work so far in that team fight. Look at the shields from Iman.
A possible savage, but a boy denies it away.
Domination, 6.5. And they're looking to get rid of the mid turret here without the Lord. And that is trouble for Geek Fam.
They still have the Lord to play with in the bottom lane. It's chunking down the turret as we speak. They're struggling to clear it out, and they've gotten it. They've gotten 2 base turrets with a crazy scramble in the 11th minute of the game.
I think at this point, Geek Fam have to admit that they can't really match the maneuverability of Bigetron and stop engaging in fights like this, where they can't really get a massive engage. They have to be the ones that start the big fight and make sure that everything gets followed up immediately. Because if they leave just even a bit of time, every single one of the members of Bigetron can dash away or dash forwards into their team. Now with them having their backs up against the base, technically it's a bit of an advantage. But of course the macro game from Bigetron is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. With a boy on the Novaria though, you never know, right? He can provide the wave clear, the poke damage still. And you have to remember, they have the late game insurance in the Claude when it comes to damage output. And Geek Fam were notorious for defending for a ridiculous amount of time and bringing the game back in the ultra late game.
Yeah, but somehow I'm not really worried about Bigetron's Alpha composition to be able to break through the Geek Fam's draft, because they have all of it. They can engage, they can disengage. Lord JM hasn't done much. I believe he's gonna pop off in the next minutes, but Hazel
bursted down, Zaman Forge popped in as well. Oh what a bomb! Gee! Iman keeping on dashing forward, and my god, what is that burst? Iman able to get out for a bit, and he survives. 2 Lord JM deals with Luke Moreno with a flicker to the back, and the final blow
to end this game with a final blow. Bigetron Alpha, 13 minutes. It is extra convincing how the Red Robots take down the Geeks. That was an absolute domination. Just disastrous team fight all over the place for Geek Fam. And they are trailing by 1 right now in this best of 3.
What an insane performance from Bigetron, man. The aggression, the macro game, the trading. Seeming like they've got Geek Fam beat at every single turn. Wow, Geek Fam just powerless to match the intellect of the robots. And of course, the Aman, what was that?
That was the Hereth in the new patch. That's what it is, man.
Wow. So yeah, Holy Crystal, previously 100 magic power, now 185. So that is a huge power spike for Bigetron Alpha. Game highlight though, the third Maniac by Eman successfully led BTR to victory in game 1. That's why they call him a Maniac.
A Maniac, indeed. The Red Raider taking no hostages, man. He's just killing everyone.
Goes in.
Insane.
You have to appreciate the targeting as well for Bigetron, man. It seems like they're just a few steps ahead. Even though they're jumping on, let's say, the front line of Geek Fam, the moment a more prior target, a more beneficial target shows up, they swap immediately, and it seems like everyone's on the same page. Like they have it's like they're connected by LAN or something.
It does seem like that's the case. Because even, a very underrated part of Bigetron's game, I would say, is JM. He played the Aran game there. He was, dude, if we take a look at the KDA, 0, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But he had so much impact on the map, getting turrets left and right, and technically distracting Geek Fam.
Oh, man. So, technically, that was without the physical damage of Lord GM for the most part in the team fight, but they somehow still bypass the, only magic damage output from Bigetron Alpha. And Eman, look at the items, Arashi, already full, and Favor just to give a little bit of gold every time he gets the assist and the kills. 905 KDA. Woo.
Woo. The current leader for MVP of regular season, #1 with the points, adding 1 more game to the list.
Woo, indeed, Trevin. Almost at 900 gold per minute, as always. Your question again, how is he able to afford all of these, the
He's
inflated
the
items, right? There is item inflation in the Land of Dawn, and it doesn't even matter to the baller himself. Look at the items, man. He went for the Blood Wings after the Holy Crystal, another big chunk, more shielding, and then concentrated energy. At that point, how do you even deal with it? This was an early game playing. Credit to Luke, man. That was a great moment for them. But that seems to be the only early game play. Afterwards, the damage starts falling off for the members of Geek Fam. And because of that, you can see how much more confidently Bigetron is moving forward. Lord JM in particular, man. Yeah, right? He was just taking dangerous play after dangerous play, but he knows, right? At the end of the day, it's all value plays coming in for his team.
This retry was disgusting too.
Oh, man.
And the bonk after bonk, and then more. It's just plays after plays after plays. And then, while all this chaos is happening, you look to the side and it's like, oh, JM got a turret too. The added bonus right there to get him on that power spike.
And look what happens when Geek Fam lose a fight, when they know like, okay, this is lost, right? We messed up, we don't have the ultimates. When they're moving forwards, they seem pretty confident, pretty okay. But afterwards, look at how easily Bigetron, they ration all the spells in the middle of those big fights. Key did not use the Circling Eagle, saving it for the chase that he knew was coming, right? That's what I mean. Bigetron just several steps ahead, going for Hazel right here. But before you know it, boom, Beloyski deleted.
Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like, except for the first fight, it feels like disjointed. The second fight, I believe Hazel was alone in the front of the team fight, while everyone is in the back trying to get in and getting zoned out by the front line of BTR. It's hard.
I think that's an understatement. It's, I don't know, if we can find a word that's like more difficult than hard technically, that would be it. You think about it, but anyways, they have so many ways to attack Geek Fam, who are a traditional front to back. That's always been the weakness of a traditional front to back. You have a Benedetta who dives in, and him going full damage isn't even high risk because he has a Mathilda to help him out. the Joy Band, I think they overlooked the Mathilda hard on this one, dude.
Yeah, I think the Mathilda is a huge reason why they were finding it so difficult to secure the kills and to ensure that Bigetron Alpha are just less mobile, right? They're already mobile with a Mathilda, even more so. And man, like, this is what we've been talking about since, what, a week or two ago. Geek Fam saw it in the team fights, but when you start pulling them apart, when you stretch that composition far apart from each other, they just really struggle to match the multiple decisions they have to make in a split second. And, you know, you can see how dominant Bigetron was, because Moreno, I think he took the blessing of the Moon Goddess like once or twice. Every time else, it's just Raging Sandstorm. So, and he didn't even use it in a team fight. He used it for like single target pressure towards a boy, towards Marky. So adjustments, again, from Bigetron when they're still ahead. They didn't go and play their default style. They still made improvements to ensure that Geek Fam had no chance at all to turn this around.
Yeah. Just want to say though, Eman, you could do better. You know, week 1, Eman got 970 GPM. That's a bit disappointing, Mr. Eman. You have to beat week 1, Eman. Week 6, Eman, pretty good. But week 1, Eman, 978 GPM, right?
Yep. And I think one of the reasons why they were able to kite back and in with Bigetron Alpha's composition is the fact that Moreno, Key, and Eman took Inspire in their emblems. So the cooldown is there. They can pretty much use their skill anytime they're on. And also shout out to Eman, he actually goes for Bargain Hunter instead of like Tenacity or Festival of Blood or something. He knows that he needs damage. He already has the healing, especially from the Mathilda and the shield as well. And already there is a built-in shield from Harith. So why play the safe game when you can win it out in 13 minutes?
That's probably why as well he kind of faltered a bit in the early game, right? No real offensive usable stats.
Yep.
But afterwards, again, the items, man, it doesn't seem like a huge amount, but it adds up because it gets applied on every single component when you're purchasing items from the shop. So considering the amount of components magical items also usually have, it's quite a bit of value coming in for Eman.
Yeah.
Wow. That was, we need a break, man. We need a break. We need, also, you know what? Geek Fam definitely needs a break after that demolition from Bigetron Alpha. So, do not go anywhere. We're going to continue with our second game of Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam after this very deserved break.
I think they need a fix.
Setia banget kalian selalu mendukung Bigetron pasti dong. Tapi yang menarik perhatian lebih lagi nih ya, tentu saja topi kalian. Ini topinya baru kah?
Iya Kak, jadi ini tuh topi collection terbaru dari BTR Gear. Ini tuh namanya Corduroy Team Cap dan harganya tuh cuman 149.000 aja.
Cuma 149.000? 149.000 itu dia. Warnanya ada 2 ini.
Iya, kita suka banget nih soalnya warnanya tuh menarik. Ada warna merah sama hitam.
Warna merah dan hitam.
Terus bahannya juga corduroy, jadi nyaman banget dipakai.
Bahannya apa tuh?
Corduroy.
Corduroy. Ayo kalian langsung pada main kembaran nggak sih? Tapi menarik dari BTR Gear biar kita bisa kembaran sama kalian tuh. Ada apa lagi sih di BTR Gear?
Ada collection terbaru lagi. Namanya Ragna Oversized Tee sama Mecha Legion Oversized Tee. Dan ini tuh limited banget ya Kak. Jadi kalian harus beli sekarang supaya nggak ketinggalan.
Waduh, sekarang masih bisa? Masih ada stoknya?
Masih, tapi limited banget.
Limited, berarti harus cepet-cepet dong?
Harus cepet-cepet.
Harus cepet-cepet. Tapi kalau kita boleh bahas ya, ini kan BTR Gear ada banyak banget. Favorit kalian yang mana nih?
Aku suka banget sama BTR Cap ini, apalagi yang warna merah. Karena BTR banget.
Merah BTR banget. Paling suka topi berarti ya?
Iya.
Oversize-nya atau mungkin jersey-nya atau apanya nih? Kalau kamu paling suka apa, Char?
Aku suka dua-duanya sih, soalnya bagus.
Soalnya bagus. Dan ini kita juga mau tahu promonya. Ada promo menarik nggak nih di BTR Gear?
Ada potongan menarik sampai 30 April kalau kalian beli di e-commerce BTR Gear.
Sampai 30 April?
Iya.
Bentar lagi dong?
Iya.
Harus cepat-cepat dong. Waduh, Bigetroopers ini yang lagi di pucuk yang mau juga kesini sambil pakai baju dan bisa dikirim ke seluruh kota pastinya ya.
Bener banget.
Mungkin ada penutupan sebelum kita harus berpisah, girls? Mau nyemangatin juga boleh, mau nyuruh pada belanja juga boleh.
Dan ini tuh limited banget ya guys, jadi kalian harus dapetin sekarang sebelum ketinggalan.
Oke, dan untuk Bigetron?
Semangat Bigetron.
Semangat. Dan memang mereka semangatnya memperbati game pertama. Kita nggak sabar banget untuk game yang kedua. Jadi MPL Arena dan semua super fans bersiaplah untuk memasuki game kedua. Bigetron dan juga Geek Fam.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam.
You almost forgot your
What?
team
Versus...
No, like
Geek Fam.
I just feel bad for the Geek Fam, right? For the fams, for the
Fam unity.
overall.
Well, Arashi had an interesting fact, just in case you feel disheartened after game 1.
What is it?
Say it again, Arashi.
There was a pattern for quite a while where Geek Fam, right, always got reverse sweeps. Just saying, happened
All their
against
wins.
RRQ, I believe.
Yeah, all their wins have all their
Is it
wins.
all their wins?
All their wins.
All
have
their
come through
wins.
way of reverse sweep.
Okay, so
Stay strong, stay strong.
never say never, but
Okay, JB.
yeah. Speaking about
Never say never. Never say never.
never,
Also,
yeah. I bridged that terribly, but yeah. Samsung S24 series, Galaxy S24 series win the game with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series. The series boasts epic gaming performance. What's more, it features Galaxy AI that can now translate
Wow.
15 foreign languages into Indonesian. So it doesn't matter if
15?
you're 15. That's more than 14.
That's
It certainly
true.
is.
It's also less than 16 though.
Get it
Wow.
turned on the phone right now, man.
Get the mathematics.
Can I use it?
So it's for chatting, calling,
It's right.
or
Oh,
gaming with your friends
wait.
from other countries. It works for
Wait,
all of that.
I think I have
When
a-
did you get the S24?
I just bought it. I just ordered it online and they gave it to me right now.
Wow. Oh my lord, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna ask him right now. Did you get the cashback promo up to 3 million rupiah and a 40% discount on Samsung Care Plus as well on Samsung.com/ID?
Of course, I'm broke. That's why Samsung understands me.
You got all that value. So I mean,
Yeah.
okay, how's the phone so far, bro?
See, I want to test this feature, all right? So apparently, click on this feature called Interpreter.
Right.
Yeah. How is it? Interpreter.
You have to unlock it first, brother.
That.
There you go.
Okay. Interpreter. Where's Interpreter? I'm still new to this phone, okay? So that's why.
I think you can search for it like this.
Interpreter.
That's this. Oh, IN. I don't. This is your phone. I don't know how it works
Well,
yet.
it's new. It's new. That's why. So yeah. Open the interpreter, types let's play the game and change it to Korean. I want to try that.
Wait, so the whole phone turns Korean?
No. Well, yeah.
The phone is Korean. It's
a Korean phone.
Oh, you're right. You're right. 안녕하세요, ladies and gentlemen. 사랑해요.
Well, there you go, ladies and
하지마시대.
gentlemen.
watashi no namae wa-
Man,
That's Japanese.
previous game recap here, Iman and a boy. Man, look at the damage dealt though, Iman.
Oh my god.
Even a boy with all the poke damage, 20 to 30k below. And if you look at gold, Iman just finds a way, man. Look at that disparity. Don't even look at his at Geek Fam as a comparison. Look at his own team. He just outfarms them. And I do wonder if it's Iman just being so efficient, right? So good at making money. Or is it his team just knowing as well that, okay, if we funnel all as much as possible towards Iman, we can get good value here, right? And you know, that playstyle also becomes so difficult to deal with because Bigetron, when they have a lead, they go into your jungle and then they let others value from their own jungle, so they take everything instead of focusing on only their jungle or only their opponent's jungle. That is one of the ways they've been able to secure such drastic gold leads.
AI is scary, man. Robots are scary. So this is what happens when you let a robot farm.
Wow.
Yeah, the crop's gonna be healthy. They're gonna produce much more money. They're gonna produce much more.
Dude, you're making an enemy from a lot of Indonesians. We have a lot of farmers in this country.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but
fun facts. So everybody who has money problems, go and ask him on for help. He's very financially responsible. He knows exactly how to get that gold.
And he's loaded.
He's loaded.
Upon the ballin', living large. All right.
Yeah.
We're in the drafting phase though, Shevin,
the
for
same.
game number 2. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Let's see if there's an adjustment. This is such a pattern at this point for teams to just make one change in their early drafting phase.
Yep.
For now, it's still same, but that Joy ban can be the the core here, the main thing that Geek can use to change everything.
But still the same for Cascute. He's very comfortable with running this Peloisky type hero with Ruby, with Minotaur, and Joy is still banned for Coach Blobsy. So Cascute, if you want to do it again, by all means.
But I think for Geek, they'll definitely pick up what it isn't, right? Because if Bigetron Alpha pick up the Mathilda, then I think obviously Geek will go for the Harith. If Beats go for the Harith, they should pick up the Mathilda. So there you go, Harith should be traded in with the Mathilda, right?
Now who's the pairing though, Rash?
Fred Mathilda?
Yeah, it's probably one of the most standard pick you can get out there. A lot of utility, but oh,
no way,
still,
bro.
Still the same? So Mathilda, Claude?
Baksha and Claude again?
What?
Wow.
Oh my god.
No way.
What? If it breaks, don't fix it? Question mark?
It broke though.
Exactly. No, if it breaks, then don't
okay,
fix. So it's like they, I mean,
Interesting.
Fredrin and I'm gonna make the wildest guess here and say Fredrin Mathilda.
No way.
No way.
That
Could
is
it
a
be?
bold word.
Why would they do that? Wow.
But you know what? I can see them picking something differently though, if we are being honest here.
Really? Like what?
Fredrin.
I was gonna say
Maybe it's Mathilda first and then Fredrin.
Oh,
That would
that's
be
a
a curveball.
variation, yeah.
So surprising.
If they were to pick Fredrin and Mathilda, like what's gonna be the response here for Coach Blobsy?
I think the Novaria is a good pick, by the way. I feel like,
You gotta stop.
they did
Yeah.
change. Okay.
Yeah, I'm being serious, man. I told you I'm being serious, but this is also something to look out for, right? Harith with the shields, extra healing from the global presence of Super Key. It's gonna be hard to counter.
Wow.
Even if you have Baxiao, it's gonna lower that shield and healing.
Now it's a different situation, though. The reason why Bigetron Alpha were so dominant in game number 1 is how they were able to just move in and out of fights.
What?
Better than Geek Fam are able to just. Now, technically, it's not a bad draft, but they're a lot more one-dimensional. They have to go in for a big engage combo. They can't, in theory, this Teresa goes to Lord JM, so they can't really play the macro game as dominantly as well. So Bigetron are the ones making a huge change right here, and Geek Fam are doubling down.
Like, okay, Talon ban from Bigetron, but I think I understand what Bigetron Alpha went for, like why they went for the Angela. They denied that pick away because again, Baksha and Claude synergy with Angela, phenomenal stuff. So they should take it away. They also have good synergy with the Harith, but now I'm thinking, oh wow,
What?
too. Technically with Angela, right? The combo.
Yeah.
But Geek. I was about to say something. I completely forgot. Wait.
Well, I was about to say that Geek, technically, right, if they go for the Angela, that's all fine and dandy, but they have the same problem right now. No real front line, no one to really go for info, except for potentially Hazel, if they really want to go for yet another roaming support. Now, with the Estes there, it's the same all-in strategy, unless now they throw a curveball in the second pick. Maybe something crazy in the EXP lane for
Esmeralda is what I'm thinking about. That was what I was about to say. Because Angela, Harith, right? It's the usual counter you would expect. But I don't know if it's with the Blood Wings. Is it cool to go for Esme nowadays?
Well, I think it's really good, right? The fact that it gives you shielding, good magical power, and you get movement speed once it pops. For an Esmeralda, that will be so beneficial, so hard to catch. But it's going to be the signature Faramis from a boy. Like we said earlier, a big healer with a...
Oh
my lord.
With a Faramis can work. Oh man. No Valentina for the Netherrealm copy, but are we seeing what we're seeing right now?
Leomord Cole?
Wait a minute, what?
Leomord mid?
I
can see that though, against an Exus Com and also Faramis. To have the damage dealer in the front line. You can pretty much, oh yeah.
Oh my god,
this
the
is
debut.
huge. Not much physical damage though is probably the only thing that I could criticize if they were to go for Eve. But anything else, it is really solid.
Oh, no, they go Lilia.
All right. Lilia has been a good counter against the Faramis. A very reliable source of damage that's a lot faster, a lot more rapid than other mages. Technically, it's like a stronger Jeeve with more survivability and shorter range, right? The fact that your skills are spammable and does damage, that's going to be an Edith though. It's going to be a full sustained strategy coming in from Geek Fam, man. They want to double down hard here and match the damage output, but against a Lilia, can they do so?
They want to force these team fights. They already have a Fairness and an S-Test, they have a Baksha, they want to go all in these front to backs. Now they have an Edith to try to lock them in place when they, Bigetron, go for an engage on them. But man, there's so much sustain for Bigetron Alpha. There's also so much consistent damage. We'll have to see how this plays out. Lineup rating favors the red robots.
That is a big difference. Usually we don't really see 1.5 difference on a lineup rating, but it is what it is. Geek Fam a bit more one-dimensional, I would say, than Bigetron Alpha. But they have the sustain, they have the healing, Blessing of Good God, and also that trump card in a boy's Faramis with that called Altar, or Netherrealm, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Also the Primal Wrath, by the way, a great source of damage later on. So a lot of deceptive potential for Geek Fam for sure.
Let's see though, if Geek Fam can turn the game around, turn the match around in this game number 2 of Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam.
The pattern says that Geek are the most dangerous team when you get them to game 2.
Already though, the pressure already shown Key and also the Lilia from the mid laner of Bigetron Alpha. I don't know why I forgot his name, but there's too much. Yeah, Moreno.
Moreno?
Sorry.
Wow, bro. We'll see, man. Again, looking at the emblems though, a boy going with the Quantum Charge. I've always mentioned I'm a fan of mages going Quantum Charge in the current meta with the kiting potential. We'll see though now the 3-man roam coming in from Geek Fam gonna be a bit more aggressive. Technically before level 4 though, Bigetron will have a bit of an edge due to the Lilia pressure. And even level 4, if Geek Fam don't play it properly, things can still go south very easily for them.
Yeah, this is the normal lane that I was expecting for the Herith versus Claude.
Looking at the emblems though by GamesMax, Marky and Beloyski with tenacity and agility. They want to be around the map, they want to have some tankiness, but Luke now gets jumped on.
An interesting onward there from Luke. Supercan now able to utilize the chaos to go onto a boy, gets out of the Stampede too, and Iman might actually find a solo kill. Completely bullied Marky now up top of the gold lane. Oh, boy gets back, that's another one. A boy forced to flicker out, 1 HP.
Already a more disastrous early game for Geekman right now. They might lose one.
Oh my god, they might lose 2! Oh! Appraiser's Wrath and the Hammer! That's 2 on the board for the red robots.
Just everything, literally everything went wrong for Geek Fam. And the turtle hasn't even spawned yet. There you go, Rashi. What's happening right now in Geek Fam?
They just kept trying to double down on plays that just didn't seem to be beneficial, man. The fact that they were so low down in the bottom lane and they stick around against a Terizla, against Supercan of the Fredrin. I mean, Lord JM had the flicker up as well. He could have very easily flickered for a double there. I don't know, Geek Fam just are not respecting the potential for Bigetron to do a lot of damage with all these early games, sustainable and damage-heavy picks. The Terizla, mind you, does damage with missing HP as well.
Boy, you can live with 1 extra HP bar, but BTR are happy to go and burst you down again. That's a purple buff steal, and Marky is trying to get what he can up top. Iman will rotate back up though, and it's still to beat red robots with 1,000 gold lead.
They lost the 1v1 in gold lane. They lost even the 2v1. That was Lord Jam against Beloyski and also Luke in early game so far, and they lost it. Mid pressure also lost it. So what are they looking for at this point?
They have to wait for the mid game where the team fights have a bit more potential with the double sustain. You know, your base sustain is already so good. You need items so that you can actually do damage while being sustained by your hero's kit. That's the weakness of this comp right now, but now Hard Guard comes in for Supercan.
To the advantage of the Angela, Fredrin can do whatever he wants. Walks up to a Turtus Poisson's Hazel on the Baksha. No problemo. Out sustains him, takes him lower than he was, but he pops into regen and he gets back.
So far, Luke, so this is his debut on this hero. Edith, we haven't seen this hero for a while in the XP lane. Normally you want to play it in that roaming area, but I believe Geek Fam right now is 4-5 in match rate in standing. So if they were to lose this game, they're going to be down to 4-6. And right now, RRQ, the last place is... Oh my god, what?
Pops in a battle mirror image. He checked earlier with the first kill, but now it might actually be bad for them.
Oh.
Beloyski had to burn out a flicker.
This is why I really don't like the Estes pick against especially heroes like Fredwin. You can get jumped on really, really easily and get burned down on that flicker. Even Hazel is looking mighty, you know, he's in trouble in the jungle area.
They just lack damage right now, and so because they lack damage, they can heal back up from these big fights, but Key can also heal back members of Bigetron, and the difference is Bigetron have actual damage to swing around in these fights. Look at every single time there's a collision between 1 or 2 members from both these teams. Geek Fam almost always are pushed back, and they take very minimal amounts of damage. Look at what's going on right now. They were getting so much advantage before the hard guard was even a factor, by the way. So Geek Fam, they have to try and go for trades right here. Avoid fights, man. They're not there yet.
I think they're lacking way more than just damage. At this point, they're kind of lacking the core fundamentals of the draft. They have no strong side. They have nothing to play with. They're just reacting now. The only guy you would expect to have a lead is the Baxia with how fast he can farm. But even then, Superken's leveling him.
2.2k gold lead in 5 minutes. The game looked much more horrendous for Geek Fam so far compared to what gold lead says. We're going to see here the item though from both teams.
Enchanted Talisman finish for Moreno means more damage output, but more importantly, negative endurance built up by Key. Knowing that he is an aggressive Angela, he wants to back Super Ken up and lower the healing from Geek Fam.
Beloyski is all... Well, I mean, Super Ken is all out now. Penalty zone on the back, and it's the combo. The Netherrealm, they're all clumped up, and it's only beneficial for Bigetron Alpha, who wants you to clump up, who wants Moreno to keep on going. Super Ken to dash forward and to look for more as he pops in the Kalas emote. 5 minutes in, now 6. 4,000 gold lead as they look to siege down the mid lane turret. Iman, whoa. The gold lane acting as an assassin in the enemy jungle. Pops in a synchro vision again. Hazel gonna be bursted down once again. The damage is up with the dive. And now they're looking for a boy who's under the turret, and Moreno just picks it up as well. Now it's the BM who's just BMing. That's a flicker and an onward shatter, but he gets baited in and taken out. Bigetron Alpha are stomping Geek Fam.
I cannot believe I'm going to see a bigger domination in this game after that Game 1 performance from Geek Fam. They're losing everything. 5k in 6 minutes is almost 1k per minute.
Moreno just took turret shots, knowing that he has the black shoes. And when
part of the plan.
When Luke went for the punish, by the way, Super Ken dashed forward and took the onward. That was just chaotic, catastrophic, but that's just the way that Bigetron likes it, man. They know how to scrap in these fights. And just like that, Geek Fam just have no control at all. At this early point in the game, they might already be forced to just play it super safe, only near structures, near turrets and their base.
Moreno taking a page out of Kenjaku's book, taking shots for his evil master plan. If you get it, if you know, you know.
I don't watch JJK, but I know what you mean. I don't
Only for those who know. That reference was a deep one.
But yeah, so far. By the way, Hazel at that time when he got jumped on by 2 magic damage dealer, he has the Athena shield. And it really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. It's just too much damage in this early game, in this mid game, that a mere Athena shield is just a paper for Iman and also Moreno. And the 0 kills so far in this game for Geek Fam.
I mean, Bigetron, they're just playing it quality over quantity over quality, right? Even though they can't really burst Hazel down, eventually he will fall given enough time. And you know, a big advantage for Bigetron right now is the fact that with Dominance Ice slowing attack speed, technically Iman can just circumvent all of that. And look at that. Geek Fam just can't move out of their base due to the choke point.
What? Do they even have wave clear to play with, Arashi?
I mean, they have Faramis, they have Claude, but without items, they're still going to struggle to clear. With Key getting the Flash of the Oasis, it's going from bad to worse for Geek Fam now. They lack damage, and with Lord GM with the Oracle as well, there's so much tankiness built in already when they don't have reliable Shred. It's all Marky, but he's going to have so much time because Bigetron, they can save all their ultimates just for Marky, right? Nothing is going to force them to use their spells right here.
The burst is crazy. I mean, that's just one of the glooms that's now popping left and right. Luke is down to like half HP now. And they're under their own turret. And Mon picks up the Holy Crystal. He beat his own record from last game. He got it in the 8th minute and the 50th second.
A perfect time to shout out UBS Gold, ex-MPL Indonesia, Season 13. As M1 are now, I believe, is top in the gold lead or gold standings. for both teams, and this is gonna be a quick work. No contest whatsoever. I mean, what do they do?
Now you don't.
Man, that's a big amount of damage, man. That Starlium side really doing a lot of work for the Hermit. Wow, man. What can they do with a 9k gold lead for Bigetron?
The 9th minute of the game.
Geek Fam, they're not coming out. It's like, you know, we were calling Iman out for not beating week 1 Iman. He might be trying to just beat that record, man.
Oh, MVP thinks, man. The debut of Eman in MPL Indonesia has been nothing short of spectacular. As we can see the items here and also the gold lead for each member of the team, Rashi. What do you see?
Even the lowest one is 1,400. And if you look at Geek, they're lacking the healing reduction. It seems like a boy is going to go for a Necklace of Durance, which means that the damage on the Fermis will be a little bit lower. Look at his PM though.
He just walks up and now Super Ken is going between, gets a 3-man taunt and it's a penalty zone! Into a Zaman Force, into Moreno's glooms, into everything! They even get a taunt down onto Marky, who is still able to survive. But look at the base turrets. They've been completely zoned away from their own base turrets in their own base. Key on an Angela is the guy zoning them away, and Geek Fam can't do nothing about it. Super can now walk in front, getting the taunt down at the Hazel. It's a desperate Netherrealm. It's a Zaman Force, and Mon is dealing with it so easily. And a boy with a desperate play to get back in front with the base wide open. Bigetron won't even just go for the base. They're gonna go for a few more shots before they ultimately end it. In the 11th minute, we didn't even reach 11 minutes. It was 10:40, 10:50.
So I believe that is comfortably the shortest game of MPL Indonesia Season 13. Game 1 we saw domination. Game 2 we saw domination squared 5. This is... Man, I'm out of words. I am speechless. This is like sad for Geek Fam, very encouraging for BTR Alpha. And it's gonna be a quick 2-0 from Bigetron.
It's ridiculous how dominant they are in this matchup, man. We thought that the Geeks could mount something, could go with a pattern and start a reverse sweep. Bigetron says no. We're the ones who switch out the game plan. We're the ones who come in with a different strategy, and it doesn't even matter.
10:53. 11,000 gold lead, I believe it ended with. No, it ended with 12.5k gold lead. 10-0. Geek Fam got sent. They were delivered an egg. They got an egg, a big egg. 11-0 was the last stat line before the game was ended. What the hell?
It seems like inevitable, man. Bigetron, they got the right execution, but even from the drafting phase, it's so, how do you even say it? It's just cooked, right? Who let them cook? And they just came up with something just so amazing, so crazy, beating technically Geek Fam at their own game, right? No team so far, I think, has really gone head-to-head to try and beat Geek Fam in a proper front-to-back.
Let's see though what they have. They have something to say, and I'm looking forward to hear it with Bude Clara Mongstar in a second.
Semakin mengganas, Bigetron membuka minggu ke-6 dengan luar biasa. Sang robot 2-0 cepet banget dan nggak ngasih poin kill sama sekali. Ada apa? Ini match hari ini gimana nih? Gimana Moreno?
Nggak tahu. Mungkin lagi sama-sama coba patch baru gitu kan. Jadi belum nemu itu kali. Belum nemu yang paling bagus.
Untuk Geek berarti? Untuk kalian udah berarti dong?
Nggak tahu, sama-sama.
Sama-sama lagi cari.
Iya, masih nyoba ya.
Oh nah, kalau ngomong-ngomong tentang patch baru, buat kalian gimana sih? Ini nggak ada masalah ya?
Ya semoga ya nggak ada masalah.
Kamu lagi mode apa, Moreno? Kok kayaknya halus pisan?
Ya nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa, ya.
Apakah untuk match ini kamu disuruh, Moreno, jangan terlalu semangat, santai aja. Ada begitukah? Kalian punya mode baru kah untuk Bigetron ini?
Nggak tahu sih. Ya apa ya? Ya tetap semangat, cuma biasa aja.
Cuma biasa aja?
Ya.
Siapa yang nyuruh biasa aja Moreno? Apakah ada mungkin tips dari coach untuk oke kita relax aja, santai-santai aja gitu?
Dari Razeboy.
Boy, minta kalian udah santai aja, biasa aja.
Iya,
Menang 2-0 nggak ngasih poin goal pun biasa aja.
Ya, biasa aja.
Santai aja. Ini kita harus mode santai juga nih. Tapi kalau dari Super Ken, kamu santai nggak untuk patch kali ini?
Santai juga.
Katanya kan bisa dibilang Assassin akan bisa merajai Land of Dawn kembali. Tapi kita ngelihat kamu 2 kali pakai masih fighter, masih hero tebel-tebel buat di jungle. Gimana kamu ngelihat patch kali ini untuk jungler?
Gak beda jauh sih sama patch sebelumnya, sama-sama bisa kepake dua-duanya.
Assassin potensinya makin naik gak sih?
Sama aja sih kayaknya, masih tetap dua-duanya yang kepake, dua-duanya bisa.
Dua-duanya bisa?
Ya.
Jadi nggak terlalu berbeda jauh buat kamu?
Enggak.
Siapa dong yang paling ngerasa belajarnya paling banyak nih di patch kali ini? Siapa yang paling suka teriak-teriak? Mungkin habis patch, waduh guys pusing banget nih. Ada nggak? Atau buat kalian, it's fine?
Kalau buat pusing sebenarnya nggak terlalu pusing sih. Cuman kalau buat happy mungkin si Ken happy kali ya kan. Assassin dia juga bisa keluar nanti. Belum sekarang mungkin karena kan tadi di band-band juga kan. Jadi ya belum ada chance buat kepake lah. Jadi mungkin di nextnya bisa pakai Assassin.
Sabar aja ya kalau kepengen lihat Super Ken pakai Assassin-nya. Dan apakah mau dipersiapkan untuk nextnya Ki? Nextnya kamu bakal melawan satu tim. Kalian tuh cuma kalah, ya ampun bisa dihitung jari. Kalian ada di pucuk tapi kalian sama alter ego akan berhadapan kembali nih. Bagaimana Ki untuk melihat mereka dan menghadapi mereka untuk selanjutnya?
Sebenarnya semuanya sama aja sih. Cuman kita lebih fokus ke kita aja kan kemarin kita habis libur terus main di week 5 kita kalah kan. Jadi kita lagi berusaha fokus back on the track dah. Buat menang-menang lagi. Semoga aja sampai ke depannya kita bakalan mulus, lancar perjalanannya.
Amin. Bigetroopers amin yang paling keras dong. Udah pada botak bersama. Bentar ini pada botak kenapa ya? Siapa yang minta nih? Pada botak-botakan nih. Menarik banget. Tapi ngelihat dari minggu lalu. Your 5th week, Eman. Is it hard for you? How you manage to come back stronger in this week? How do you manage to come back stronger? Because in week 5, you guys lose.
We're just reviewing our past games that we lost, right? Yeah.
Jadi nge-review aja, ngebahas, dan akhirnya kembali untuk lebih kuat. For you, dealing with losing on the 5th week, is it hard or for you it's not a problem for you? How do you deal with that?
I think it's normal because it's part of our journey. Yeah.
Jadi kalau kekalahan masih nggak membuat masalah juga untuk Eman dan dia merasa ya ini adalah perjalanan yang memang dilalui oleh tim Bigetron. And Emaniac 3 times in MPL ID. Tepuk tangannya dong 3 kali Emaniac. This match you face Marky and also Baloiski, your fellow Filipinos, and now what you can say to them?
Nice game, come back stronger.
Nice game, come back stronger. Tetap disemangati ya pastinya. Dan kita juga benar-benar bisa mau mendengar ini Lord GM. Hello Lord GM, come back and you can see 2-0 without any kills for Geek Fam. How do you guys manage to make it happen? 0 kill for Geek Fam.
Ya bilang don't die.
Don't die. Cuma dibilang aja, udah jangan mati. So you guys be careful on the second game. Siapa yang bilang? Who say that?
Super Ken.
Super Ken? Kamu tadi ngomong, jangan mati gitu. Iya enggak? Gimana game 2 tadi?
Enggak.
Loh?
Moreno yang ngomong tadi. Jangan mati.
Moreno. Pantes Liliamu tadi hampir itu langsung ya. Pakai backfuse. Emang kepengen memperlihatkan seberapa ganas Bigetron kah di leg ini?
Enggak sih, pengen apa ya? Pengen bounce back aja. Soalnya kan kemarin-kemarin kalah kan, belum ngerasain menang lagi. Jadi di leg 2 ini ya kita pengen bounce back. Jadi ya jadi kayak awal-awal lah. Maksudnya jadi kuat lagi.
Jadi kuat lagi, berada di pucuk dan melihat semua tim sedang berjuang pula untuk merangkak naik. Bagaimana? Gimana kamu ngelihat klasemen sekarang?
Ya seru sih, apa yang di atas pun kayak dibalap, terus yang kayak di tengah-tengah sama yang di bawah, poinnya sama-sama semua kan.
Tim yang paling mengkhawatirkan kalian siapa nih? Tepat di bawah kalian kah? Atau mungkin ada tim lain nextnya? Karena kemarin kalian baru ngelawan Evos dan juga ngelawan...
Katanya khawatirnya sama Vin.
Sama Vin?
Iya.
Dari tim RRQ nanti mereka akan bermain juga?
Iya, good luck Vin.
Good luck, Vin. Dan ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk Bigetroopers yang dari tadi tuh ya, mereka udah nyanyi-nyanyi terus?
Thank you buat Bigetroopers yang udah hadir, yang udah setia dukung terus. Ntar kita minggu ada match lagi lawan AE, tolong support kita terus, doain juga semoga kita bisa menang lah minggu ini.
Tentu saja mereka mengharapkan kemenangan dan juga dukungan untuk rematch mereka bersama dengan Alter Ego di hari Minggu. Kita akan menantikan seperti apa pertarungan yang akan diberikan. Namun sekarang kita akan membahas seperti apa kekejaman yang telah diberikan Bigetron terhadap Geek Fam. So Caster, what happened?
Welcome back. MPL ID Season 13. Geek Fam versus Bigetron Alpha.
Jevin! You know, man, such a good interview too. Such a good day. Right, Jevin?
I would like to leave this desk, please.
Wow. Well, at least you know your football team is doing. Wait, Arashi, save us here. I mean, that's what you get for beating our. Oh, okay. Because all right. Well, hold up, ladies and gentlemen. We might actually have a bit more drama here. We might actually have a bit more depth. Because let's say Geek Fam have lost 2-0 right now. If RRQ win, Geek Fam will go 9th.
Right, so for me, that's fingers crossed, but MVP presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S series, S24 series, it's gonna be Iman, 3-0-4, with a performance once again, man.
Oh, this time around, 918 Arashi, over 900.
Oh,
Not
it's over
9,000.
900.
Yeah.
But still a far cry from his prime performance. I think he has, he's a bit, you know, past his prime at this point. That must be it, right?
Watch Eman. Replace him. Get into Geek Fam. No. Just
Whoa, what?
I don't want to sit there
What
and
about
Marky.
Marky? That was wild.
I forgot the implications there. I'm sorry, okay? I love my players. I love my teams. Yeah. I'm not thinking things through, but we're going to see here the highlight in this game, or to be exact, a low light for Geek Fam in this game. Luke with a very questionable engage, and also a boy just walked into an Appraiser's Wrath from Supercan.
And a hammer.
Yeah, oh man.
They just weren't expecting the early game damage. Even here, it seems like they thought that they can just sustain out of it, but there's just way too much damage, man. Healthy zone coming in, the glooms coming in. And to make things worse, again, they can't really secure the kills. Even if Lord JM goes in aggressively, once they used everything on him, he can just walk out.
This is a joke.
This is crazy, and I think we're gonna see Moreno with a bit of flair as well after this.
Evil plan of Moreno, standing there menacingly,
Wow,
baiting them in.
Look at that!
Baiting the flicker.
Look at the body block by Supercan though. That synergy coming in from the team, man. But Moreno definitely has a way of just pushing that aggression. And look at the combo, man.
You said it, Arashi, you need to play safe and try to hold on to that inhibitor turret, but they're very deep into the base. They cannot really get away from the engage.
I think what Mirko said was actually the main problem, yes. The lack of a strong side to really deal some damage, to get some dominance on the back of all the sustain. All they're doing is just delaying the inevitable, and they're not trading anything back. Eman chill as always, though.
So what was the win condition in the draft, Arashi? Because I think Coach Bluffsy and Wura, they definitely overthought the draft, right? Like, they overlooked so many things.
I feel like they're just thinking, okay, we have to go and out-sustain, right? The fact is that Bigetron Alpha are killing us a bit too fast and we can't really survive, so we're forced to back away from these objectives. That seems to be the story from game number 1. They are just forced to run, and Bigetron Alpha are just faster than them and catching them at every single turn. So they went for all the sustain, and to their credit, they were able to survive for a while longer. But for what, right? After the Netherrealm is used up, who exactly is supposed to hit back? Look at Marky, right? He can't even get to his 3-item power spike. And Luke on the Edith went for tankiness, obviously, but with how badly the lane is going there, with the Tarista just going out of control, even Luke going with the Primal Wrath isn't enough to deal enough damage, isn't even enough for him to sustain enough to actually stay in the fight.
When you're down with a Claude, you can't really have that incredible damage either.
Yeah.
You can pretty much... The one who pulls the trigger is only Bigetron Alpha. If Geek Fam wants to fight, Bigetron Alpha can just sustain and get out. There's really no option for Geek Fam to go for something of their own. 13k gold lead in 11 minutes.
And 11-0.
Oh, God.
I feel like it's just too one-dimensional and
Yeah,
too
I agree.
idealistic at the same time, right? They were assuming that they're going to have space to farm, that Bigetron Alpha, with all the strong picks, the Lilia, the Harith, with all these winning lanes, won't try and use that to pressure into the jungle, to pressure into the other lanes as well. So if Bigetron really didn't do that, and then let Geek Fam to like farm up and get some more items, then maybe there's a chance this might work out. And maybe they're just expecting Bigetron to be a bit more sloppy, that they can get some punishes. But with Bigetron Alpha being so clean with it at every single time, there's very minimal mistakes being made in this game. So Geek Fam just couldn't do anything, right? They have no ways to force Bigetron Alpha into fights. They have no way to force Bigetron Alpha into mistakes. Everything is according to what Bigetron Alpha wants. And if a mistake does happen, it has to be made by Bigetron Alpha for Geek Fam. So that's what I mean when it's too idealistic.
Interesting set. You love to see it. Super Ken, 3 turtles and 1 lord. Meanwhile, the gold laner, who's supposed to push the turrets, got 5 turrets. Gonna see here the winning moment for Bigetron Alpha versus Geek Fam in a second.
Udah ada flicker semua ya. Guys, listen guys, sabar guys. Bisa split atas gua.
Bisa.
Udah, ya aman.
Bisa sekali lagi? Bisa.
Gas lord.
Itu dia show.
Just hit lord. Lord.
Mampok kak.
Kita beda 4k guys.
Mampok box ya.
Ya,
boleh dong, boleh.
Gopok.
Golti aja.
Kait lu dia scan guys. Hati-hati kalit guys ya. Kalit ya.
Sini man.
Galet.
Klik man.
Kalit guys.
Retry kan.
Nice guys.
Nice bang. Balik.
Bisa lagi gak boy?
Bisa.
Boy.
Nice boy. Sini.
Aman.
5 detik.
Klik M.
Masih bisa.
Masih perang 2 orang.
Perang.
Mati.
Lihat gua. Gua ceceng.
Ini no flicker.
Ultiman. Time to show man.
Man. Lihat Cloud man. Klik man.
Siapa man.
Shout out to Lord Gem. Even though he didn't really do great in terms of KDA and also the team fight, he didn't really have that big moments of elective finable petrify. But the calls there was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
First of all, it's in Indonesian, so shout out to him for learning the language. And the fact that, it's always communicated. Hey, I can push. Wait a second. We have options here. When he went for the team fight, he reminded for them that, hey, there's still Luke here lurking in the shadows with the flicker, with the Raging Sandstorm. We gotta watch out. The calls are really good for next laner.
It's like the processing of data, the processing.
Yes.
Arashi was talking about this the other day, talking to me about it, like about processing data. And I think for JM and Iman, that's kind of like what makes them special. They have their own thought process on top of the shot calls from the team.
Right, when they know that they have nothing more to contribute in that particular moment, they start looking elsewhere, right? It's like they just can't be idle, right? It's almost like they're fidgety.
But they're my idol.
Sure. That aside though, it's like, okay, when everything's done, some people can just be like, okay, fight's over. But for these two players, it just seems like immediately, okay, what's next? I got to keep thinking, keep moving, keep grinding those gears, and you're seeing it, right? And that also results in the team, like you mentioned earlier, immediately, the first thing you said was, it seems like they have a lot more options. It's because they're all processing all these possibilities at the same time. That's why they're so much ahead of the curve compared to everyone. And I think like most people can try and replicate that kind of success in real life, man.
Yeah.
Like Indomart, they have done that. They are the #1 store brand right now in Indonesia for sure.
Yeah, if you watch MPL together or play games together, it's even more exciting. There are snacks from Indomart. No need to be complicated. You can shop online in a store in the app called Click Indomart. It's easy. I've actually tried it and actually used the voucher. That
we got the vouchers.
We got vouchers. W Indomart.
You know what? Shout out to Bude Clara as well. She actually gave me her voucher.
Oh, wow. There you go. W Bude Clara. But to all of you guys who are jealous of the vouchers, you guys get your own codes here. MPL Tinggal. Click down below. There's also Click Indomart 15. So many different promo codes that will be given throughout the season. So keep in the loop. Join in. Watch MPL ID and also click your order. Because in Indomart, there's something else you can get.
Ooh, you have snacks, right? You need a drink to go with it. Because you need to be in tip-top shape. You have to have that caffeine to amplify your brain. Just like Eman and Lojem absorb all the information MPL with Point Coffee. It's a freshly made coffee drink served from 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans by a trained barista. You can enjoy coffee, frappes, and other fresh drinks with legendary flavors that are always on point. Find Point Coffee at the nearest Indomart store. So you actually have teas too. They actually have matchas or a lot of things. But what I like to do, I don't want to use it here or like drink it.
Point.
Oh,
Point
coffee.
Coffee.
Okay. That was really bad.
That's the whole bit, man.
I don't like that bit.
Chef is still on cooldown, ladies and gentlemen.
That bit is as bad as Chefin is in the building.
So it's good.
Exactly.
That's what he's trying to say.
Exactly.
And
Thanks,
obviously,
man.
all these good jokes come through the energy that we get through Point Coffee. And you guys can get the same energy if you want with Point Coffee's promo code earlier as well. You need to see.
Yeah. So I actually bought other glasses from Saturdays and I kind of regretted it. It's bad. It hurts on my ear when I'm using this, but Saturdays is different, man.
See, that's why this nerd, he bought like, what? Get that out of here. I mean, put on the Saturdays glasses. Don't talk until you have the Saturdays glasses on, brother. Because
you're not valid without it, man.
You can't talk to us if you can't see us, brother.
There you go.
Okay, does it hurt? Does it hurt your ears? Because that one apparently hurt his ears.
Yep.
Because he got like probably Mondays or something, you know? Saturdays, bro.
You know what that's called, Chevin? It's called quality.
Oh,
quality.
But yeah, like when I'm using this, this is different vibe. This is vibe and vibe.
Get it out of there, man.
This is for work, but it's not really that great.
So check it out at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok and get something that fits your face, man.
Yep.
It matters, right? As much as you think it's only glasses, it matters. Look at this.
I feel really good right now.
Look at the charisma he got by just putting on a pair of Saturdays glasses.
You look like a nerd earlier. Now you look like a geek.
Like a cool dad.
You look like a successful businessman with like 4 startups.
That's oddly specific. Why 4?
Speaking of cool though, we have something cool for you guys. It's Battle Emote Promotion. We have a lot of emotes right now, 9 of each of MPL team. We have a lot of iconic ones either. Class. This is my favorite.
Who's your favorite?
Yep.
You know what's my favorite? Tabrak aja lah.
It's alright.
Santai, bro. Santai.
When you're winning, back is kind of fun too.
That's true. And all you guys can find it.
think that's kind of
Permanent battle
biased.
emotes are now available for purchase. So what are you waiting for? Buy now and shake up the land of Dawn. Which one is your favorite? Leave a comment down below as well because we shared ours. It's time for you to share too. It's time for Moonton and Garudaku and Hope Cup to share as well though.
Yep, they will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garudagu Academy. The funds will be given to they will be calculated based on the in-game gold.
Right.
So when you have Eman just racking up the gold,
Exactly,
it's
dude.
even better for Moonton Cares and Hope Cup. They'll get more money to donate, and it's gonna be multiplied by 30, I believe. That is a lot.
We're already at 135,704,100
Right there.
gold.
Oh my god.
So that's the donation amount right now. It's been multiplied by 30.
Excuse me?
That's already multiplied by 30, by the way, I think.
Oh,
I
it's
think
already
so.
multiplied.
Already multiplied by 30.
Okay, but it's still a lot though.
That's still that's a lot.
Incredibly.
And we have 2 more days to go, by the way. It's all the way till week 6.
Yeah, and we've got big games here. So if
Oh,
we
yeah.
go 2-1, if we get those almost 40-minute games every single game, we're gonna do a whole lot
For the cause.
man.
for the cause.
For the cause. But yeah, it's a pretty uneventful game for me. not
It's a
so much
very-
for Mirko, but yeah.
What do you mean?
We're gonna see here in game number 2 or match number 2. It's gonna be the King of the Kings, RRQ versus the new Dragon here with Yaoi on the roaming area. It's Aura versus RRQ in a second, but we're gonna take a very well-deserved break. So do not go anywhere and stay tuned for the next match in a second. Well, not really, but stay tuned.
It's gonna be quite a long break. Go get your snacks on in the
Yeah, a second. What? Boom, break over.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
tú de qué parte eres de aquí.
del norte.
Much to handle, honestly. But otherwise, I'm fine. But it's just very hot here in the Philippines.
I mean, I think it is hot all over right now in Indo, Malaysia, and the Philippines. But I think we're gonna just get straight into the hot topics as well because we've got a few. Kita bakal langsung menuju ke topik kita aja ya guys ya. Karena emang kita topik-topiknya di sini tuh lumayan panas ya untuk semua liga. Dan kita bakal mulai dulu dengan mungkin MPL Malaysia sih guys ya. Jadi pertanyaan gua pertama untuk Gideon sekarang. Mungkin untuk liga dia, gimana untuk menjelaskannya lah dari perspektif seorang Gideon. So Gideon, how do you think MPL Malaysia is going based on the last week or the last few weeks so far?
I mean, as a seorang Gideon, I feel like overall the MPL MY, I couldn't help it. I think the landscape of MPL MY is kind of interesting right now because a lot of teams are looking to be taken seriously. A lot of teams are looking to actually try and achieve an international, more so now because of MSC and the prize pool that MSC is willing to bring this year. So a lot of teams are trying very, very hard. And we're also seeing a lot of reformations in terms of the teams. So we're expecting a lot of teams to be in this transition phase. We're already halfway through our league so far, and I think there's definitely some teams that are clearly better than everybody else, and other teams who are trying to find their footing. So I think for now, the main goal is to get to the playoffs and then maybe start considering qualifying for an international.
Oke, so jadi kalau kata Gideon ya, karena sekarang MSC 2024 prize poolnya lagi luar biasa. Kita sebenarnya lagi lihat sekarang itu prosesnya untuk beberapa tim sekarang lagi cara untuk bermainnya, cara untuk kita lihat transisinya lah. Dan sebenarnya di sekarang itu karena mereka lagi di proses transisi, mereka lagi di proses transformasi ya dari timnya juga untuk rosternya. Banyak tim yang udah kelihatan banget lagi jago, tapi banyak juga lagi proses transisi. Jadi agak sulit. Mereka harus carinya playoff dulu mungkin bukan untuk langsung qualify ke international tournament. Tapi udah seru banget lah pokoknya dari Gideon ya. Tapi sekarang kita bakal nanya juga ke Wolf pertanyaan yang sama untuk MPLPH. Wolf, how's it going in MPLPH?
Yeah. You know, I'll be straight to the point here. The way that I see it is that there's a big divide between the top 4 teams and then the bottom 4 teams. Like the top 4 teams are just in their own league, and then there's a different battle that's happening in the lower part. And I think that the standings, you know, will prove that. And then, you know, the new format for the point system of MPL Philippines, I don't know if you're aware about that. It even made the divide even bigger between the top 4 and the bottom 4 teams. So top 4 very entertaining, bottom 4 also very entertaining, but at the same time, they cannot be at par with the teams at the upper part of the standings. So yeah.
Oke, jadi dari format di MPLPH sebenarnya udah ada perubahan dikit ya guys ya. Jadi MPLPH di playoff-nya nanti ada pakai gauntlet format sebenarnya. Jadi udah lumayan interesting juga sih, menarik juga untuk semua tim karena mereka harus buru-buru kejar playoff tapi kejar spotnya juga. Spotnya jadi penting banget sekarang, posisi 1 sampai posisi 6 itu benar-benar bakal merubah semua hal lah di format mereka ya dengan gauntlet format. Dan kelihatannya sebenarnya di MPLPH kalau menurut Wolf juga ada perpisahan yang lumayan banget lah dari top team dan juga tim yang lagi di papan bawah karena dari skill levelnya mungkin belum nyampe, mereka juga mungkin lagi di fase transisi mereka. Jadi untuk MPLPH gitu. Tapi kalau untuk for Indo, I think it's kind of the same where a lot of teams have been reforming, a lot of teams have been changing their entire roster to try to achieve that MSC glory, to actually just make it to MSC. They've really been tryharding this season, but it actually has a very good impact so far. Like so far, we've gotten so many crazy games. You got all of the crazy imports coming in. I mean, Irad coming in, Eman as well, and it has only created a better competitive environment for MPL ID. It's been super entertaining. It's been super fire, I would say, because even in the standings, we don't know who's gonna make it to playoffs. I mean, technically, BTR and Aura are number 1 and 2, but they're not even safe yet. We still have 4 more weeks to go. Jadi untuk MPL Indo itu kita tahu sendiri ya guys, karena MSC 2024 dengan prize pool yang luar biasanya, sama juga sih kita lagi di fase reformasi juga lah, fase rombak untuk semua pada timnya lagi try hard full lah ya, dan itu malahan untuk kita malah jadi bagus loh. Maksudnya kompetitif banget lah dari nomor 1 sampai 8 aja atau 1 sampai 9. Sekarang itu kita masih belum tahu siapa yang bakal masuk playoff. Bahkan RRQ yang lagi nomor 9, nomor 1 BTR itu bisa saling bertukar tempat dengan 4 minggu lagi dan banyak banget match yang kita harus lewatin ya. Jadi kita lihat aja untuk itu. Tapi sekarang gue bakal nanya topik yang lebih seru lagi sih ya. Jadi untuk liga-liga yang kita bakal lihat sekarang, apalagi mungkin kita fokusnya di MPL Malaysia, PH dan Indo lah ya. Mana liga yang paling kompetitif sebagai qualifier MSC 2024? Okay, so Gideon. Or no, you know what? Let's start with Wolf first. Which league is the most competitive league as a qualifier to MSC 2024?
As a you mean like between like Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines?
Malaysia
right?
and Philippines, yes.
Okay. All right. I gotta say though that statistically speaking, I think it's still MPL Indonesia because of how crazy the upsets there are. But I think like if we just nitpick the top 3 or top 4, it's very tight in the Philippines, I would say. And I'm not saying this because I come from the Philippines, but the disparity of the levels between like the top 4 teams are crazy. Like for example, Echo can beat Onyx, Onyx can beat Brent can beat RSG can beat almost everyone else, but will eventually lose to Echo or something like that. The rock, paper, scissors of the top 4 teams in the Philippines are crazy. For MPL Indonesia, there's a lot of upsets, and then for MPL Malaysia, I think that's also true. It's not even like upset. You just don't know what's going to happen. You're just very clueless of what's going to happen, so it adds to the competition. But I think when we're talking about like the rock, paper, scissors thing, +1, whatever, is it's crazy in the Philippines.
Oke, jadi kalau dari Wolf sendiri katanya kalau dari statistiknya ya, on paper itu MPL Indo karena memang dari standingnya masih sangat volatile dan bisa pindah-pindahan lah untuk timnya. Tapi dia, walaupun dia sebagai orang Filipina, dia bukan coba untuk bias ya sebagai orang Filipina. Tapi memang menurut dia untuk top 4, kalau dia harus milih dari kriterianya top 4 doang, MPL PH masih yang paling kompetitif. Karena dari tim-timnya Onyx PH bisa menang lawan brand, tapi brandnya bakal menang lawan Echo-nya bakal menang lawan RSG bakal menang lawan Onyx. Jadi bener-bener posisinya itu kayak lagi posisi gunting, batu, dan kertas di top 4 MPL PH. Dan dia juga bilang kalau untuk MPL Malaysia dan MPL Indo keren lah, maksudnya banyak banget ada upset dan banyak banget unpredictable, banyak hal yang unpredictable yang terjadi. But what about you, Gideon?
Yeah, I think that overall, I think MPL Indonesia is going to be the most competitive region. I mean, based off of your scoreboard alone, it's tough to tell who's going to be on top and who's going to be on bottom, right? I think we would probably have a more competitive season if MPL Malaysia was 8 weeks long double round robin format as well. I think that we would really see a lot of teams exponentially grow in that time, but that's just not the case for us, right? I think if you want to lose the most amount of guest coins with the most lucrative odds, definitely check out MPL MY. I've seen like 1 to 4.3 odds in terms of guest coins. You can make killing in guest coins. You wanted that Chow skin? It's still in store. It's still in store for guest coins. You can do it with MPL MY. So I think that's the big problem with MPL MY though. At the same time, we're getting a lot of imports coming over to kind of help some of these teams. But I think this is where the maturity of teams really start to shine through. I think this is very evident when it comes down to teams who have been sticking together a longer time with each other or have a very mature management, for an example. Take for an example MPL PH, right? Your top 4 teams, again, I'm guessing that their management has been together for a long time, haven't made too many changes, even if the roster does change. And then for the teams who are an echelon above everybody else, you can tell that their team has stuck together for a while, right? Chemistry generally trumps good fundamentals at a higher level of play. So the question is, how close can you bring that line together? And Malaysia hasn't really found that consistency just yet, even though we have a lot of hopeful prospects. We're hoping that our plateau is going to be a lot higher than most of these teams, especially for our representative coming through for MSC. Hopefully that's going to be enough. But I will say, even with the imports, even though we're getting some of the best from MPL Indonesia and MPL PH, I think overall MPL ID is it's scary. It's really, really scary. Like one game could go wrong and the team doesn't make playoffs.
Ya, jadi memang kalau dari Gideon sendiri dia bilang juga MPL ID kelihatannya dari statistik dari standing kita memang udah sangat-sangat sengit lah ya. Satu kekalahan itu beneran bisa muter tim di kemana-mana gitu. Posisi 1 bisa balik lagi ke posisi yang nggak masuk playoff. Dan tapi dia juga bicarakan tentang sedikit di MPL Malaysia, di mana MPL Malaysia itu kita bisa lihat kompetitifnya gila juga sih sebenarnya ya. Karena mungkin untuk kalian yang mau cari gas coin ya, kalau kalian bener-bener mau farming gas coin itu bisa kalian lakuin di MPL Malaysia. Kalau prediksi bener ya, soalnya memang sangat volatile dan odds-nya aja di gas coin-nya katanya memang ada satu tim yang kali 4 tapi dia tiba-tiba bisa menang gitu loh. Maksudnya posisinya tuh begitu, dimana semua tim di sana juga lumayan kompetitif dan upset terjadi sering banget. Jadi kalian ya kalau memang masih mau untuk nge-farming skin, mau masih untuk mendapatkan chow skin yang masih available sekarang, bisa gas coin MPL Malaysia udah dipromosiin sama Gideon ya. Tapi dia juga bilang sebenarnya di dalam posisi liganya untuk MPL Malaysia sekarang itu posisi yang dimana tim-tim yang udah lebih dewasa itu sedikit dikasih advantage karena mereka udah sebagai tim, sebagai roster, sebagai manajemen juga bersama untuk lama gitu, untuk jangka waktu yang lumayan lama. Jadi itu udah membuat environment-nya lumayan enak lah untuk player-playernya mendapatkan chemistry, sinergi, dan kekompakan di dalam tim. Dan dia juga bilang dengan reference MPL PH untuk tim top 4 yang kita lihat di MPL PH juga memiliki lumayan yang sama lah treatment-nya gitu loh. Mereka top 4 timnya itu tim yang udah ada lama dengan roster yang sama. Mereka lebih prioritaskan chemistry dan juga koordinasian dan kekompakan timnya sebagai kekuatan mereka dibanding tim-tim yang ambil impor yang masih belum mendapatkan chemistry itu. Dan untuk Gideon sendiri, untuk level yang paling tinggi di MLBB atau level pro play, sinergi itu yang paling penting sih mungkin ya untuk Gideon sendiri. Untuk chemistry-nya dari timnya juga paling penting daripada fundamental yang dibawa dari banyak import dan mekanik-mekanik yang dibawa dari player-player dari luar. Tapi dia bilang MPL ID itu beneran serem banget karena gila bisa perombakannya dan perubahan dari standings-nya mungkin di 4 minggu ke depannya bakal sangat-sangat berbeda. Dan gue sendiri lumayan setuju sih guys ya, karena untuk MPL ID mereka ya kita bisa lihat lah dari perombakan semua tim dari awal kayaknya kita udah tahu sih MPL ID bakal jauh lebih kompetitif dibanding season-season sebelumnya. Bahkan kayaknya 12 season sebelumnya belum ada yang bisa sekompetitif season ini. Bahkan sampai tim-tim yang kita expect-nya bakal di atas seperti Onyx, RRQ, mereka sekarang lagi di posisinya kalau untuk Onyx masih lumayan oke di posisi 3, tapi RRQ kita tahu sendiri di posisi 9. Bahkan EVOS pun yang sekarang abis setelah rombak lagi naik ke atas. Jadi di MPL ID lumayan berbeda ya guys ya, walaupun oke, untuk top 1 dan top 2-nya lumayan similar, lumayan mirip dengan MPL Malaysia dan MPL PH untuk top 4-nya, karena bener sih, sinergi dan kekoordinasian dan kekompakan dari top 2 tim kita itu rosternya yang udah ada untuk lumayan lama. Cuman ada pergantian satu player. Untuk BTR cuman Eman, dan untuk Aura Yawi gitu kan yang masuk. Yang lain itu benar-benar masih sama. Jadi kita lihat aja nanti bakal gimana. Mungkin untuk tim-tim yang baru mendapatkan import atau player-player baru, mereka akan bisa cepat-cepat mendapatkan sinerginya, kekompakannya, dan itu benefit kita sih, advantage kita sebagai liga di MPL ID itu karena kita memiliki round robin 9 minggu dan 9 tim juga. Jadi banyak banget waktunya untuk tim progress, untuk tim improve. So basically what I've been saying is we've also kind of seen a crazy whole reformation of the MPL ID league when it comes to rosters as a whole, right? We've seen crazy roster changes. RRQ completely changed their roster. Evo's Glory changed their roster twice throughout the season, almost, right? And we're still seeing teams go back and forth with different players. Geek Fam still with Hazel and Ray, but I think it's still quite similar to what Gideon mentioned earlier. I think the synergy and the coordination and just the chemistry that you get, the advantage you have when you have synergy and chemistry is still something that trumps over, those fundamentals. Because, hey, take a look at our top 2 right now. It's Bigetron and Aura. They got Yawi, they got Iman, but it's still relatively the same lineup for Bigetron and Aura from the past seasons. They've just been banking on the fact that, we already have the synergy. Let's add one more piece of the puzzle to finally solve this puzzle of why we can't make it to internationals. And that's how we are seeing Bigetron and Aura. Though again, for RRQ, for Onyx, for all the teams who have new players, it does seem like with time, this is the benefit of MPL ID being 2 round robins, 9 teams and 9 weeks. We have time for these teams to progress, for these teams to improve, and to see maybe better results as we get onto the later parts of the season. But let's move on to the next question. Kita bakal menuju ke point yang berbeda ya sekarang ya guys ya. Question berbeda dengan contender untuk MSC 2024. Gua mau tanya, sekarang dengan adanya banyak banget tim-tim baru yang bisa menjadi kompetitif, bisa menjadi challenger baru, apakah kita bakal lihat hal yang sama? Apakah kita bakal lihat defending champions MSC tetap ke MSC, defending champions dari PH tetap ke PH, AP Brand, Onyx, atau apakah kita bakal lihat tim-tim baru yang mungkin mendapatkan trofi pertamanya dan bisa memiliki Cinderella story menuju ke MSC 2024? So, Gideon Wolf, do you think we're gonna see the same champions represent the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, or are we gonna see the challengers finally rise to the occasion and take that MPL trophy and challenge for the MSC trophy? Let's start with you, Wolf.
Before it was, if I'm not mistaken, last year it was Echo and then Blacklist, and then recently we have AP Brand and Blacklist, right? Will it be different? I think at least one will be the same. I think it's either AP Brand has a very strong chance at representing the Philippines again, but the second slot, that will be very, very tricky because I feel like Echo is out, but there's some things that they need to figure out still. RSG have completely figured themselves out. It's just a matter of are they in the right mood that day, or are they in the right situation to eventually win? But honestly, RSG can just win over any team, right? So very worthy of that. And then you have Onyx also, which they have proven that they can defeat also everyone, but at the same time it also shows that they can also be taken out by anyone from the top 4. My answer to you, Mirko, is that I think it will be different. At least half of it, will be different. It will won't be the same. I think it will not be Blacklist Echo or Blacklist Brand or Brand plus someone else. It could be totally different. Even Brand cannot make their way out. I think between the top 4 here in the Philippines, it will be random at this point.
Oke, jadi kalau dari Wolf sendiri katanya kan kalau kita lihat terakhirnya itu AP Brand sama Blacklist ya yang menuju ke M5 sebagai representatif PH. Tapi kalau dari dia sekarang mungkin cuma satu yang bakal stay sama, mungkin satu yang bakal menjadi kayak oke, mungkin AP Brand masih bakal qualify untuk MSC 2024 yang lebih ke safe lah untuk prediksi dia ya. Tapi untuk yang lain, tim-tim yang di top 4, Onyx PH, RSGPH, dan juga Echo, ini memang 3 tim yang lumayan volatile gitu. Mereka semua udah membuktikan bahwa mungkin di beda hari mereka bisa menang gitu loh. Jadi mungkin untuk Echo bisa menang lawan RSGPH, tapi mungkin di hari yang berbeda itu RSGPH udah mendapatkan solusi untuk masalahnya dan bisa langsung menang juga. Jadi menurut dia itu di top 4-nya memang sangat sulit untuk diprediksi dan jadi setengah yang bakal bener kalau kata Wolf ya. Jadi setengahnya mungkin AP Brand yang bakal save, tapi untuk setengahnya lagi dari 3 tim yang kita tadi udah mention, dari Echo, Onyx PH, dan RSG PH itu mungkin bisa sangat berbeda dari yang kita lihat sebelumnya. What about you, Gideon?
I think a lot of things could definitely change in this short period of time before we see who our representatives are going to be. I think that, like, from the landscape of what Malaysia looks like, it does seem like if this is going to be a repeat for the homeboys. They're starting to warm up this week at the very least. They're starting to look like they're coming back into form to play like champions. I think second place is definitely going to be a big question mark for a lot of these teams now that SMG is gone. A lot of their players have kind of split up everywhere, right? Some have gone to, a couple went to SRG, and then the rest of them essentially has been split apart, sent over to KGE. Some are even playing in China right now, and I think that, like, for the most part, it's going to be which Malaysian team is going to hit their stride, right? I feel like we're not as dependent on the patch. Yes, it affects us, but I don't think it affects us as like drastically compared to like MPL PH, for an example, right? I think that if the meta just swings in favor of one team over the other, especially if it comes down to like specific picks or like specific strategies, it changes up the top 4 landscape for MPL PH compared to MPL Malaysia, right? Because Malaysia is just going to play what we are good at, or at the very least what the team identity is going to be around, and it's going to hurt some players and benefit others. But I think overall, right, if the performance isn't good, then we might see a situation similar to that of like BTR Alpha actually during SPS, where they're beating some really notable teams and eventually the world champions AP Bren, but couldn't really finish off strong at the end of the year, right? I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for teams who are able to kind of find their stride and kind of maintain that heat, that momentum throughout the year, and ideally over the time of MSC, and that should give them enough confidence for M6, which is also happening in Malaysia at the same time. If that is to be achieved, I think that this year Malaysia has got a pretty decent chance of at least making top 4, and I think that's what most people are going to be hopeful for. We're not looking to get number 1 at this point. I think we understand where we are in terms of the totem pole, but at the very least, we'd like to be hopeful of that one team really having a breakout performance and maybe even contesting, at least get out of groups. You know, that I think that's going to be a good starter.
Oke, jadi untuk Gideon dia lebih percaya ke arah prosesnya sih guys. Jadi dia bukan lihatnya mungkin dari satu event lagi, cuman untuk Malaysia sendiri mungkin dari konsistensi untuk tim-timnya kali ini. Gimana mereka untuk progresnya. Karena banyak tim yang sekarang lagi bagus banget kayak KGE, kayak SRG juga di MPL Malaysia. Tapi untuk level konsistensinya itu selalu bisa dipertanyakan lah untuk MPL Malaysia ya. Jadi mereka itu sekarang mencarinya lebih ke arah, mungkin dia bisa referensinya itu kayak Bigetron Alpha di season atau tahun lalu. Itu sama seperti MPL Malaysia. Mereka udah memiliki performance yang sangat bagus di SPS sampai sebenarnya bisa mengalahkan beberapa tim-tim besar ya seperti RSG dan juga juara dunia M5 AP Brand juga dikalahkan oleh Bigetron Alpha, tapi mereka nggak bisa qualify ke M5 dan mereka nggak bisa memiliki performa yang konsisten sampai di akhir tahun. Dan itu juga masalah untuk MPL Malaysia, dan itu yang mungkin harus dicari untuk MPL Malaysia dari tim-timnya juga. MSC 2024 bakal menjadi stage di mana mereka bisa mendapatkan konsistennya, bisa mendapatkan mungkin pengalamannya sebagai representatif Malaysia, dan dia lebih carinya ke arah setahun, full 1 year, 1 tahun, itu gimana timnya bisa mencari momentum dan keep momentum itu, keep konsistensi dan level itu untuk kejuaraan dunia ke depannya, atau mungkin juga ya MSC. Kalau memang bisa untuk mendapatkan MSC, dia berharap banget tim MPL Malaysia bisa untuk mendapatkan top 4. Semoga bisa keluar dari babak group stage ya guys ya, dia juga bilang. Soalnya memang dari MPL Malaysia mereka lebih ke arah pick-picknya itu comfort pick guys. Jadi yang tadi juga dibahas oleh Gideon, yang dibandingkan sama MPL PH, ketika MPL PH ada patch, kita lihatnya biasa lumayan drastis perubahannya dari picknya, bahkan dari cara mainnya itu bisa ada perubahan yang lumayan drastis gitu. Tapi katanya kalau dari MPL Malaysia sendiri, banyak tim yang udah konsisten, udah bagus sekarang, dan mereka bakal terus-menerus menggunakan comfort pick mereka, dan tidak akan ada banyak perubahan yang gila-gila walaupun udah ada patch yang lumayan besar. Jadi begitu untuk Gideon. And for me, honestly, I mean, looking at the landscape as well, looking at the patch, I feel like still I cannot pinpoint who will be representing MPL Indonesia to go to MSC. Honestly, it's looking so close. It's quite crazy. Honestly, with the assassin meta somewhat coming back, I feel as well it's still hard to predict. Like a lot of people, when before the patch hit, everybody was already talking about how Onyx is going to be a monster, how Bigetron's going to be a monster, and the main reason is because okay, Ken is an assassin player, Kyrie is an assassin player, but dude, I legit just made like content yesterday, just uploaded it, and I went through every single team's jungler. And everyone is good on assassins, bro. Like, Gugun is an assassin player. Gary is an assassin player. Annabelle is an assassin player. Irad is an assassin player. Every team has a good assassin player. So, I think at this point, it's kind of similar to what Gideon said about MPL PH, where we're going to see crazy changes. I think every team will be able to adapt in that way right now in MPL Indo. And it will only create a more chaotic kind of vibe in the standings because it's getting ridiculous here. Usually for season 11, for season 12, for season 10 even, I think no. For the entirety of my casting career, I was always able to predict one team to make it to an international from Indonesia. Now, I cannot say what team will go to MSC. I don't even think Onyx have the same like chances they did in the previous seasons. So yeah, it's just gonna be crazy for Indonesia.
What happened to the blind faith? What happened to the blind faith, my guy? What happened to the Bigetron Alpha?
Every time I say it, it doesn't happen. So I am not gonna say it, Gideon. I've learned from my mistakes, okay? Jadi gini guys, kalau untuk gua sendiri ya, landscape kita itu udah lumayan interesting dan dengan patch yang akan keluar sekarang atau udah keluar sebenarnya ya sekarang ya, yang sebenarnya dimainin juga di minggu ini untuk MPL ID season 13. Kita udah mendapatkan prediksi banyak dari talent, dari penonton, dari coach bahkan, bahwa mungkin untuk tim-tim yang bakal menggila dengan patch Assassin to Alter Ego, Bigetron, Onyx, karena mereka jungle-nya Assassin. Tapi masalahnya gini loh guys, gue baru juga upload konten kemarin ya, gue lihat semua jungler di Indo, hampir semua, kalau nggak beneran semua sih, itu assassin player. Mereka dulu assassin player, mereka sekarang terpaksa menggunakan tank, tapi mereka semua assassin. Jadi menurut gue semua jungler bakal menggila lagi di patch yang kita lihat sekarang. Dan dengan adaptasi yang bisa dilakukan oleh coach, oleh tim semua, menurut gue kita bakal lumayan mirip sama MPL PH sekarang sih. Dimana kalau udah ada patch, bakal ada perombakan full dari playstyle, dari gameplay, dan dari draft. Nggak kayak dulu, dimana kita juga lumayan mirip sama MPL Malaysia. Kita bakal lebih ke arah comfort pick dibanding patch yang terjadi. Kita nunggu untuk lihat dulu mungkin beberapa region lain sebelum kita coba untuk bermain meta itu atau strategi itu. Jadi untuk MPL ID gue nggak bisa pilih siapa yang bakal menuju ke MSC. Dan gue nggak mau ngomong juga timnya karena gue udah belajar dari kesalahan gue. Tadi Gideon udah sempat pertanyakan gue juga, kok nggak mau prediksi? Biasa prediksi Bigetron Alpha gitu kan. Soalnya gue udah belajar. Ketika gue ngomong atau gue mention nama tim, mereka itu kalah ya. Jadi untuk semuanya, gue prediknya MPL Malaysia sama MPL PH juara MSC aja. Begitu aja ya, biar kita nge-curse-nya ke mereka aja ya guys. Tapi ya, gue bener-bener nggak bisa, gue nggak tahu untuk siapa yang bakal menuju ke MSC. But it's we're coming to the closing part of the segment here, Gideon, Wolf. I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully we can have you in Indonesia for playoffs. Maybe you can have me for MY or PH playoffs later.
That's the dream. It's a dream.
That's the dream. But do you have any last words you want to say to the broadcast and to everybody watching? Gideon?
If any MPL PH or Indo team feels like they need like a little bit of an edge, I think, the one easy thing that they could do, and I think for like a majority of teams out there as well, doesn't necessarily have to be Indonesia or even the Philippines, send me a jersey or at least your merchandise, because then at least I can, pray to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to maybe help out a little bit here, get you guys over the edge into the next, into your playoffs. I can't guarantee you number one, but at least qualifications, and then after that, it's all up to you guys. And you can send me some more stuff again, and then I can help you out. It's back and forth, right? Just send me the merch. That'd be a great idea. That's the difference maker here.
Oke, jadi kalau ada tim yang lagi nonton sekarang, kalau kalian mau masuk playoff ya, dia bisa garansi playoff katanya, tapi nggak bisa garansi top 2, cuman playoff. Kalau kalian mau garansi playoff, langsung kirim aja ke Gideon merchandise kalian, mau jersey lah, mau jaket lah, lihat tuh dia aja pakai jaket RRQ loh, itu yang collab kemarin tuh. Jadi kalian kalau mau lolos playoff, katanya langsung kirim aja ke Gideon, dia bisa garansi tuh udah langsung dipamerin juga sama dia beli pas M4 loh guys ya, bareng sama gua sama Lavel juga. Oke, Wolf, last statements.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. Hopefully I'll get to Indonesia. Please all raise your hands if you if you want your team to win, please donate so I can fly to Indonesia to support your team with you for the playoffs. I want my nasi padang. That's it.
Oke. Sedikit berbeda ya guys ya. Untuk Gideon dia minta merchandise. Kalau Wolf lumayan lebih mahal ya. Dia minta tiket untuk ke Indonesia. Jadi kalau tim mau masuk playoff boleh beliin tiket untuk Wolf ke Indonesia mungkin. Dia soalnya udah kangen banget sama nasi padang katanya. Soalnya gue tiap kali dia datang sini gue juga bawa ke nasi padang. Dia juga makan nasi padang sampai tiap hari loh guys. Beneran gila makan nasi padang ya. Jadi untuk gue last statement gue juga ada nih ya. Untuk tim-tim kalau mau kasih merchandise tiket apapun itu biar gue nggak prediksi tim lu boleh banget ya guys ya. Soalnya Mirkers masih terjadi, Mirblast pun udah terjadi. Jadi gue nggak tahu lagi sih sebenarnya sekarang. Tapi tim kasih merchandise, kita bisa deal-dealan untuk nggak prediksi lagi ya. Gue bakal lose prediction, oke? Jadi thank you untuk semua yang nonton dan kalian bisa saksikan MPL ID lagi.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Winner.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Indomaret.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
Yo de qué parte de Argentina.
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
맥시가 한다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
Del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juri secara mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja Wisrik di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on.
Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
Tú de parte de Argentina.
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres de aquí?
del norte.
Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua.
RRQ. Namun di sini sebelum kita memulai pertarungan epic dari kedua tim ini, Bigetron Monster mau memberitahu kalian semua bahwa di sini ada kolaborasi yang keren banget antara Munton dan juga Garudaku. Tentu saja Munton Cares bersama Hopcup menggandeng Garudaku untuk mensejahterakan skena e-sports siswa di sekolah-sekolah. Dan tentu saja ini pula berada di pedesaan Jawa Timur, Jawa Barat melalui Mobile Legends@Bangbang dan juga ingin lebih memajukan e-sports Indonesia. Mobile Legends@Bangbang yang sudah berhasil menarik banyak sekali pemain di seluruh dunia, terutama Indonesia. Oleh karena itu, Munton Cares memberikan kesempatan kepada siswa-siswi Indonesia dengan menghadirkan program ekstrakurikuler e-sports dan juga konektivitas internet selama setahun ke 14 sekolah pedesaan dan 420 siswa di Jawa Timur dan Jawa Barat. Dan hal ini bertujuan untuk memperkenalkan siswa pada nilai-nilai dan keterampilan yang dapat dipelajari melalui e-sports MLBB dan juga memberikan kesempatan bagi para siswa dan mahasiswa demi menyiapkan masa depan mereka. Bentuk kerjasama ini telah berjalan dari Week 4 MPL Indonesia dan akan berakhir hingga Week 6 pada saat nanti tanggal 28 April di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Munton Cares dan Hopcup akan mendonasikan sejumlah uang tunai dengan perhitungan total gold yang diperoleh seluruh tim di setiap pertandingan MPL ID dikali 30. Jadi udah goldnya ditambah dikali 30. Di akhir periode nanti, Munton Cares dan Hopcup akan mengumumkan jumlah penuh yang akan disumbangkan untuk program ini. Wah, di MPL Arena juga semuanya sudah mulai rame. Yang ada di rumah juga pasti seru banget ngelihat kolaborasi ini. Maka dari itu, Bude juga excited banget nih. Ingin tahu lebih dalam seperti apa sih kira-kira. Oleh karena itu, Bude akan mengundang 3 orang yang sangat luar biasa untuk bergabung bersama Bude di atas panggung MPL Arena. Kita akan undang untuk yang pertama. Inilah Ketua Bidang Hukum dan Legalitas PB Esports Indonesia, Kak Yudhistira Adi Pratama. Halo Kak.
Apa kabar?
Sehat?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Sehat, tenang Kak. Nggak sendirian. Selanjutnya nih, kita punya Head of Garudaku Esports Academy, Kak Robertus Aditya Pratomo Putra. Wow, halo Kak.
Halo, Bude.
Kak
Apa
Robert
kabar?
dari minggu lalu hadir terus ya. Kita sering lihat loh Kak Robert di sini.
Demi Munton Cares.
Demi Munton Cares. Jadi makin penasaran nih. Makanya kita juga akan mengundang last but not least, Esports Marketing and Communication Manager Munton Indonesia, Bapak Aswin Nugraha atau yang dikenal sebagai Om Munton. Halo. Halo, mau kemana nih? Halo, boleh disapa dong yang ada di sini.
Halo.
Halo Om, langsung semuanya tuh pada seru-seruan bareng di sini. Kita bakal langsung bertanya ya, karena ini banyak banget penasaran. Pasti kan PBSI punya banyak kolaborasi yang terjadi. Nah kali ini gimana sih ngelihat Munton Cares dan juga mungkin kegiatan-kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Munton Cares dari sisi PBSI?
Kalau dari sudut pandang PBSI, kita melihat Munton Cares ini kan ini bukan suatu aktivitas yang pertama kalinya ya. Ini sudah dilakukan berulang-ulang beberapa tahun sebelumnya, serta ya ini adalah salah satu event yang kebetulan kita adakan dan kita selebrasi nih hari ini. Kalau dari pengurus besar esports Indonesia, tentunya kami melihat ini adalah suatu hal yang positif karena ini akan mendorong kemajuan dan munculnya talenta-talenta baru tanah air. Dan yang paling penting bagi pengurus besar esports Indonesia ini adalah suatu bentuk nyata komitmen yang berkelanjutan dari Muntun melalui Munton Cares ini terhadap perkembangan ekosistem esports di Indonesia.
Menarik ya pastinya, tapi dari Kak Yudi sendiri dan juga mungkin dari kacamata PBSI, program-program seperti ini bisa membuat masa depan yang lebih baik kah dari mungkin para siswa yang sekarang lagi juga menekuninya, dan contohnya sendiri kayak di MDL ada program mentorship yang dilakukan. Jadi siswa mempelajari secara langsung event organization, lalu ada content creation juga. Jadi banyak sekali yang dilakukan untuk mengasah skill mereka untuk menjadikan sebagai pengetahuan baru juga. Gimana Kak Yudi?
Kalau dalam hal tersebut, pengurus besar esports Indonesia tentu melihatnya sangat-sangat positif. Dan jawabannya adalah ya hal tersebut akan membantu teman-teman kita, para generasi muda yang memasuki ekosistem dunia esports. Karena dunia esports itu sebenarnya bukan hanya professional scene-nya aja. Tetapi di balik itu ada juga proses-proses kreativitas lain gitu ya. Seperti tadi yang kita sebutkan ada mentorship baik itu untuk penyelenggaraan suatu event maupun juga penyelenggaraan dari gimana sih kita mewujudkan diri sebagai seorang content creator. Yang mana kan kita tahu ya di masa sekarang di mana akses informasi itu menjadi sangat luas dan sosial media memiliki peranan yang sangat penting dalam menyampaikan informasi. Seorang content creator itu menjadi sebuah profesi. Dan profesinya bukan cuma profesi yang hidup 1 hari 2 hari tapi memang yang berkelanjutan. Jadi PBSI sangat justru berterima kasih melihat adanya inisiatif seperti ini karena itu sudah membantu peranan dari negara Indonesia gitu ya melalui inisiatif seperti ini untuk meningkatkan perkembangan intelektualitas anak-anak Indonesia.
Oh, seperti itu. Jadi memang ini mempersiapkan untuk masa depan juga. Dan kalau melihat dari kolaborasinya antara Munton Cares dan Garudaku, gimana Kak Yudi?
Kalau saya lihat kolaborasi ini dapat dipandang sebagai suatu wadah bagi para talenta-talenta untuk baik itu unjuk gigi maupun kesempatan untuk meningkatkan keterampilan mereka. Dan ini adalah hal yang sangat penting untuk menciptakan talenta-talenta e-sports di masa mendatang. Karena lebih jauh lagi, pengurus besar esports Indonesia memiliki pandangan bahwa program yang diselenggarakan oleh Garudaku dan Muntun Cares ini sudah mencapai 3 pilar utama. Yang pertama adalah penanaman dari nilai-nilai sportivitas yang ditanamkan sejak dini. Yang kedua adalah adanya proses peningkatan keterampilan maupun soft skill yang diberikan kepada para partisipan yang mengikuti program-program diselenggarakan oleh para kolaborator kita. Dan yang terakhir adalah dengan adanya pengadaan akses internet melalui sekolah-sekolah yang menjadi mitra dari Garudaku dan Muntun Cares, ini sudah menciptakan adanya suatu akses informasi yang secara lebih mendalam dan menyeluruh ke Indonesia. Sehingga hal ini, Bude, kita tidak hanya melihat ini mengembangkan e-sport secara khususnya, tetapi juga ini membantu perkembangan Indonesia dari bingkai yang lebih luas.
Wow, apalagi dengan 3 pilar tadi ya.
7.
3 pilar itu tentu penting banget. Dan mungkin ini pertanyaan terakhir untuk Kak Yudi. Nah, dari sudut pandang pemerintah saat ini, seberapa penting sih PBSI melihat perkembangan grassroots community untuk pertumbuhan e-sports di Indonesia yang lagi kayaknya ngembang banget nih ya?
Jadi pengurus besar esports Indonesia yang merupakan perpanjangan tangan dari pemerintah melihat hal tersebut sangat penting. Nah, jadi kalau kita bahas terkait dengan pemerintahan, sedikit bahas hukum boleh dong. Di pasal 28 Undang-Undang Nomor 11 Tahun 2022 tentang keolahragaan, itu disebutkan bahwa pengembangan olahraga prestasi itu tidak hanya dilakukan oleh pemerintah, tetapi juga ada unsur dari swasta. Nah, inisiatif-inisiatif seperti ini dipandang penting oleh pengurus besar e-sport Indonesia karena dengan adanya suatu aktivitas yang memberdayakan skena komunitas, ini membantu para rekan-rekan kita yang ada di grassroots community melalui grassroots activity untuk menciptakan suatu talenta-talenta baru yang mana hal tersebut sangat berperan penting dalam meregenerasi pemain-pemain baru yang hebat-hebat yang akan membawa piala kita di kancah internasional di masa mendatang. Itu Bude.
Jadi makin ngerti kita ya dan makin mengetahui lebih dalam lagi dari sudut pandang PBSI. Terima kasih banget Kak Yudi.
Sama-sama.
Nah, kalau sudah Kak Yudi kita udah ngobrol panjang juga, udah tahu lebih dalam. Sekarang kita ke Pak Azwin. Halo Pak Azwin.
Halo juga Bude.
Ini kita penasaran nih, apa sih yang meletar belakangi kehadiran Muntun Cares di tengah-tengah ekosistem e-sports ini?
Oke, mungkin sebagian dari kita yang ada di sini itu belum kenal sama Muntun Cares itu. Muntun Cares itu sebenarnya apa sih teman-teman ya kan? Jadi Muntun Cares ini adalah cabang filantropi dari Muntun Games yang memang kita buat itu untuk mempromosikan hal-hal berkaitan dengan kemanusiaan, kemudian lingkungan hidup yang positif. Untuk apa? Jadi untuk memberikan kehidupan yang lebih positif bagi ekosistem supaya dia hidupnya itu lebih sustainable dan lebih baik lagi ke depannya. Begitu. Nah, kalau di Muntun Games kita itu percaya sebenarnya e-sports itu pasti dapat memberikan dampak yang positif bagi elemen-elemen yang ada di luarnya. Jadi kan ada banyak elemen nih. Nah, salah satunya adalah pendidikan. Nah, hal inilah yang memang lagi kita gencar-gencarkan nih untuk melusuk ke dalam pendidikan. Bagaimana kita bisa mengkaitkan e-sports dengan pendidikan juga. Bagaimana, karena kita percaya bahwa e-sports, game dan pendidikan itu bisa berjalan satu sama lain itu seirama gitu. Yang penting prestasinya ada di e-sports, tapi di pendidikan juga prestasinya juga harus ada.
Jadi itulah dia Muntun Cares. Buat yang belum tahu juga sekarang jadi lebih tahu. Dan mungkin jadi penasaran kenapa kali ini Muntun Cares menggandeng Garudaku.
Kalau mengapa kita menggandeng Garudaku, pastinya itu pasti kita melihat Garudaku ini punya visi dan tujuan yang sama. Visinya apa sih, tujuannya apa sih? Tentu aja untuk memberikan, lagi-lagi tuh memberikan sesuatu yang lebih untuk ekosistem. Memberikan sesuatu yang positif. Dan gak cuman untuk e-sport doang. Yang tadi aku sebutin ada elemen-elemen di luar e-sport, di industri e-sport, contohnya kayak pendidikan gitu. Bagaimana kita bisa nge-boosting si pendidikan tersebut ini gimana nih supaya berjalan selaras dengan si e-sport sendiri gitu. Makanya kita sangat bersyukur sekali, sangat berterima kasih kepada Garudaku, Mas Robertus, dan bagaimana pemerintah melalui perpanjangan tangannya lewat PBSI terus mendukung kita juga.
Seperti itu. Jadi memang yang namanya ini ya, dua sisi punya satu visi dan misi yang sama, jalan bareng dah. Tapi terima kasih banget Pak Aswin, aka Om Muntun juga. Dan kita akan beralih kepada Bang Robert nih. Yang di ujung sini yang pertanyaannya ada 250 ya. Jadi mohon dijawab ya. Oke, bagaimana sih kayak seberapa besar sih dampak dari program kolaborasi ini dan kaitannya e-sports dan juga edukasi, lalu bagaimana program ini dapat mengubah hidup para siswa dan tak hanya melihat dari sisi pro player aja nih, karena kita juga melihat apakah sifat-sifat dan karakteristik e-sports figure seperti teamwork, sportivitas, dan komunikasi bisa didapatkan oleh para siswa juga dengan program ini.
Oke, terima kasih kepada Muntun Cares yang sudah memberi kesempatan kepada Garudaku untuk bisa berkolaborasi dalam program Muntun Cares ini. Dan kalau ditanya apa saja dampaknya dari program ini jelas suatu program yang luar biasa teman-teman. Karena kita bisa berusaha untuk menjangkau lebih dalam lagi ke daerah-daerah yang berada di rural yang mungkin selama ini tidak terekspos oleh scout-scout dari tim-tim. Seperti itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, kita bisa mensinergikan antara e-sport dengan akademi. Tujuannya supaya seperti tagline-nya Garudaku Academy sendiri, jago aja nggak cukup, jadi diharapkan yang ranknya Mythic Immortal, nilai-nilai di sekolahnya juga Mythic Immortal. Jadi bukan level-level master-master seperti itu gitu. Nah, selain itu diharapkan di daerah juga bisa menggali peluang yang lebih besar, baik secara industri maupun peluang kerja, maupun juga pencarian bibit berprestasi untuk masa depan e-sport Indonesia itu sendiri. Karena seperti kita ketahui, berdasarkan data kami, daerah Jawa Timur dan Jawa Barat itu usernya yang ikut berkompetisi di liga-liga kami cukup banyak. Nah, ini yang membuat kami memfokuskan kedua daerah tersebut, khususnya di Malang Raya dan di Cimahi, untuk bisa lebih banyak kita beri kesempatan untuk menunjukkan prestasinya dan menunjukkan bakatnya melalui program-program dari Muntun Cares dan Akademi Garudaku. Seperti itu.
Oke, Ko. Tapi ada nggak dampak real mungkin yang bisa diberitahu di sini juga dari program ini terhadap ekosistem e-sports di Indonesia dan dampak terhadap Garudaku dan kaitan dampaknya terhadap pendidikan juga nih di Indonesia?
Oke, kalau dampak langsungnya yang jelas berdasarkan komunikasi kami dengan pihak sekolah, banyak guru dan kepala sekolah yang masih concern dengan games itu sendiri. Nah, ini dengan adanya program-program dari Akademi Garudaku, ini bisa menjadi suatu jembatan di mana bisa menjadi fungsi kontrol buat para siswa untuk bisa memanage waktu bermain gamenya menjadi prestasi untuk sekolah yang nantinya bisa masuk ke seleksi untuk menjadi bagian dari timnas Indonesia itu sendiri. Seperti itu.
Baik, dan kalau Kak Robert, ini pertanyaan terakhir yang mungkin juga jadi pertanyaan banyak orang. Ketika usai program ini dijalankan, apa rencana selanjutnya dari Garudaku terhadap 420 siswa yang terlibat dalam program ini? Next-nya tuh gimana?
Oke, yang jelas kita upayakan siapkan kompetisi berjenjang dan juga kompetisi yang sifatnya jangka panjang. Dalam artian kita ingin memberikan experience buat mereka ini yang sudah terlibat di Muntun Cares untuk terlibat dalam liga yang sifatnya bukan mini turnamen atau bukan yang one day turnamen. Tapi kita benar-benar ingin bawa nuansa MPL ini ke tingkat sekolah maupun tingkat universitas ke depannya. Dan program-program sudah kita siapkan, nanti akan ada Liga E-Sport Nasional Pelajar dan juga Liga Ekskul Akademi, Liga UKM dan juga Liga E-Sport Nasional Mahasiswa yang sedang berlangsung saat ini. Kurang lebih seperti itu.
Wow, dan itulah dia ya. Memang sudah semuanya udah dijalankan, udah ada jalannya, udah disiapin. Tinggal gimana para siswa dan mahasiswa untuk mengikuti program ini dan bisa memaksimalkan potensi yang sudah diberikan. Terima kasih sekali Kak Robert. Kak Robert, ada kata-kata penutup kah untuk hari ini?
Oke, buat teman-teman anggota ekosistem, kita sering sekali mendapat berita-berita yang kurang enak. Jadi di sini saya ingin menghimbau buat teman-teman semuanya anggota ekosistem, mari kita jaga nama Indonesia dengan komen yang lebih bijak, dengan ekosistem yang lebih positif dan edukatif, sehingga Indonesia makin berjaya di kancah internasional. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dari Kak Yudi, ada yang mau disampaikan?
Kalau dari saya, pertama yang mau saya sampaikan untuk MPL dan para collaborators, terus dijaga komitmen seperti ini agar menjadi suatu program yang berkelanjutan. Lalu untuk para rekan-rekan partisipan dan orang-orang yang mengikuti program tersebut tetap berprestasi supaya kita bisa menciptakan banyak lagi prestasi-prestasi Indonesia di kancah internasional. Dan yang paling penting adalah kita bisa berprestasi tanpa narkoba. Itu.
Kita bisa pastinya, harus dicatat ya. Dan terakhir, Om Munton, Bang Aswin, let's go.
Mungkin kalau dari teman-teman mungkin hanya melihat kayak e-sports itu it's all about pro players. Kita itu mau jadi pro player aja. Kita mau jadi pemain profesional MLBB. Tapi enggak hanya menjadi pemain profesional Mobile Legends. Karena banyak sekali kesempatan-kesempatan, peluang-peluang yang ada di MLBB Esports. Bisa jadi host seperti Bude, bisa jadi caster sebagai dari teman-teman caster juga banyak juga. Bisa juga di balik layar. Banyak sekali kesempatan-kesempatan asalkan kita mau dan kita tidak malu.
Mau dan tidak malu, banyak sekali potensi yang bisa untuk dikembangkan di dunia e-sport. Jadi mari kita beri tepuk tangan untuk kolaborasi ini. Terima kasih, boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya dan menikmati match penutupan. Terima kasih, thank you. Matur nuwun. Luar biasa banget ya, ini kolaborasi antara Munton Cares dan juga Garuldaku. Dari kacamata dari PBSI pun melihat bahwa ini adalah program yang begitu baik untuk para siswa dan juga mahasiswa untuk perkembangan e-sports Indonesia yang lebih baik. Dan di sini sendiri e-sports kita benar-benar sedang berada di pucuk-pucuknya nih. Lagi menantikan juga, banyak yang penasaran, Bude, udah berapa sih nilainya? Udah berapa nominal yang sudah dikumpulkan oleh para tim dari setiap gamenya? Berapakah? Dan nih Bude akan kasih tahu. Sekarang angka gold yang kita hasilkan ada di angka 135.704.100 rupiah. Sudah 100 juta. Wow, jadi tim-tim yang beradu di week 6 ini mereka harus bekerja ekstra mengumpulkan pundi-pundi gold supaya bisa terkumpul lebih banyak lagi. Setiap gold yang didapatkan oleh para tim, oleh para player akan dikali 30 dan akan menumpukan nominal-nominal yang lebih besar lagi. Jadi mari kita beri semangat untuk setiap player yang beradu, setiap tim yang beradu di minggu yang ke-6. Ini baru pembukaan minggu yang pertama dan tentu saja kita akan melihat seperti apa pertarungan di match yang kedua. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 13. Match kedua ada tim RRQ dan juga Aura yang menantikan kemenangan mereka. Tim Aura dan juga RRQ ini benar-benar memberikan bahwa roda itu berputar. Banyak sekali yang terjadi dari setiap matchnya, namun kali ini di season yang begitu kompetitif, inilah dia kita bisa melihat dari kedua tim. Dan inilah dia, kita bisa melihat sendiri bagaimana mentalitas sang raja. Kita tahu sendiri RRQ, mereka punya histori yang begitu kuat. Bahkan dari season 4 hingga season 12, mereka benar-benar konsisten dengan posisi mereka di regular season berada di top 3. Bahkan kalau bisa dibilang seringnya tuh 1-2, 2-1, 2-2, 3-nya hanya sekali. Jadi bagaimana cara RRQ tetap memiliki mentalitas sang raja yang bisa mempertahankan 12 season. Dan langganan top 3 ini bisakah RRQ kembali berjaya? Semua orang bertanya-tanya. Karena kemungkinan masih bisa terjadi dengan posisi klasemen yang begitu ketat, begitu tipis dari setiap kemenangannya. Tentu dari posisi pucuk atas, pucuk bawah bisa berputar dan saling menyikut satu sama lain. Dengan posisi klasemen bahkan ada beberapa tim yang punya kemenangan match yang sama hingga minggu yang ke-6. Bagaimana tidak? Kita melihat bahwa di season-season sebelumnya kita udah tahu siapa nih top 2-nya, siapa nih yang top 6-nya. Namun di season kali ini kita nggak akan tahu seperti apa perjuangan dan seperti apa posisi akhir dari regular season. Ini baru minggu yang ke-6, masih akan ada
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontop. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
A whole different tale for these two teams. Last season, RRQ was second at the end of the season, while Aura Fire was 9th in the standings, but this time around, it's flipped. RRQ in 9th and Aura in 2nd. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Indonesia Season 13. Right now, we're gonna watch Aura versus RRQ with me, Shefin, Mirko, and Arashi, but we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL Indonesia is powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official gold partner UBS Gold, our partner in esports Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, and Telkomsel, our supplier in the Mart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, and also Saturdays. And of course, our government partner, PBSE, Rashi. There's gonna be a lot of variation. No, I would say no. That was a bad topic to bring on. But yeah, Aura Fire versus RRQ. Aura Fire versus RRQ. The stakes are high here, Rashi. RRQ in the last place. They need to get out there, considering the track record that this team has. They were never outside of the top 3 so far in MPL Indonesia Season 4 until now. Now, what's happening?
I mean, they've dipped low before, but this is absolutely a new low for RRQ, man. It's how to turn tables. The Kings, who are always on top, finally, right, find themselves in the bottom. But hey, this is not an unfamiliar situation in life, right? Sometimes in life you're on top, sometimes you're in the bottom. The kingdom isn't the team's performance. The kingdom is the supporters, man. As long as we believe, it's still there.
Did you hear that? Because RRQ, they've got a supporter here in the building. And no, it's not Arashi. It's actually Chef. Anyways, Skylar-centric. Is this still the case? What do you think, Chef?
Me?
Yeah.
I think... Why are you putting me on the spot, man?
You're the kingdom.
Why are you laughing? Yes. Okay. I would say yes. Considering that RRQ is on the last place, 9th, while Skylar is having this kind of stats, there's no denying. This is a Skylar-centric team.
For sure. And when they're able to enable Skylar, they do find success in the line of Dawn. But the thing is, that can only go so far, right? Whenever you have like a quote-unquote one-man team, or you rely always on the same patterns, especially in Season 13, teams are eventually going to make a read. They're going to eventually find a strategy that can work against your main winning strategy. And if you don't have alternatives, you don't have a plan B, a plan C, then you just start dipping, right? So this is where RRQ needs to find something. And they've been experimenting with different rosters as well. I think that's what you were hinting at earlier, Shevin.
Yeah.
So again, we're asking the same question. What exactly are we going to see from this team?
Let's see though. This is the lineup for both teams. Starting with Aura Fire, or Aura, still the same team as ever. Oran, Gugun, Yehezkiel, Yaoi, and Kabuki, second on the standings.
The Solid 5 has performed really, really well right now, rivaling Bigetron on top last week. Of course, not exactly on top, but close enough in the conversation.
They were 10
against them
on the
today,
top.
though. Finally, whoa! Hey, hang on. It's
He's
Dawn.
back.
It's Dawn and Clay
And
Brusco and Skylar.
Have we seen this kind of starting lineup for them?
No, this is a mix. We haven't seen so far. I think we saw this with Banana in the picture, but no longer.
Yep.
The Kings, who once stood atop the mountain, must now look up to its peak to attempt to take it back. With Skylar back in the lineup, Don, Clay, Brusco, and Irad, the Kings of Kings, it's RRQ Hoshi!
Just like EVOS in 9th place, they need a change. And the change is something they bring here, a new starting lineup for Coach Avran on the helmet for RRQ.
It's been so long since we saw Clay. He made a brief reappearance earlier in the season, but it did not look that well for RRQ. But now he's back, and I think, especially for the supporters in the building, it's a great moment, a familiar face. Will he be able to do it? bring the changes that is required to come up against this team right here.
The Dragons who fly high in Season 13 will look to conquer. The once kings who were proclaimed the Dragon Slayers. Will they burn them down to the ground? Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragons, it's Aura!
Led by a lot of debutants here, especially Gugun and Yawi. One of the best at taking objectives, and also one of the best at harassing the opponent is Yawi.
The objective game from Aura is undeniable at this point. So RRQ, they have been having struggles with that neutral objective gameplay. What is the play here? What is the strategy when you have such polarizing styles? Are they gonna try and mimic Aura, or are they gonna try and outmaneuver them, outsmart them when they least expect it? That is the jobs of Coach Zaya right here, and of course, Coach Saint DeLucas as well. What can they find?
Whoa.
What can they read out?
Solo Zaya? Yeah. Wow. I hope Coach Fred is okay, whatever the case may be, or whatever business he needs to take care of. But we're gonna see here, man. The main topic is Gugun. This man is one of the best rookies we've ever seen so far in MPL Indonesia overall, because the objective game is there, and he actually claimed that Player of the Week last week. Out of all MPL Indonesia players, it's a Gugun with the help of Yawi securing the objectives.
Well, let's see what we can expect from Gugun.
Kalau menurut gua Gugun ya, udah pasti Gugun. Itu cuma Gugun dah. Udah fix. Iya, kayak Gugun doang dah yang kelihatan. Dia ngerti job desk dia sih sebagai jungler tank sama assassin. Tadi kan 2 game beda kan job desknya. Dan dia sebagai rookie mengerti itu.
Nggak nervous ketemu nama gede. Kedua, dia memperlihatkan kualitas pemain kayak gimana gitu loh, pemain MPL yang naik dari MDL tuh kayak gimana.
Mungkin di sisi lain dia nggantiin Van yang dari season lalu udah cukup nyatu sama Aura, dan sekarang tuh waktu sama Gugun kayak agresifnya dapat gitu loh. Nggak ada yang angin-anginan, kayak konsisten gitu loh gameplaynya, dan konsisten bagus buat auranya.
Mungkin kalau bisa dilihat kenapa Gugun bisa perform segitunya, mungkin di sana kan ada Yawi juga kan, pemain lama, pemain veteran juga lah bisa dibilang. Jadi Gugun bisa main enjoy dan lepas mungkin.
Ya bisa jadi sih, soalnya emang si Yawi kan emang hero-heronya kayak hero pick off, misalnya pakai chow, kayak nendang orang biar si Gugunnya bisa dapat retry, yang gitu sih. Kayak contoh lagi Grok, kayak nge-stun doang tapi dapat turtle gitu.
Gameplay kita kalau gua ajar kan, tapi lu gak bisa diterima karena mereka semua kill.
Dari segi objektif bisa tinggi, mungkin dari faktor team play ya. Di scrim juga kita di team playnya juga kuat. Mungkin dari segi roamer dari Yawi ya, dia pintar nyari jungler musuh. Jadi gua tuh kayak dia tuh setiap di objektif tuh pintar gitu cara punish si junglernya. Jadi gua tuh enak lah.
Gua pikir kalau lu mau gua cari dulu, gua cek dulu semua, dan kalau dia gak, lu bisa ya.
Termasuk
sini gua konsentrasi.
What? Wild shot. Purify berhasil diselamatkan super awat. Meminta pertolongan kepada kawanannya, tapi para pasukan dari tim Aura mereka benar-benar melakukan distraction dan bakal lihat di depan sini.
Gasboy.
Untuk siapapun lawannya, gue pede aja, sama-sama makan nasi. Nggak peduli dia veteran, orang lama, gas, hajar aja.
What a guy, what a player, what a rookie, Gugun on Aura, just carrying them. One of the guys that led this team to the 2nd place in MPL Indonesia Season 13 compared to the 9th in Season 12. One of the biggest factors so far And one thing that I really like the most about this guy is he's not backing down from the challenge, from the big names, as mentioned earlier in the latest part of the FET. Gugun is very confident at taking anyone.
You said it best. We all eat rice. Even though they're older players, they're veterans, doesn't matter. He says gas terus, keep going. I'm gonna take him out just the same, regardless of who I'm up against. That is the message he's sending out. And what better team to receive than RRQ, who have right now in the roster several older figures, you know, compared to him.
Let's see though, the first game, first draft of Aura versus RRQ. Will we see the same trend so far in match number 1 with the tank jungler? I will probably assume so, yes, because Gugun, I think he's more known for his utility jungler, but I do believe that he plays a pretty good Lancelot, so I'm gonna assume that he is also proficient with the assassin.
All right, we'll have to see. But already from Aura, immediately a Claude ban, so the big man himself is still being respected when it comes to those comfort picks, those prio picks. Skylar back in the mix is definitely something that Aura will be counting on, right? If you're up against RRQ, that is the first question you ask yourself, is the guy actually back in the roster? Because if he is or he isn't, that does make a lot of changes happen in your game plan, I think.
It's crazy how much respect the teams have, almost every single team in MPL Indonesia, towards Skylar on his Claude. It's just been nerfed. We saw 2 games earlier in the Geek versus Bigetron match where the Claude was rendered completely useless up against the Herith, and that's what RRQ were already setting up for. That Herith ban early on. Already a lot of different bans here compared to our first match. Joy up for grabs, left open.
The Joy, though, we did mention, has been nerfed.
Yep.
Now only has slow immunity instead of crowd control immunity. And a lot of options are available here. The Angela, if they so choose to have that kind of presence, that kind of staying power, they can go for the mages as well. Remember, Clay was a massive Eve player back in the day.
We also got a comment here from the coach Isaiah. We can't drown in sadness. Just remember, this isn't the end yet. Not truly over. Until we win, we can keep spirits up.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Oh,
RRQ will
Skylar.
prioritize this for sure.
It's coming in hot, man. Remember, Skylar is coming back from an illness, which I believe is dengue.
Yeah,
And
dengue
that is,
fever.
yeah,
Yes.
I've been, I've suffered from dengue before. It's not a good time.
No, and the recovery, even when you're recovered, there are still, you know, it does seem to still
Linger.
affect the energy that you have. So hopefully for RRQ's sake, your Skylar has made a full recovery. Even
hope so.
The energy on stage completely different. Natan being first pick, that means Loyi, Fredrin. Loyi was banned, by the way, in the first match by Bigetron twice. And this game, it's been left open. And it's Yehezkiel who's taken it. An entry point for Yawi's crazy engages.
Exactly. On its own, that diversion is already a massive tool, a tremendous tool. But in the hands of Aura with Yawi, who likes being in those weird spots, who likes waiting for the right opportunity, and especially against a team that has such a prio target in their midst. I think Aura could not ask for a better strategy, quote unquote, but RRQ already piling on the defense, the protection, literally getting 2 massive walls to block off damage from Skylar.
I think this is a good chance for Aura to pick up something like an X-Borg. 2 very tanky members that could be punished heavily by an X-Borg. With this kind of composition already built too, with the Fredrin and the Loya, I think it would fit. They can also go for a pick for a Yawi, to be fair. I mean, how crazy would a Franco be, right? With the changes in the game, has Franco risen in popularity? Because it certainly hasn't ranked. I don't know about MPL.
Oh,
carry though.
Okay. So the idea is still right. They want to shred the frontliner, but this time around they prefer to go for a carry, and hopefully Yawi will pick a hero, something like a Chao or maybe a Kaja that really suits his playstyle, and also the burst damage from carry. But Arashi, man, so much for Assassin mid are back, Assassin junglers are back.
What do you mean these are not assassins? Dude, Barats and Fredrin.
Wow.
I mean, when I was getting wrecked by a Barats once, I got deleted in a second, so...
So it's an assassin, right?
That's an assassination, right? Technically, you can say that. But Kabuki on the carry is a signature pick as well. It has been nerfed, so now the second skill cooldown is a bit longer, but by a marginal amount. I think in the grand scheme of things, there's going to be very few specific situations where that nerf will have a big difference. They're going to ban away the Novaria. They want to make sure that RRQ don't have any vision tools. If you're thinking about vision tools though, traps come to mind. And when you talk about traps, it's usually the abyssal traps or the alarm bombs. I do wonder if that is some kind of strategy that you can use against a team that likes playing with the low Yi.
Speaking of though, now that we're talking about players and their comfort picks, the Kanja has been banned out by RRQ towards Yaoi. I wonder if Don wants to pick up his signature pick in MDL, his glue. That's what he was known for back in the day. Glue has just recently been buffed as well, so it would still fit Don's playstyle.
Okay, the ban is going to be Valentina, so it's still going to be a mid laner ban, trying to limit the potential of Clay. But speaking of potential for this guy, Rashi, I think you know what's best for him.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if the Yi makes a comeback, man. It makes sense. And in this situation, right, where it's always been about Skylar alive, win fight. Skylar taken out, lose fight. If you add another damage dealer to the mix that can output a stable amount, not just a single burst of damage, like the Yi, I feel like it's a mindset, it's a concept that makes sense for RRQ right now. And I do feel like Aura has some kind of idea that might be the case. Right? Because like, there's no way they don't expect Clay to have some kind of association with the Yi.
Oh, that's fast. Whoa, we know why it's fast.
Look at Barat's Grok and Natan shows you the confidence of this world champion. Wow.
If RRQ picks up the Yi as well, right now you're immune to crowd control when you're using the real world manipulation. So that's another layer of difficulty if Aura wants to really go for those pickoffs.
One of the problem though, like maybe they want to focus on something that can deal damage in physical form for the XP lane, because I think that's a bit too much magic damage for RRQ's composition.
Well,
maybe.
Skylar, technically on the Nathan, you don't go full magical, right? There's a good mix of damage in there, so it still kind of works out. But I get your point. That's possible. That still gonna be I think if you go for the Batsana, you're going for more crowd control. That has to be the idea, right? With the Eternal Guard and the grip, you can really stop any kind of initiation coming in, especially if it's a straightforward front to back. But if the Cho comes in unseen, that's a whole different story.
So now this is the big question for the XP Aran. Benedetta, Paquito are his two comfort picks. Does he go for it?
Oh, man.
Power Wave!
Power Wave!
Shout out to the new KOF skin. We've been memeing the Power Wave from the Paquito a whole lot.
Terry Bogart. Spell the name, Mirko. Spell the name.
Sorry, man. I keep forgetting. I don't only know Terry.
Yep.
I forget the last name.
Strong Terry.
I know Mai Shiranui, though.
Yeah.
Of course.
There's a lot of good reasons why you should remember the name of Mai Shiranui, but hey.
How many reasons?
Mainly two big ones. But it is gonna be
Power Wave! Okay, we got him, boys. It's the Paquito signature for the Aran man himself, the Power Wave user. Let's see.
Oh, even Omwama is saying Power Wave in
yes.
the background.
We made a pact, ladies and gentlemen, us and the Indo desk. If Paquito gets picked, we will say Power Wave. I hope he uses the KOF skin.
If he doesn't, that's gonna be so disappointing, man.
If he doesn't, I'm gonna be sad.
That's a crime. Seriously, he should be jailed if he doesn't use that. We're gonna see here counter index and also lineup rating is favoring RRQ. I do think they have more, I would say, standard draft and also a lot more error room. But Aura Fire, if they can execute with this Chow, it's gonna be very, very lethal.
Oof, man. Paquito, I feel like makes things a bit more difficult because everyone else is crowd control. You can go Purify and be relatively safe. The Paquito brings in damage, so that's a bit more dangerous and a bit more direct, and you can't really deal with it with a Purify, so it kind of limits the effectiveness of your battle spell.
Let's see though. 9th versus 2nd. It's RRQ versus Aura in game number 1 of MPL Indonesia Season 13, Week 6.
Welcome to Mobile
Here
Legends.
it is, folks. A run on the lethal ignition to man standing on business.
He's out for blood here. He's trying to use that Power Wave to really shut down, especially the backline members, or go for the 1v1s. 3 Purifies in the game right now, 1 on Kabuki, 2 on Skylar and Dawn. Clay is on the flicker though, so that is, a factor that can lead him to be getting caught in the late game.
Brusco is just chilling, man. Better watch out.
Some damage placed down here. Brusco still has regen. Clay controlling this part. Letho secured by Irad early on.
Man-to-man mark from Yawi and also Brusco now. Trying to invade this one, Irad. Maybe trying to force his retribution as we take a look at the emblem by GamesMax. Arashi, what do you see here?
Well, Yawi wants to be all over the map. He won't be able to get the purple. He has skill with the Inspire. He's trying to go for a bit more utility, whereas Clay actually goes for more movement speed.
Oh,
Skylar though.
Purify, one more shot. Oh, he doesn't get it. Skylar gets out just in time. The wave pushing back towards Kabuki, and Yawi gets pulled back by Irad. Very low, no purifies for both the gold laners, and Irad helps Skylar get rid of this wave.
Right, small victories right here so far.
Very, very aggressive from both teams, and or I think he's still on the losing side of it, but hold on, Brusco, break the flicker. And now they're gonna set up for the turtle in about 10 seconds.
Is it Power Wave? It is! Let's go!
Power Wave! I want to see how this plays out, especially with the first turtle fight, man. Because on paper, there's just so much damage and crowd control built into Aura that even Irad on the Barats, I feel like can't really take that burst damage potential lightly.
Already a really good setup for Aura. They cleared out the wave much faster than RRQ and they got level 4. Brusco still 3, same with Yawi. Let's see though, who has the advantage here. 2 utility junglers, they're gonna reset it.
Yep. Gugun needs to be careful of that Deathness Welcome. It could be 50-50. It could also be 100-0 if Irad gets a Deathness Welcome. Gugun dashing forward, getting a taunt now. Oh, knockout strike 2 times! And Gugun gets it! Beautifully done by Aran on the back as Yawi goes even away. The dragon finishes Clay off the lethal ignition tick from Aran. Takes him out clean from the dragons.
No power wave, Mirko?
Power wave!
That was a really, really good... Oh, Irad!
No power wave because another KOF skin is going ham. He's the power wave.
Out of nowhere, Yawi and Yeskill, 2-man crew, trying to take this one. Let's see though, he's gonna be stolen by Clay. So it is still a W for Aura in this time of the game. 1k gold lead and 2 kills. Wow.
That's a tough situation to have, man. The fact that they did not get the turtle despite all of the resources they used in that fight. I think Aran was the one that was able to stealthily snipe out the turtle. Might see a replay on that. But man, Aura, again, when it comes to objectives, always so solid, and they're always dictating when the plays happen. So RRQ are the ones reacting, forced to try and scramble into a play, or suffer the consequences and get flanked. And Yawi was able to find the pickoff onto Clay as well. So that is something that I think RRQ needs to take into consideration and adjust. Clay has to be somewhere in the back, and he has to save some of that crowd control to ensure that Yawi can't just do what he wants.
We've talked about Gugun all the time about objective takes, but in the background though, Aran and also Yawi is doing work for him to be able to secure that easy retribution. The icing on the cake play, man, that diversion from Yeskill just... He's also low on mana, by the way, so it's more of a gamble play, but it paid off.
It certainly did. Skylar, Entropy.
Uh-oh.
Better trade, but Gugun catches him off guard. Skylar will have to use that Purify. That's a big resource burnt out. 13 seconds for the turtle.
Doesn't seem like RRQ would want to go immediately for the contest. I feel like it depends on how these fights play out. The fact that Yeheskiel has so much more space to operate, and Clay is just forced to play so much more reactively, being the main solution against Yawi technically right now.
Once again, the turtle setup, they already got the advantage here. The turtle is on the side of Aura, and they actually chunked a bit of damage from Brusco and also Skylar.
Where the dragon? Cut him down. Wow, well played by Yawi, locking him down as Brusco now gets melted down by Kabuki. A desperate Detonus welcome is all he can ask for. Power wave! Aran takes him out.
But Aran was able to get so much more prio there. Arriving to the fight without even losing anything. He is just outlaning Dawn as well at this point. Slowly but surely now you can see the pressure leaking into the waves, into the side lanes. Skylar not really finding any safe zones to farm.
Arashi, first item Milfic Roar from Aran as he pops in a Fury Hammer. Skylar in the bottom lane, no Purify! Yawi gets him! The 2-time punch from Aran! Another power wave!
Let me kick you and let me punch you, said Aran. Yawi and Aran has been the dynamic duo so far in this game, securing objectives, securing kills towards the DPS of RRQ. Big one here to snowball into the later part of the game.
Skylar only standing on the feather of heaven, not nearly enough to be a real threat. Kabuki, 1,400 gold ahead though, with a corrosion sight. But what's important right now is Yehezkiel on the Enchanted Talisman, meaning he'll be spamming out those spells even more. There's going to be a lot more diversions for Yaoi as well. That play was pretty disgusting. And
baited out.
I mean, it's baited out, but Iran hasn't been able to D2 us welcome in the past couple of turtle takes. So, is it a really disadvantage at this point?
Yeah, and Irad, one of the frontliners of RRQ. Well, all these Aura Fire or Aura team snowball are getting gold. It's gonna be harder for him to be more aggressive because he doesn't really have that CC to work with, and also getting kicked out by Yaoi is like Yaoi has an easy job to do it. The damage is there, the burst is there. Now how do you handle it in objective fight? Meanwhile, top lane though, wild charge.
Possible trade here, but RRQ don't have to go for it. That's another Yaoi entrance with the diversion of Yehezkiel, and Gugun is holding the Dino now down. Kabuki, we're going to shred him down, and now it's going to be adapted as well. Come on to the back, Gugun. Guess he praises Rack, chunked in, but he will fall. Skylar melted down. A run with a knockout punch to the Dino.
Power wave once again, Iran. I'm kind of disappointed that you didn't say it, Mirko, but they're looking to go
I've been saying it too much.
Yeah. No, there's nothing too much because Terry always said it.
You're right.
Yep. And now, without a jungler, they want to actually secure this turtle.
This is a risky one, Aura, and they will decide to reset it. Wow, RRQ spent a whole lot of resources to get it done now, and they got baited in.
No.
And Yehezkiel still wins it. Bruce go with the flicker to power. They turn. Yaoi finds the way of the dragon to displace him for Kabuki to finish him off.
Everything is rolling for Aura. Even though they got one kill, RRQ towards Gugun, but they always won the trade. And this time around, without a jungler, they actually secured this one.
Oh no, Death is welcome. Again, baited out. They're so scared of the damage potential of a run.
There's just so many crowd control tools that Aura can use to really burn out the responses, the counters that RRQ have at their disposal. Even though they saw that earlier, Gugun wasn't around, they wanted to go for the neutral objective, but it just didn't work out for them. It was a bit too rushed. I feel like they should have really gone for more of a fight, if anything. But now they're trying to counter back, they're trying to find neutral objectives, but look at the diversion threat, man. You can see Yehezkiel just trapping it out.
Oh no!
That's one punch and a diversion.
Oh no!
I can seal Yaoi. Just recalling on him, man.
Man, we saw Yehezkiel coming, but I didn't see Yaoi coming at all. He just comes through the back and just forced the flicker from Clay. This guy's macro is ridiculous.
It's the conceal on top of the diversion, man. The double layers of unpredictability. Now guys too far in front though.
Brought back to the team and slain by Skylar. That's just welcome onto Gugun right now as Kabuki is able to dash away from it. Eternal Guard knocking him up, but look at Aran! Power wave for Aran again. It's a double.
Power play from Iran, securing 2 kills after that very important sacrifice from Yaoi, just getting all the resources away from RRQ, and right now they're sitting about 6k gold lead in 9 minutes.
It's just a lack of damage at this point, man. They're just a bit too far behind. Skylar.
Whoa.
Whoa. What are we looking at?
I actually just realized that Aran has 7 kills.
Yes.
7-0-0. That
Power wave.
That is power of nature.
No.
Power wave.
He's been
power on.
He's been destroying people in the back line, also the front line. Yehezkiel though, forced to flicker away, but not a lot of things that RRQ can look for with that pressure.
No, RRQ were just looking to trade something on the board, and in the bottom lane, Aura just get it for free. Well played to Aura.
If you want to play as good as Aran, do not forget to secure the skin of Terry Bogard, and also 2 other... meanwhile...
Yeah, this one is another KOF skin. It's Iori Yagami who kicks the Dino back and the fade away! Kabuki's on a killing spree!
The whole composition just works so well, man. Even when you get out with a sliver of HP, there's just so many things that can still take you out. Making things worse right now, Nexus of Durance built up for Yehezkiel. Wants to make sure that all the healing is curved as much as possible. So if anyone gets kicked by the way of the dragon, it's over, man. There's no way you can survive long enough to be a relevant threat. And of course, look at Aran, man. Already with the Sea Halberd, the Malefic Roar, he is just...
3,000 gold ahead?
He's deleting anyone, including the front lines from RRQ.
Another
Nobody's safe.
He goes another... he's half the sizzing, I think.
Another Fury item. Did you say half the season?
Yeah.
He's half the season. All right, man. Just around things. Casually just deleting people with the power wave. Now with the Lord, though, Aura is playing, once again, just slowing the pace down, trying to be more calculated. And RRQ, they don't really have a lot of ways to really clear waves from a very reliable, safe distance.
Immortality early buy from Yawi. His second item, rushing that immortality. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky for Aura Fire. They do have engage potential. They do have that long-range potential in Yehezkiel and also Kabuki, but Yawi, he has to be more careful to be engaging in under the base, man, because there's a lot of cancels there that can pretty much make you make a mistake or blunder in this part of the game. So he has to be careful on his approach. But Ran, I don't think he's careful at all. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
He finds an angle to go for the Dragon, and now Kabuki just shreds him down. But it is going to be Yawi losing immortality in the back. Gugun is zoning them. My god, a double kill. Gugun still looking for the taunt, but Don gets out of the CC with the Purifieds. 2 members down again for nothing. A 10,000 gold lead for the Dragons. There's no defensive item in Iran's dictionary. He's going full penetration, also physical item. Meanwhile, Gugun very, very aggressive. Going in. Iran as well, trying to zone them in the back. Meanwhile, Kabuki just free hitting, having all the space, all the time that he needs to get that turret down. Base turret number 1. This is some interesting KDAs, man. 0-0-12 from Aluoyi. I mean, it's good, but you didn't get a single kill from all of that?
Nope, Iran wants it. Nope. He got a turtle, actually, if anything. So Skylar now with the Divine Glaive, though, will be a bit more threatening. But the issue right here, I think, is Don. On the CC right here, he doesn't have the same kind of danger that he usually has because he's not really ahead, especially against Iran. Here's a replay, though, of that earlier fight, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24. Yawi starting to play off, and Gugun just walking up menacingly, backing everyone from RRQ away, denying any kind of follow-up.
Can we just, respect the fact that there are 2 Purifies, and again, Don, you have no Purify. Why is he in the front? But now he gets taken out. Gugun is just going to go in all the way. Around in the back, dealing damage to Clay, getting him so low. Diversion! Oh! Aura straight from the back, and it's 3 down. Iran is running for the hills, chased down by Gugun, taunted up. It's a 1v1. Gugun versus Iran. Gugun should be able to win this out, man. He has the Appraiser's Trap, but that's his welcome. We'll stun him for a bit. Top lane, though. Top lane, now Gugun would drop back. They don't even want to go for the kill. They don't even want to go for the solo. 13 minutes is all it takes for the Dragons. Not gonna lie, this is one of the cleanest Bakiro game, one of the cleanest Chao game, one of the cleanest Lui game I've ever seen in MPL, and they are doing everything perfectly. What a display! Aura, I'm not familiar with your game.
Unreal, man. The fact that they were purified on paper, there were ways for RRQ to come out on top in some of the situations, but Aura just keeps saying no. At every single turn, at every single inkling of an opportunity for RRQ, Aura knocked them down. Or shall I say, knock them out with the Power Wave.
Power Wave, the way of Yawi, whatever it is. Aura are disgustingly good. I mean, there was no chance at all, seriously. But I gotta say though, from Arad and also Don, I know that you are the frontliner of this team. You gotta realize Yawi's potential. Like, what's the plan there? He's just standing in front of it, waiting to be kicked, waiting to be bring back down to the team fight, to the damage of Kabuki. You're just asking for it. That was weird. I'll have to agree. He had no Purify. And he just walked up. Usually, like, if you have Vengeance, that's what you would do, right? Like, you know what, kick me. But
Kind of. I mean, at that point, right?
I was playing by playing and I was like, huh?
I mean, again and again, it seems like they just lose out on the setup initially, right? And once they're out of, they kind of lose the initiative from the setup already. You can point the finger at Don and say, like, why were you walking up? But at that point, what were they supposed to do? I feel like even in the game, they seem a bit bewildered, right? Like, what now? Do we just go? Do we just let it go, let go of the neutral objective and fall even further behind? Do we risk it? And while you're doing that,
Aura just keeps going for the more definite plays.
MVP of this game, dun 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 dun, is going to be Mr. Yawi with the Way of the Dragon. 1-1-13. Really good KDA for this guy.
Can we talk about how ridiculous it is for Yawi to be MVP on Cho up against a Natan with Purify, a Grok, a Barats, and a CC with Purify? Bro.
And a Vexana.
And a Vexana, but the Vexana went Flicker, right?
No, but you know...
The cancels and all
yeah,
that
but
stuff.
with the cancels,
all
but
the card controls.
Still, I'm just talking about the anti-CC, and how ridiculous is it for you to be that good on Cho?
There's just levels, man. Because at some point, it's like, okay, you're good enough to find the catches. After that, it's about that mind games, right? You're so good and so consistent that you can threaten, you can feint out.
No.
And even though...
How good? How? How are you so good at video? It's not fair, Arashi. It's not fair, man.
It really isn't.
It's so good.
You're telling me? I can agree, man. It really isn't. But that's just how effective this guy is. Everyone's using up all their anti-card control tools before he can even make the big play. And RRQ, they were really banking on having the Barats, the card control immunity. But even then, every single time, man, he just wasn't allowed. He is knocked up, card controlled, and he gets shredded down immediately afterwards. He's even usually ignored to be the last one to fall here. It's always crowd control Irad, delete his team, and then finish him off.
No one else would have made this Cho work against this composition. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, this was that play. It's a bit of a 50-50, but man, it was just a bit too risky. They keep going for it, and when they're on the back foot, they're just very easily chased down. It's almost like it's reminiscent of match number 1, where RRQ, one of the teams can't really move that fast against Aura, a team that's so mobile and also having the diversion, but they can just keep moving in and out of fights.
Yep, this is I don't get this. Yep, easily kicked, but I think what made this game easy for Aura is how good they are at setting up the objectives, especially the turtles from earlier. I feel like every time RRQ is trying to contest the turtle, Aura is just one step ahead, and they have the wave clearing potential from Aran, and I think that's one of the reasons why they were able to secure the kills on top of the objectives. We're gonna see though the full stat line for this game. We've seen a lot of domination so far in this day, man. 13k gold lead in 13 minutes for Aura. Wow.
It's definitely not the result that RRQ Hoshi were looking for. But that's a fair point, Shevin. I mean, Aran was just winning so hard, and Dawn on the CC technically became somewhat irrelevant, because the whole point of CC is to have all that sustain, to have all that damage, to be a big threat, especially 1v1. But with Aran on the Paquito, out-rotating him, out-executing him in the lane, getting more backup as well, by the way, from his teammates, it's almost like Dawn was set up for failure here, and Aran just ran with the game, especially from that EXP lane perspective.
I'm gonna both sad and happy for Kabuki, man, because in the previous seasons we've always said that, or like a lot of fans said that Kabuki needs help. He's carrying Aura Fire on its own, but this time around, like, these guys are very, very capable of carrying the game, and they're actually getting MVPs. But unfortunately, Kabuki didn't really have the spotlight on every game that he played, because he's just doing his job. He's dealing damage. And I don't think he's going to be MVP anytime soon with this kind of performances from other teammates of him.
Well, by all means, he is still performing really, really well. Yeah. Part of the reason why it's so difficult for RRQ to really get a foothold in the fight is because the first guy that gets Way of the Dragon, if that's a real word, gets shredded down by Kabuki so fast that by the time he recovers and it's time to really strike back, there's just not enough HP left. Right? That's part of the strategy here. If you look at the damage output coming in from both teams, technically for Aura, there's Paquito, there's Fredrin technically that's a bit more aggressive than the Barats, then the Loyi with the spammable skills, and Kabuki that shreds down. Compare that to Dawn on the CC, Vexana that's limited severely by cooldown, and Skylar that gets zoned away so much in the early game.
Look at that. Damage still actually led by Yeskiel. I actually didn't really expect that, considering how much Aran was there to deal damage towards the opponent. But I think Aran is more of an executor when the HPs are low, but Yeskiel is definitely the one that shredded them to the point where there's no running away from Run.
Yeah, I think at that point, right, like everybody was dealing similar amounts of damage. So, yeah, it's Yehezkiel with 53,000, but I think Kabuki followed very, very closely. Maybe 40K, and Iran probably had kind of the same.
Yep.
My God.
We might see it in the post-game recap in the next game, but I think I'm not too surprised that Lo Yi, of all things, has a huge amount of damage dealt, especially with the compositions, right?
Yeah,
all
bro.
these fighters, Lo Yi is deceptively lethal, man. But I guess we can get into that later.
Let's see though. I think RRQ will try to reset. We'll try to take a break first to face Aura Fire or Aura in game number 2. So do not go anywhere. We're gonna be back with game 2 of Aura versus RRQ.
Bukan ya? Bukan MPL Dead kan? Bukan. Tapi Bude, ini kan orang dalamnya Aura kan? Jadi Bude bisa tanya-tanya dong, Aura kok season ini, sadis banget ya, on fire banget loh. Kenapa tuh? Apa rahasianya?
Karena lebih ke ada satu player yang lagi lumayan tersorot sih Bude, itu Gugun sih. Kita kan langganan Rookie of the Week ya teman-teman. Dan kemarin alhamdulillah sempat jadi Player of the Week juga gitu.
Nyabet gelar terus ya, hampir setiap minggu ada wajah Gugun. Tapi kalau itu kan rahasia, ada Gugun. Kalau rahasianya Gugun sendiri bisa sekeren itu dan sejago itu, apa tuh?
Spill tipis-tipis kali ya. Kalau katanya Gugun sih sering ranked, terus juga fokus latihannya sama ikut-ikut turnamen Bude. Ikut turnamen kecil-kecil gitu.
Ikut turnamen kecil-kecil. Kemarin Kak Jo juga udah sempat tuh kasih tahu Bude kalau di Aura Fams, lalu di community-nya juga lagi banyak acara ya.
Iya Bude, benar. Kemarin tuh Jo bilang Aura Gaming Academy. Nah kebetulan aku bawa BA-nya Aura Gaming Academy Bude. Sini.
Wah ini BA-nya langsung?
Ya.
Berarti pemenang season 1 kah? Diambil dari season 1 berarti betul?
Iya kayak gitu.
Wow, dan sekarang udah season yang kedua?
Ya sekarang yang season yang kedua.
Boleh dikasih tahu dong lebih dalam lagi tentang activity-activity yang kalian punya?
Oke, jadi kalau yang belum tahu tentang Aura Gaming Academy itu kita di tahun ini lagi buat event untuk nyari talent-talent berbakat. Nah kita itu bakal adain acaranya event ini di sekitar Jawa. Nah event ini itu udah berlangsung dari awal tahun. Kota pertama itu kita ada di Surabaya, terus nextnya itu ada di Malang, terus untuk next kotanya itu kita di minggu depan ada di Semarang. Nah untuk selanjutnya itu kita bakal ada di Jogja juga, terus Bandung sama terakhir itu ada di Tangerang. Nah jadi di sini kita bakal cari player-player terbaik di setiap masing-masing role-nya, itu berarti 5 player terbaik dan nanti bakal diajak untuk ke bootcamp di Jakarta di akhir tahun ini.
Widih, calon bibit-bibit Aura kah? Sedang mencari kah?
Mencari gugun-gugun berikutnya Bude.
Wow, mencari gugun-gugun berikutnya. Dan ini lagi berjalan terus-menerus. Informasinya bisa tahu dari mana nih ya? Kalau yang mungkin, waduh aku mau Bude mau jadi pro player, aduh mau jadi timnya Aura.
Bisa langsung cek di IG Aura Esport aja sih. Nah terus kita bakal nanti di bootcampnya juga itu bakal ada training sama coaching juga. Dan terus nanti ada turnamen. Nah kalau misalnya kalian bisa menang di turnamen ini bakal ada kesempatan untuk jadi pro scene di Aura Esport.
Mau. Semuanya langsung pada mau nih di sini pastinya. Pada pengen. Ada apa tuh?
Tapi ini khusus untuk solo player ya.
Solo player?
Iya.
Oke. Terima kasih sekali Angel. Ada lagi yang mau disampaikan? Ada yang mau dikasih tahu lagi?
Ada satu lagi sih Bude aktivitas kita. Namanya Aura Prohan. Kalau tadi Aura Gaming Academy itu khusus anak sekolah. Kalau Aura Prohan itu kita untuk umum dan penyebarannya lebih luas seluruh Indonesia. Kalau Aura Gaming Academy seluruh Pulau Jawa gitu Bude. Itu sama juga untuk menciptakan regenerasi untuk tim Aura dan tentunya untuk e-sport Indonesia kayak gitu.
Untuk tim berarti atau solo?
Benar, untuk tim. Kalau untuk Aura Prohan.
Informasi lebih lanjut?
Bisa cek di Instagramnya Aura Esport teman-teman, bisa di follow ya.
Langsung aja di follow dan juga cari tahu, itulah dia informasi yang penting. Apakah kalian akan menjadi keluarga dari Aura ataukah kalian menjadi the next Gugun? Tapi Gugun yang asli akan melanjutkan permainan. Jadi thank you banget udah informasinya. Dan pertandingan kedua, game kedua antara tim Aura dan juga RRQ Hoshi akan berlanjut. Jadi MPL Arena, mari kita sambutilah dia. Game kedua.
I just realized this is 6:40 in Indonesia, and we've already passed the first game of the second match. This might be a record.
Today might be the record of the fastest day ever of MPL ID. We'll see how game 2 goes though, right? Because RRQ certainly can still pull out a comeback from out of their pockets.
But what are the steps to take, Hoshi, especially in the banning phase? Because I think Luoyi is a force to reckon from Yeskiel. We know this guy can play the diversion really, really well. But how do you respect Yawi and also pay respect to Luoyi?
So, Harith, Angela, Nolan, just to give more context to game 1. Those were the bans for RRQ.
Well, Harith, Angela, and Nolan, right? So, honestly, I feel like there's just so many things to try and deal with. It's so... There are options they have, and also, like, it's a bit too many for them to really just solve everything by banning, right? I feel like they have to pick a strategy that they want to go, and then, despite maybe some lanes falling behind or some particular plays not being available to them because of the bans, at this point, it's pick their poison, right? Against a team that is as solid as Aura right now, it's going to be difficult for you to find a go-to solution that can just solve all the issues and out of nowhere just shut down Yawi, shut down Yeskiel, shut down Aran, right? So I think they have to try and find something that they know they can try and make use regardless of what the opponents are picking.
Is this it?
This is the question here. Irad, known to actually still be very good on the assassins. Is going for an assassin for Irad gonna be the solution here? Because again, with the fighters, of course, he's locked into a more passive style, going only for the objective and just front to backing. He can't do crazy flanks, crazy aggressive plays. On assassins, he has that option, but here's the thing: will that solve specifically their problems against Aura, who has a solid roamer, by the way, that has shown that he can shut down even the likes of Skylar, that a lot of teams find difficult to really try and shut off in the early game. If he goes for an assassin, is there a chance that it gets even worse? Because fighters have a degree of security by being tankier, by being able to stay in the front line a bit longer to get at least a fighting chance to go for those objectives.
Well, so should they go and first pick Fredrin? They were on blue side, right? Technically, they could have taken the Fredrin, giving Irad a comfort pick, but they instead went for the Natan pick, which has similar value for RRQ. But I think the main problem has to be his opponent, right? Like, you give the Fredrin to RRQ. Irad gets his comfort. But if Yawi gets the Cho again, and then Gugun goes for a Barat Samaksha or whatever it is, it'll kind of still be the same story.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, what the main constant, right? The thing that hasn't changed is that Aura is very, very good, and they're very active in setting up for the neutral objective. I feel like that's where RRQ need to start building, right? That is something that they can count on. The fact that Aura will play in that style. So maybe more of a pick-off style, something a bit more aggressive, potentially, at least in one of the lanes. We'll have to see, man, because now, in game 2, we're seeing a switch in the pick order.
Yeah, we're seeing a switch, but we're not seeing anything change from Zaya's ban so far. Still with the Angela and also Harith. What's the third ban again?
It was Nolan.
Nolan, yeah. I think it's still gonna be the same, not gonna lie, because I believe Gugun, the last time he played Nolan, he actually reached 930 GPM, which is unheard of for a jungler. Usually, the one that reached that 900 plus gold per minute is gold laners. But as a Nolan, when you have that much farming potential and also killer potential, it's possible in the hands of Gugun.
Luoyi, an adaptation, or Nolan, sticking with the constant.
Oof. I feel like Nolan is a bit too costly to give up. We're talking about Irad potentially going for the assassins, but Gugun is known to be pretty okay on those assassins as well, which makes things quite difficult. This Fredrin ban, though, something that I don't think any of us were expecting.
Does make sense, though. Looking at how Gugun was able to play that Fredrin too, and how oppressive this Fredrin is still, despite the changes in the patch. First pick.
Oh, wow.
Luoyi over to Nolan. The thing is, when you try to bait Aura to pick Nolan, they're the ones who started this whole Nolan bait strategy in the draft. They're not going to take the bait.
It's their game, man. It's their game. You're not going to beat them on their game, but looks like the hierarchy of the priority here is Luoyi for Yeskiel out of all heroes, man. Kind of tells you how Aura likes to play Arashi. They want to play fast, they want to pick off people, And if they want to pick off more people, looks like Yawi with the Chow and also Kaja is something that's inevitable in this draft.
I think it comes down to, again, the constant. The fact that Aura always plays for objectives, and when they are setting up for it, they don't like being pushed away or being forced to move, right? And Loyi
again
is a hero with exactly that, right? When you can have a lot of damage, your spells are a lot more spammable. They can do single target damage and AoE, and at the same time, it gives you shielding, right?
Yeah.
That's something that is a bit overlooked when you're talking about Loyi. So when it comes to those big, messy fights, the Loyi has so much more value, again, on top of the diversion.
We have a comment here from Gugun.
Parents remain the most important figures in my career development. Every time I'm about to compete, they always say they will watch. That's a parent buff right there.
Yep, definitely not just watching, definitely supporting fully his son, especially considering the recent success in MPL. Fighting for #1 against Bigetron Alpha. 2-0 here will set them up to equal footing again with the red robots. Barats and the carry. But by the way, we have seen that a way to counter the Loyi is the Novaria-Selena combo. Now,
Right.
can RRQ pull that off is the question.
We did say earlier, when you're talking about information, Novaria comes to mind, Abyssal Traps, Alarm Bombs as well. You know, technically, if they really want to have ways to deal with the pick-off potential, then the Diggy has some value, but I think they just require the front line a bit too much. Aura now, again, it's a very similar strategy. Tanky front line in the Barats, and then in the back, solid sources of damage. And now for RRQ, they're going with the same, what it looks like to be something of a front-to-back again, trying to out-damage a carry and a Loyi with a Novaria and a Tan. I feel like on paper at least, it doesn't really work well.
Oh, this is a hard decision for RRQ right now. Do they want to limit Yawi's potential or Iran's potential? It looks like it's going to be Yawi if they want to go for this Kaja. So Iran, he has the green light to pick off this kind of heroes like Benedetta or Paquito. They can pretty much punish the backline of RRQ quite easily. This is Novaria we're talking about. This is Anatan we're talking about. If there is no peel, they're dead.
Yeah. And this is exactly why I felt like even last season when a lot of people said Iran was just all hype, 1 week prime, I felt like this guy had so much potential because of how he was playing the side lanes. Now, it'll always make his opponents think. He's already so good at playing the split push game. Add on to his team fighting prowess that he's recently just added into his arsenal. We have a comment from him too.
All teams improve, so even though they're at the bottom of the standings, they're still strong. So that's the motivation that he needs to be able to propel himself from the 9th to 2nd in this season. And it looks like Yawi's not going to play those pickoff heroes unless there is another pickoff hero that we haven't seen so far in MPL, or at least not much we've seen.
Franco?
Rashi. Yeah.
Franco, huh? It's been a long while.
I don't think it's going to happen though.
The
But I would
Grok,
love to see
though,
it.
I think it's a bit more plausible. Oh man, this is the problem with RRQ. I mean, what do they want to? They have to just pick their poison, and even if they try and do so, Aura have so many more options that it almost seems inevitable, right? So we have to see if something else shows up. The Minotaur, though, for Aura, they know that the backline for RRQ is vulnerable. They're denying the peel tools, the sustain tools as well.
Yep.
An alternative we see often is a Ruby for a while, right? For the spammable crowd control. We'll see though for RRQ. What will they try and go with here?
That's the question. And
XP lane and roam.
XP lane and a roam. I think they're gonna... Should they go for the Selena?
With the Novaria combo, I mean,
yeah,
that's how it was used.
Safe choice is going to be probably Grok, right? They want to take it away from Yawi too. And yeah, it'll be the Grok picked up for RRQ. So Yawi.
Tigreal though.
Yeah, that's been the usual go-to when other heroes get banned out. A good set or two.
How about Edith?
Oh, we've seen Edith too. You're right. Edith, we have seen it from Yawi. Played it once.
So even if teams kind of ban all 5 heroes towards Yawi, he still has options, is what I'm hearing. Ruby now showing up. This is XP or roll.
Hold on.
Yeah, XP or roll.
Yeah,
Hang
hold
on a minute.
And I believe Iran actually played, Ruby. Yeah. Full damage, by the way. No defensive items whatsoever. This guy loves to deal damage towards his opponent. Doesn't really matter if the hero is meant for sustainability. But let's see though. Do they want to flex it or not? It's going to be...
Drum roll. Oh man. Power wave.
Power wave. Nice.
Oh boy. Now what for RRQ? That's the question. Even their roamer, safe from some crowd control, but no real spammable ways of protecting the backline either. In an attempt to shut down Yawi, they have left their backline quite vulnerable here.
Oh man. Let me tell you what, Arashi, like I'm an XP laner, but I'm not gonna be having a good time if I were to pick any hero right now against this kind of composition. They have peels, they have damage, and all the heroes that I think is quite comfortable in this kind of situation is banned.
Exactly. I feel like now it's just a matter of, do you want to go aggressive or defensive, right? Something crazy in that direction, something that can maybe threaten the backline away, or something to really help save your own backline. It's going to be the Lapu, so logically speaking, it's going to be a dive towards that backline, although we haven't seen that aggressive side from Dawn just yet.
Let's hope that Dawn can take a page out of Luke's book, man. Oof. In terms of aggressiveness, like he's definitely on top of that. Let's see though if he can prove the haters wrong. He's gonna replace Banana, or he already replaced Banana on the starting lineup right now. It's a big shoes to fill. And RRQ right now on the 9th position.
Yeah. Counter index still favoring RRQ both games. Game 1 earlier and Game 2, but we did not see the lineup rating play that much into Game 1.
Not at all, actually. Showing again that stats are stats, but execution in the lane of Dawn matters that much more.
Lane of Dawn? Lane of Dawn?
Lane of Dawn?
Yeah.
It wasn't Lane of Dawn at all in Game 1, so we'll see if Lane of Dawn does make an appearance in Game 2.
Let's see though, the King of Kings is definitely unfamiliar with this kind of situation. They're at the bottom of the standings. Can they climb back?
Welcome
and clap
to Mobile
Aura
Legends.
back. It is game number 2 of Aura versus RRQ.
That's a good question that the Kingdom will want an answer to. Ladies and gentlemen, Aura 1-0 with an insane statement of Game 1. Yawi on the Ruby.
I feel like now it's more important than ever. RRQ need to really solidify what their plan is. Do they want to go for pickoffs? Do they want to go for fights? Brusco
might just be first blood, or they use a flicker earlier and Yawi will slash him down with his sight.
Oh man, I don't like that at all. Because in the first game, Brusco did the same thing. Didn't really get punished. But Aura, right now, they're more ready than ever to punish that one. That was an easy kill pick.
Oof. Well, right now the Emblems by GamesMax shows again that, oh man, never mind, he has kill.
Save the flicker out for now.
Watch out for flicker.
Plays looking to shoot him down. Oh, Yawi body blocks it.
Everything calculated. Play with the Rupture, Wilderness Blessing though. He wants to be a bit more aggressive. Skylar though, with the flicker, not the Purify, it's gonna be a lot more, I don't know, is he looking for more aggression to be able to reposition more in a fight? It's gonna leave him more vulnerable, especially with Yawi on the Ruby, with the more spammable spells. We'll have to see how this plays out, and if his team can even say anything to really help him out.
Yeah.
Look at the stats though, man. Kabuki on the carry.
What?
8-1!
Dude, he only plays Claude and carry for the first, what, 4 weeks? And then in the 5th week, he added Roger and Herod, if carry is taken away. So, yeah, it's safe to say when he gets his picks, he's still crazy at it. By the way, Natan, Master Assassin, Arashi.
Master Assassin Natan to be a more aggressive, especially in the trades in the lane. I wonder if the idea is for him to really win out against Kabuki, especially in the early stages. But later on, I think that's going to harm him, especially if he's going for the super late game style. Oh, RRQ goes in for it though.
Yep, shielding to onto Aran, who still is able to get the shielding, but now gets shot down. Aran still in the midst of it all, now slapped down by Brusco, but Gogun secures the turtle.
Oh,
now charge on it too! And it's instantly a collapse from RRQ. They look alive here in Game 2 as Gogun is trying his best to secure his own camp. I don't know if he got that.
I think he didn't, but the crowd is also alive here in MPL Arena. Finally, a shred of hope. And a break of despair for RRQ. 300 gold lead in this early of a game, while also leading 2 kills. Goodness gracious.
Wow, I kind of like that actually. The fact that they did not get the mutual objective is kind of a given at this point. You know, it's to be expected somewhat. But then trading and getting all that. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a big moment here for Aura.
Yep, and Yawi combos it together. The I'm Offended from the Detonator's Welcome Stun into Yehezkiel. Diversion to try to catch Natan off guard. He is low under the turret too. Oh, he cancels the recon. Yawi flickers forward. Donor Wolfgang Yehezkiel goes in for it. Beautifully done by Skylar to deny a pickoff from Aura.
Oh man, doesn't matter if he's back from illness, man. He's still 100% right now, evading all that maneuver from Aura. But earlier though, Gugun, what I like about him is one of his positive trait is his confidence, man. The fact that he retreats so early towards Apraxia, which has a lot of durability and sustainability, shows that he's confident that he can actually kill this guy's off. Meanwhile though, Gugun still very aggressive.
Yep. Wild charge onto him. He's a tanky boy, though. He's taking a whole lot of shots now. He should fall. Diversion by Yehezkiel as Yawi tries his best to escape here as well. Brusco already very low. Down over King from Yawi. McClay is running him down with the help of Irad. Surely. This should be a free kill. He's dodging away, but Irad finally gets the last shot he needs to take him down. Kabuki gets read out. Irad is in there. Kabuki gets out. Mid lane. Never mind.
Wow, already, again, great adjustments coming in from RRQ, but you can see for Aura, they're just so in sync. The fact that Kabuki was able to just plan out the dive, set it up, and with that momentum, that's going to be total for RRQ.
A stun flicker and Don gets it done. Bravest fighter.
Beautiful timing on that enhanced basic attack. Actually chased the flicker to render it useless for Yehezkiel. Burn the flicker and also dead. Nothing could have gone worse for Yehezkiel at the time.
Great dive coming in from Don here. You might have called it out, Shevin. Is it going to be the land of Don for Game 2 for RRQ? Because his presence in the game right now is a lot more convincing compared to Game 1. If you're looking at the items right here, Hunter Strike for him, ensuring that the squishies will have to think twice before just walking up to a potential Bravest fighter. Compared to Game 1, Oran is just not as dominating, but of course it's only 5 minutes in. And for the mid lane, Clay has the Enchanted Talisman earlier here, so now Yehezkiel is the one that's a bit behind, won't be outputting as much damage.
Definitely not on my bingo card, the fact that Iran lost the lane, or even I think it's more of the fact that Iran kind of lost the team fight or the objective fight. That he's a bit more 1v1.
Iran, this might be a solo kill. Iran popped in the sprint now with the shield as well. Don just needs one more shot. Iran dashing out into bait. Don gets a kill. It's a killing spree for Don, but it won't be traded back. Still a solo kill as Gogun tries his best to go up top, but gets picked up as well. The Kings of Kings are running Kabuki down in the mid lane. Skylar, we're gonna see Yehezkiel nowhere near to try to help him out, and that is a tier 1 for RRQ.
A whole different scenario right now. RRQ slitting 1.3k gold lead. Not as dominant as the first game as Aura did, but it is a lead that you need in this game.
I mean, the fact that now Yehezkiel just can't stand there without being threatened, with the front line just soaking damage and attention away from him. It's a whole game changer, man. He's forced to be a bit more defensive, can't really walk up to outhit the relatively short-range spells that he needs to carry his team. So that way, Clay is actually getting a lot more done because he can shoot out his spells from relative safety.
Wild charge, the flicker, now knocking Gugun up as well. Don, Bravest Spider once again, now eaten up by Dretz's welcome. Push back as Brusco is all alone in the back. Iran trying to do the same. Towards the backline of RRQ. Don, no Bravest Fighter. They've depleted their resources, but so have Aura, and they will leave this back for Skylar to take.
Not fitting the Skylar-centric allegations here, RRQ. But right now, like, I do give props to RRQ for the objective fight. But Aura Fire, they actually disengaged that really, really beautifully, especially Gugun with that Detona's welcome, actually stunned, I believe, 2 people from RRQ to render them useless and cannot chase in the team fight. Meanwhile, though, RRQ still very aggressive this game, about 2.7k gold lead. There's still a lot of possibilities for Aura Fire. Let's see, though, if it's gonna happen.
And for RRQ, though, I feel like them being the aggressors right here, being the ones who really first use the spells and let Aura use their spells defensively, it's just working so well for them. And their backline is just now not as secure as they were in the previous game. Not because of an assassin, but due to the long distance
spells coming in, and the flex.
Diversion again on the Skylar now. Gugun trying to run him down. Aran doing the same thing with the sprint. Used up already. Kabuki isolating Irad, trying to get him down. Aran in the back. Almost getting Skylar. He's baited in the return. He takes the kill down. Skylar, first death in this game. That's a conceal though. Don wants to get Aran. Let's see. No. He will be able to do so. 1-for-1 XP traded for gold.
That's a W, Rashi.
All things considered, definitely a W. With Skylar just using everything to try and survive there, it just wasn't enough. And just like that, when Aura are the ones aggressing, when they're the ones threatening Clay and Skylar, the whole fight just looks completely different, right? RRQ now, it just means that their agenda is to make sure that they're the ones that starts things off with the bravest fighter, with the Astro Echo, and find something, and force a lot of these spells from Aura to be used in a more defensive fashion. That way, they're defending their backline by using more offense.
You have to still be, I mean, Aura needs to be very, very careful though, because RRQ, Skylar's still building up very fast. He's about to finish the Holy Crystal. Probably will finish it in the 10th minute. It might be faster if they continue to funnel and give him as much gold as possible.
And at this point, Clay himself has also finished the Lightning Truncheon. So the backline members have to be even more careful, because even if the tanking members get hit by the Astro Sphere, that splash of Lightning Truncheon will still hit.
Astro Echo forcing the death is welcome and just melting him down. Yaoi in the midst, no wild charge! Diversion to get him out, and it doesn't, no, it's not there just yet! 3-4-0 to the Kings of Kings in Game 2.
Lightning quick that engage. That's a lot of conviction, man. RRQ knows that Gugun cannot get away from the walls of Brusco. As right now they're leading the game 2K. Holy Crystal secured by Skylar, and that is gonna hurt so much for these guys.
It's only a 3.0, almost 4K gold lead right now. It's small compared to game number 1, but hey, it's a big sign considering how the game has progressed. And now immediately invading into the jungle, Kabuki
trying to go for the assassination on the
No
Skylar.
way.
Looking forward, Skylar's 1 HP! The save from Brusco! And the flicker out from Skylar. One last hit would have done it.
Oh man.
Bruce Goat.
That was crazy.
Bruce Goat. Put some respect on his name.
Battle of Micros. The fact that Kabuki went for it is crazy enough, but the cover from RRQ, knowing that your main DPS is in trouble, is quite beautiful. And the fact that Skylar is jumping on towards a Paquito is also insane. It tells you how much lead that they have right now.
He entropies forward right here without a Purify. That certainly is a bold move. RRQ though, they're setting up for a 3-wave push. It seems like Aura will be in position to clear it out. All things considered, the fact that they have all turrets down except for the base turrets is a massive victory for them. That means they have all the control and they have all this distance, so they chase down Aura. Unless, of course, a massive diversion play happens. That is still the ace up the sleeve for Aura that has not used it just yet.
We also have a game fact here from GoPay. Carry becomes the most big hero for Kabuki in MPL Indonesia Season 13 with 9 picks and a win rate of 88.89%. Something tells me there is a reason for this. He's playing with Yaoi. That's why he has to pick those carry, those kind of hero that can pretty much shred the front line with a pick-off potential from Yaoi.
That's actually pretty, like, that's a cool coincidence because Benny Cutie used to play carry a whole lot too during, you know, the Yaoi era of Echo.
So is it a coincidence?
No. I mean, Kabuki has also been playing carry a lot. Gugun. All along.
Look at that.
The diversion. Clay gets picked up! 1-for-1. It's a jungler for the mid laner.
I don't know about that.
Look at Natan though. Now they're trying to scramble. They're trying to buy some time as Natan goes and clears out the wave. Aran, 1v3. Stunned up twice for the shield into the end. The Brave Spider. One more slash to the sword should do it, but Aran is still running away with the sprint. He goes back to juke. He goes back for the shield. Now he's trying to buy some time. He has a knockout strike a bit more there. But in the mid lane, there's another fight that's going on. Natan just going ham as Bruce Goats gets a knockup and Skylar's on a killing spree. Finally, the Paquito will fall. Yeah, Heskio in the mid lane, recalling just in time, but Bruce Goat trying to zone him away. Yo, Bruce Goat with a big smack onto Yaoi. Skylar with the entropy. Not enough to get this game under RRQ's belt. Not just yet.
Oh man, thankfully the wave is still not there for Aura. But man, that was an interesting maneuver for Aura. Now, I'm all for this kind of divergent play, but you have to pick out your targets. Yes, Clay is an important member of RRQ, but you have to get more than that. What's gonna happen? Like, what are you doing when you already got Clay? At that time, it's just a scramble, and right now RRQ has the lead. What's the plan there?
This is kind of game that, in a way, suits RRQ. I think a lot of the fans really enjoy the fact that sometimes they play so chaotic, so messy, that it isn't supposed to work, but sometimes it really does. And for Aura, that has been playing so objective, so neat and clean, now it seems they're kind of pushed into an unfamiliar territory. With the Lord coming up right now, RRQ, they might be going straight for the end right here before things get even longer.
They want to go in instantly. Now we're getting chunked. The base is wide open, but the Lord is going to be dealt with. Iran in the front already. The waves have been dealt with for now, but there are more waves to come. Kabuki pops in that ultimate, trying to go and clear it out. Well charged! Clay finds the kill now. Sarad jumps into the back line with another shot down. It's done! Walks up forward, and Skyler decimating the back completely. And it's level on the board, 1-1, the equalizer. The Kings swing their swords at the Dragons.
Hope is still there for the Kingdom. 1-1. What a win. What a display of skills and macro gameplay for RRQ. This is the RRQ that we used to see.
It started off slow, man, and I think a lot of people were thinking, man, is this really how it's gonna end? RRQ says no. Everyone just steps up to the plate, man. It looks like a completely different play style compared to game one.
The Kings mentality is something we did see during the host segment. We didn't quite get that on the caster desk. But it still remains the Kings mentality. We'll see if that continues here in game 3. Momentum on the side of the Kings.
Oof. We said Skylar-centric Karashi, but at that game, literally everyone showed up. Even Dawn, one of the most underwhelming member in game number 1. He was able to carry in the early game, especially on those objective fights. Yep.
I mean, you called it, Chevin. The land of Dawn.
The land of... So, in Indo, some of the streamers say, Dawn got bang. That means, is it done?
It is.
Done.
Well, he ended it for sure there. I think once we get into the replays, we're going to see a lot of different moments where, of course, everyone played their part. This is a team that's so difficult that not a single, no one can single-handedly just make the game-changing play. But I think everyone, including the members that we've heard being mocked online before, like Brusco, right? Like Dawn. We were just saying, honestly, right? I mean, Dawn doesn't seem to be doing as well. Caster Curse immediately just strikes again.
Bruscover? Bruscoat! Bruscoat!
Gotta say,
Shout out Wolf.
Okay.
Shout out Ulf.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Also, man, what am I gonna say earlier?
Bruscoat? Was that it?
No. No, it's
Put some respect on his name.
It's just the fact that I've seen Geek Fam versus BTR, right? Game number 1, it was complete domination. Game number 2, it was even more of a domination for Bigetron. I kinda expected the same in this game, and it's definitely out of my prediction that RQ was able to get this one, and this is the MVP, Bruscoat, in the building.
You're so good, man. Just finding the information, but also just picking the right targets to engage on. By all means, the composition overall just works a lot better as well against Aura this time. But the fact that he always finds the right target, and especially in that later stage of the game, the fact that he was able to assist Skylar so well in going for single pickoffs, but also big AoE moments. Here are the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner UBS Gold. And early on, again, we're seeing that Aura has a tempo. Seems like it's gonna be the same thing. But it turns out they are willing to trade now, going back and forth, going to just exchange blows with Aura and Dawn out of nowhere. I don't think even Aura were expecting Dawn to play so confidently, right? The Lapu being a different hero, more confident playstyle, maybe. But the fact that it just goes in like that, I think initially that was the main thing that allowed them to just get some momentum.
While we're on the XP side of things, right, let's talk a little bit about the spell change from Aran. Game 1, Flicker. Game 2, Sprint.
Right, it's just not the same kind of threat level, especially for the backline members. No longer having to expend a lot of spells just in case he goes for a flicker play, right? So with the sprint, he's more mobile and he can kind of match, he can play more split push heavy, which I think might be the idea for Aura. But RRQ just pushed the tempo and Skylar survives with such a sliver of HP, and that was due to Bruce Goat. And here, once again, Bruce Goat, he finds the play. Here too.
I think the idea of the sprint Paquito is the fact that Baksha is on the other side of the floor, and when you're in range of Baksha's ult, you can't really get away with just a flicker. The slow is still gonna get you. So that's why you picked out a spell that can get you out from that slow, which is sprint. But we're gonna see here the emblem from both of these teams, 13k, so it's kind of the same as game number 1, but it's flipped. Right now RRQ is the one that's winning 22-5, 17 kills difference. That is great.
That is dominant. I mean, almost as dominant as game 1, right? Game 1 was 13 minutes and 40 seconds, around that.
Yep.
And they just did a great job playing with their strong side laners, man. This time they have lanes that they think can go well, and they were very actively ganking, right? In game 1, they were just confused on where Aura is going to show up next. In game number 2, with the Baksha in hand, right? They just kept going at it, kept colliding with Aura before they can set up for a diversion play. In fact, I think there were only like 2 really effective diversion plays in the whole game, and even one only resulted in them picking off Clay. And as you mentioned, Shevin, I think they should have went for Skylar, but at that point, if they went past Clay to try and get to Skylar, they're gonna be exposed, right? So I think that aggression that disrupts Aura's setup, instead of just fighting them at the actual contest, disrupting their setup really seems to be the key here that RRQ Hoshi was able to do. And Lapu Lapu in the hands of Dawn with the Rose Gold, man. He wants to go in all the way in the back line. And even there, before the end, he outputted a lot of that damage that eventually just took out the whole back line from Aura. So the fact that now Aura has to deal with multiple damage dealers instead of just Skylar, right? I think that is what's really confusing them right now.
Yep. The kills are cool, the goal difference are cool, but you know that you were doing something right when you forced Iran to buy a defensive item. a single belt.
Well, you know that you're doing well when Gugun, right, did not get a single Lord.
Yeah,
that's true. Right, this is very rare for us to see. Gugun not winning out in the objective contest. And now you're seeing it. We've been talking about how, of course, Gugun is great and he has the timing down and all that. But it's also a whole team effort in having a great setup in order for him to find success. Now when things get disrupted, when the table gets flipped figuratively, you can see that even Gugun himself still finds struggles.
Whoa. Is this Skylar?
Should be, right?
Wow.
Wow.
951.
So that is so far the 3rd highest GPM this season, only behind 2 Eman's Bruno.
Dude, on a ton. And hey, that's why he got the Holy Crystal at such an early point of the game. I was highlighting it. I was like, wow, he's actually really close to a Holy Crystal at the 9th minute of the game. So he's going to get that in the 10th minute. And he did. And then he got the Divine Glaive right after. So no wonder. What a farmer.
He just finds a way to just farm so much faster compared to everyone else, man. I mean, Skylar. You know, everyone's saying that, well, RRQ, so Skylar-centric. Well, what of it, right? If Skylar does have that kind of impact, whatever, man. Whatever works.
And I think it's one of the only teams in the league that actually gave the total buff towards the Cold Laner. Maybe, that should be replicated to other teams out there because he is the TPS. He needs more security when he's trying to join the team fight. So it works, right?
It worked for RRQ. Maybe it'll work for other teams too. Who knows?
Who knows though? But you know what else? Who knows who's gonna win this match in game number 3 of RRQ versus Aura? Let's see though.
I have faith.
Okay. Let's see who's gonna win. Arashi surely knows or wanna have a pick in mind. Let's see though. We're gonna take a break just in a second, so do not go anywhere for the result of this match.
Game 3 underway.
Halo?
Halo.
Kenapa ini kayaknya kok suasana dari Kingdom beda banget ya dari match-match sebelumnya?
Iya betul, suasana hari ini atau match ini ya, kita agak sedikit berbeda. Kenapa? Karena kita sesuai dengan yang sudah, mungkin tadi udah di-shoot ya, di belakang ada tulisannya "We will not go down". Jadi ini bentuk apa ya, bentuk keresahan mungkin ya. Keresahan atau keinginan kita untuk RRQ Hoshi khususnya itu segera bangkit lagi. Jadi kita Kingdom kan udah biasa nge-chance, yel-yel, kita selalu rame, kita selalu mempenuhi MPL Arena gitu, itu udah biasa banget. Tapi kali ini kita datang dengan cara yang berbeda, kita semuanya no atribut bisa dilihat. Ini bentuk kita pengen ngelihat RRQ Hoshi itu bisa kembali lagi ke performanya. Terus thank you. Ini juga bentuk kita untuk memperlihatkan kita tetap ada. Kingdom tetap ada walaupun di #9 sekarang. Kita tetap ada, kita tetap rame, kita tetap seru, kita tetap asik. Cuman caranya yang berbeda. Itu mungkin Bude.
Cara yang berbeda. Dan di ujung sana ya kelihatan ya. Dengan tudungnya. Maul, tetap semangat Maul. Dan memang sekarang bahkan bajunya hitam-hitam semua. Ini memang sudah janjian.
Betul, betul.
Dari semalam kah?
Iya, dari semalam.
Semuanya menyemangati loh. Semangat Kingdom ini memang suasana yang beda banget ya. Kalian gimana sih dari Kingdom sendiri biar tetap solid dalam kondisi seperti ini dan terus bisa kasih dukungan gitu, gimana cara dari Kingdom?
Kita bakal tetap melakukan sebisa kita, maksudnya kita bakal tetap bikin karya, kita tetap bakal bikin apapun itu yang bikin rame, kita tetap bikin keseruan-keseruan, cuman caranya yang akan selalu berbeda. Karena kita Kingdom, kita bisa dilihat kita tetap banyak, kita tetap rame, cuman kali ini mungkin posisinya berbeda, jadi kita harus mensupportnya dengan cara yang berbeda. Mungkin itu Bude.
Season ini cukup berat ya.
Betul.
Mengingat dari season-season sebelumnya, biasanya finishnya di top 3.
Betul.
Kali ini kalian mungkin mendapat hantaman ya. Sampai pada dari para Kingdom pun, sampai ada yang sedih banget, sampai ada yang meneteskan air mata juga.
Iya.
Dan gimana sih kalau kalian, ini akan protes kalian lakukan sampai pada titik apa nih? Sampai kalian menantikan apa sih dari tim RRQ?
Untuk protesnya sampai kapan kita masih belum tahu. Cuman kita pastikan kita bakal tetap dukung RRQ terus. Kita bakal tetap dukung mereka di saat mereka di atas maupun di bawah. Kita tetap ramekan MPL Arena, kita tetap support mereka. Cuman kalau untuk sampai kapannya kita masih belum tahu. Tapi kita menanti perubahan dari mereka.
Perubahan yang dinantikan. Dan sekarang dari Kingdom, waktu kalian untuk menyampaikan apa yang ingin kalian sampaikan.
Kalau untuk RRQ ya khususnya mungkin semangat terus. Kita tahu kalian pasti kalau lihat sosmed semua hujatan pasti menyerbu kalian. Tapi tenang, kita tetap ada di sini. Posisi berapapun kalian, kita tetap dukung, kita tetap ada, kita tetap support kalian. Cuman kita tetap menanti perubahan dari kalian. Itu aja mungkin udah.
Begitulah dari RRQ Kingdom. Dengan tanpa adanya sorak-sorai di match kedua kali ini. Mereka ingin menunjukkan dukungan tapi dengan yang berbeda. Tentu saja perubahan dinantikan. RRQ apakah mereka bisa mendapatkan game ketiga ini melawan tim Aura? Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama seperti apa pembuktian dari kedua tim ini. Let's go caster.
Archie, come here for a second.
What? That's sweat, bro.
It's manly sweat.
That's sweat. I ain't tearing up. It's okay. Well, Arashi. You care to explain, for the English viewers, what that interview was about? So, they were just being asked, like, okay, what's going on here? RRQ, usually the most cheery, the most colorful with the attributes. Why is everything looking so gloom, right? Everyone's coming in, especially the main supporters, the main squad is coming in with a plain attribute and a somber mood. And they're saying, this is our way of kind of like supporting, but in a different way, right? To show that they are with the team in their struggles and they are eagerly awaiting their time to rise back up. And I think, it's unconventional, but hey, I like the idea, the creativity behind it?
I think I have a tool that will get them out of struggle, Arashi.
Oh, what's that?
It's GoPay.
Go and pay.
Download the new GoPay app. It packs a punch. Enjoy free top-ups and free transfers 100 times a month. Yes, that was right. To any bank and get up to 20k cashback for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups. Guess the winner of each MPL Indonesia Season 13 match in the GoPay app and win total prizes of hundreds of millions and join various special activities.
It's as
Hundreds of
simple as
millions.
that. Yeah. Go scan the QR code down below if you're too lazy to actually go and download the app yourself, because we've got you. We've got you covered with all the discount codes and vouchers that you guys will be able to get during MPL ID. From time to time, those vouchers will be popped up.
Yeah, it's a fun game, isn't it? You have to vote for your champion in every match, and I believe voting opens half an hour before the match starts. Only the GoPay app actually filled out this day's winner, and the first one I picked Geek Fam 2-0.
Okay. What about the second game?
What about the second one, Shevin?
I picked Aura.
Look me in the eyes.
I picked Aura 2-0 for non-biased reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Speaking of non-bias, Ube's goal is definitely non-biased. It's non-biased to all you people who are financially responsible, looking for a way to invest and also look swag. Well, Ube's gold has got you covered.
Yeah,
you have Ube's gold. Wait, where did you get it?
Where did I get it? Yeah. I did get it from
the collab, no?
ubeslifestyle.com.
Is that collab
it is a
limited
collab with
series
MPL
Ube's
Indonesia
gold?
Season
Is it season 13?
Yes, season 13. It's a new collab. That's why I got it.
Wow.
Yeah. You can get it at ubeslifestyle.com and also Ubes Lifestyle e-commerce. Both are fine if you want to invest in the best way possible. And you can see here the RRQ fans. There's definitely mixed feelings there. They're happy that the team are winning. At the same time, they're kind of sad that... Oh! Shout out to our national team, under 23, just won against South Korea.
CITV.
Huh? What?
CITV.
What do you mean CITV? I'm shouting out our national team, man. This is not the time.
Yeah, CITV. You're supporting Indo. What do you think it means?
Okay.
What? You're just in the building, bro. What? You're just in the building, man.
Are you not in the building? Is this not you?
I don't want to talk to you guys.
All right. What we know for sure is both these teams were in the building, right? I mean, RRQ showed up in game number 2. They didn't show up in game number 1. Arashi, walk us through the previous game recap.
And again, Skylar.
Oh my god.
He's doing twice the amount of damage of anyone in the game, right? So at this point, is it even like a question? The rest of the team, if they can like perform and give this man space, that is just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen to delete the whole opposition, man. Now at match 3 though, it becomes a question of adaptability. Both teams have found a winning strat, technically, but Aura now have a chance to try and make tweaks, make adjustments. And RRQ have to try and predict those adjustments before getting into the game, because there is no next game, right? Winner takes all in the next game. Now the stakes are higher than ever, and if you are an RRQ player with all your supporters, with such a strong message from the fan base, the pressure is absolutely on.
Definitely. Let's see though, drafting game number 3. This is the decider of this match. Who's gonna win it? Who's gonna take the points in this match around? Coach Isaiah versus Coach Cindy Lucas. It's gonna be Frederick and also Harriet for the bands RRQ. Meanwhile, Aura, Mathilda, and Claude. Now, Arashi, I want to ask you a question. In the previous game, I believe the priority for Coach Cindy Lucas in the first phase of the draft is Luis, Yaskios Lui, a utility jungler for Gugun, and also carry.
Right,
Now,
it was Loyi, Carry, and Barats.
yeah, that's the same as game 1, right? Now, do you want to change one of those picks to Yahweh's priority picks if they want to bring out the same composition?
Oh, that's an interesting possibility here. If they get a prio pick for Yahweh, again, we've seen the impact he can bring, even though he is quote-unquote countered by battle spells and the like. So that is an option.
Oh, never mind.
And RRQ, they're not willing to deal with the Loyi, despite technically
Interesting, yeah.
having solved the Loyi issue. Shutting down Yeheskiel in game 2 there, he wasn't really able to perform at the same kind of capacity. It seems like for them so far, the winning formula is this chase-heavy style with a lot of slows, with a lot of short cooldown spells that they can use to just keep piling on the aggression. Just like that, already a huge change once again. Angela first pick for RRQ opens up a lot of possibilities here for combos with that hard guard.
Yeah. Asks the question towards Aura too. Do you want to try to pick up the Natan, try to deny it away from us?
Nolan is open, by the way.
Nolan is up for grabs. It was ignored completely in game number 2. Aura might look to go for that, but with an Angela, it does make things hard for an assassin.
For sure.
To target just one member, to assassinate that core member. So they might go for something more traditional. No Lo Yi though, no Fredrin.
No
It does mean that the... Oh, I was thinking maybe... Never mind.
The Valentina
All right.
is quite interesting.
Yeah, a chance to steal away the hard guard, and I dare say the Baxia was part of why RRQ were able to be so aggressive in game 2, right? The fact they were able to rotate a lot faster, that is a common strategy with the Baxia, but with it taken away right now, RRQ, if they put Irad, let's say, on a Barats, it won't have the same kind of pressure, the same kind of impact that they were looking for in game 2.
Then they can look for the XP threat. The CC does amazing with the Angela. CC Natan, will that be too greedy of a first phase?
I think you have to pick one utility, and that is Barats. That's the only utility that's available. Yep, it's gonna be Natan and Barats, so kind of the same thing as game number 2, except for the Angela. Let's see though if they're gonna be able to make it work. Now, Coach Saint Lucas, you've picked carry 2 times before this game for Kabuki. Do you want to go for the same thing? I don't think it's gonna happen because there's no Yehezkiel with a Loi, so it's going to be a Yaoi Grok. Good punish for the Natan.
Yeah, great engage tool, and of course great barrier usage from Yaoi. We'll be expecting that for sure. For RRQ, another big factor in how they're able to chase down Aura and punish again and again and deny Yaoi's pickup again and again was the Novaria. Keep in mind, the information and the reliable crowd control and relative safety for Clay. There's a chance that Aura can pick it. Well, they won't pick it because they have the Valentina, but there's a chance they can ban it out right here if they do feel like that mid presence is a bit too annoying to deal with.
The CC, as we expected to come through in the first phase of the draft. If it doesn't, it'll be banned out or take it away from the hands of Don. The carry also comes through. Do they want to just limit all of the heroes we've seen Kabuki pop off with? The Claude, Aura have actually dealt with it themselves. The Harith and the carry RRQ banned out. One last hero that Aura usually play for Kabuki that did find success, that they were able to find success with last week. It was the Roger.
The Roger.
I don't like the Roger, man. Not gonna lie.
Me neither. Not here.
Especially with the Angela. I mean, if you want to play Roger, you have to make sure that all the opponents doesn't really have much healing, so you're going to be able to break through that HP and actually proc the passive.
I think the easiest ban would be Export, safest choice, right?
I guess.
Yeah, denying any kind of solid damage source to really melt down the frontliners. RRQ definitely want the front line to last if they want to have some kind of space for Skylar to be active in the Land of Dawn. We'll see, man, because I feel like banning... Is the Bruno still like a relevant pick at this point? We haven't seen it in so long.
I don't think there's a good choice here for Kabuki. Even if you go out of the way and pick something that can stress the front line like a Moskov, they still go for the Roger.
All right. It's the only other pick that Kabuki finds success on, that we've seen at least.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard game for Kabuki, but let's see though. They still have that EXP lane. Now, something interesting that they can do here is pick a to enhance the Roger further. They can pick out the Tyrant, and it does work well against a Barats.
So like a double shred kind of tactic that is usually used against a Baxia, right? So it's a valid option.
Glue.
It is gonna be Glue.
That's Don.
Oh man,
signature pick for Don.
What do you call Don's Glue? Is there a
Glue? No.
Delu?
Glon?
Glue?
Don?
Gone.
Oh, and the signature for Clay Deden from Bogor gets his pick, the Yves.
And the crowd gets going too, man. They know what's up. They know this is his comfort hero. for Clay.
Oh man.
Hence they clap. Now Oran, what is gonna be the answer? I'm still leaning towards the Dareth, man. I know that it's a pretty risky pick. You don't really see it much often. It gets punished quite easily, but you have to be a bit more confident if you wanna propel the limitations or like the possibilities of this Roger.
I wonder if he's gonna go with a Paquito again, try and get some more aggressive plays, and have a threat to go for the backline, right? Because by all means, Yves, Nathan, and Angela, there's a lot of targets available if he does get rolling on that power wave. But it's gonna be a Benedetta.
Yeah, he does quite well against a Kalu, because it can evade some of the slam pass combo from Dawn. But he also does punish the Yves quite well, right?
Yeah, it does. So let's talk about the Yves. Arashi, you're a Yves player. Clay's a Yves player. How's the Yves now in the new patch?
Good amounts of damage, and what made Yves so fun and annoying, fun to play but annoying to play against, is still there. We talked about consistent slow coming in from the Novaria. The Yves technically can do that even better. But now with so many threats towards the backline, what I'm wondering about is the itemization. The battle spell is going to be a flicker, so some mages, like myself, fearing for a full-on chase would go for something like a sprint. But flicker, to try and combo with an ultimate probably with the real-world manipulation. Itemization though, I do wonder what Clay is going to go. Is it going to be a bit of some defensive items like a Brute Force Breastplate that can still augment the movement speed, the kiting potential, and provide some more defensive stats, or full damage and going for broken for the team?
Let's see though the decider of who's going to take the points in this match. Is it going to be Aura? Or is it going to be the rise of the kingdom in RRQ? Here we go, oh my goodness!
Early G's onto Clay with the Petrify as well, but we get the jungle cam here. I don't think there's first blood. It doesn't seem like we have that notification. So it's chill. Yeah, Clay gets out and he doesn't burn the flicker. He has Brusco on the Angela who can heal him back up.
That is very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Right now, Brusco and Yaoi is going to trade some damage in the mid lane. Oh man, it's going to be interesting. Now, I'm kind of worried about Kabuki, Arashi, because if he's behind, it's going to be hard for him to climb up. And if it's Kyler, I don't think it's going to be hard for him to climb up from a gold difference.
Let's talk about this XP lane too. You did mention that the Benedetta has a good time against the Blue, but so does the Roger. The Roger can bully Skylar, and Brusco is dead. Because he had to heal Yves in the early game, he's down so much mana, he has to recall.
Yep. Seems like a dive being set up, but won't be happening just yet. This is the issue, by the way, for RRQ. The only real face checker is going to be Irad. Dawn later will help out with that, but that is still a long way to go. He's going with the pull yourself together, by the way, so he's attempting to be making a lot of plays here for sure. Skylar goes with the tenacity for once, and so does Clay. They both understand that this is going to be a game with very difficult odds of survival, especially with all the dive coming in. Kabuki will be trying to snowball a bit more aggressively on the emblem setup, but we'll have to see if the roaming here will make a big difference, because Yehezkiel and Clay, that's also a matchup that needs to be highlighted.
3-man rotation down below to get level 4.
Yep, RQ definitely has the advantage right now. Still hasn't hit level 4, but in a second, it'll be A-OK as Yaoi already camping in the bush.
Power of Nature, Clay gets the ult just in time. Gugun, Shield Unity. That's his welcome coming down right now. The damage comes through as well. That's a 2-man stun into the real world manipulation. Yaoi flickering out the safety as the final blow doesn't deal enough damage to take anyone down. And Irad is still holding on to it. Dawn now with the split mounting Gugun, who pops into Poissons as they look for an entry once again. Valentina stealing away. The Heart Goddess is the one target. Irad wins it out. Iran in the back now isolated, still able to dash away as Irad tries to pull him back with some damage as well. But Iran gets out, and so does the rest of Aura, but they are low. Irad wants to capitalize on this. Yaoi puts the wall down, no wild target. Yehezkiel is coming down as well to put some damage back out. That's a hard guard onto Irad this time. Yaoi taking very low. Clay also poking him down. Gugun looking for the purple buff as Iran has already rotated back in again, and that's going to be Gugun who rotates back in, finds Shield Unity. Iran takes him down with the Phantom Slash and looks for more. Clay next to the chopping block is Brusco. Just ties Iran up. Some good poke from Clay, still consistently dealing damage.
Oh, that was a long team fight, and I believe RQ definitely stayed there. Welcome, Rashi.
They wanted to push the advantage even more, knowing that they do have a bit more spammability in the early game. But they paid the price for that for sure. It's still a turtle taken by RRQ, able to mitigate the also reliable neutral objective take from Aura. But here you're seeing, by the way, the change to glue. You can't really regen outside of a fight as reliably as you would with the glues on the ground.
Oh, cheeky one, Yawi.
Wow.
Always with this. He did it to Vincent, now he's doing it to Irad. Come dance with me. The detour.
Making the purple buff move all around, but look at the damage output from Clay right here. Yesgil, though, has the real-world manipulation. Gugun might go for an aggressive play right here. Always spending a lot of time trying to shut down this jungling. You have to remember that there's still other lanes in play right now.
Okay, Yawi also trying to scout some information here, maybe force a retribution. There you go from Irad.
Oh! Now spinning Yawi back into the turret. Real world manipulation from Yehesky. Oh, they baited Irad! Kabuki looking for the play right now, goes back to gun form as the hard guard comes in, but it's not going to be enough as Brusco is next to the chopping block, flickers back to his own turret. And with Irad down, that should be a returnal run! Gets the assassination in the back and gets out with the eye for an eye. Clean. In and out.
I thought Kabuki's gonna jump towards the under the turret considering how low Brusco was, but you know what? He's gonna leave it for a run. It's gonna be taken just fine. And right now, Aura sitting on a quite comfortable 2k gold lead in 5 minutes.
2.5k definitely, 2.2k actually, isn't a game-changing amount, but with Aura gaining momentum here, it's not only just the gold, it's also the pressure around the map and the item power spikes, especially for heroes like Aran, who really want to, like Benedetta in the hands of Aran, that wants to make those plays happen, like earlier, right? A big advantage right now is the fact that RRQ don't have a lot of hard crowd control to deny a lot of these daring plays from the side of Aura.
Oh!
Irad use the Detonus welcome.
Ankle breaker from Yawi.
Oh man!
Wow. It's being very annoying right here. Looking at the items, he's really sitting. He hasn't built up a single item just yet. But Clay rushes the Ice Queen's wand. He wants that utility a bit earlier, but whoa!
Defensive entropy used up. Oh! RWF faced with RWM! Yehesky caught under it, still able to dash out. Skylar gets the hard guard and will be able to clear it out. Meanwhile, though, up top, RRQ lack members. A man advantage for Aura, and the Dragons burn through the Kings up top. Dom with the flicker, but Aran doing the same thing, but with his Electo final blow.
Wow, beautiful. I thought it was over-aggressive from Yehesky with the real-world manipulation copy, but in the end, on the other side of the map, Aura capitalized on RRQ's man disadvantage.
It's crazy, the fact that Aura are just outmaneuvering RRQ, right? Without the Baksha presence, there's just not a lot of ways for RRQ to match the speed here. Aura is always in the right place at the right time, and especially at the EXP lane. Dawn is just not having a great time matching the presence in the game, as Yawi is threatened.
Oh, what? Gets caught out. Big shutdown to Skylar on that one. Gugun now on the turtle. A man disadvantage for Aura. Yehesky has stolen away the real world manipulation. Dawn trying to distract. Gugun goes in. He finds the retry as Yawi finds the wild chart as well. To dislocate Irad. Yawi getting the target down from the split, and they go all in onto him. Real world manipulation purified out of shield unity now by Gugun. In the back as Yawi should fall. Mounted up there. Gugun all alone, up against 3, up against 4, with Clay rotating back, but Gugun is so incredibly tanky. Gets brought back to the team once again and should be taken down. Kabuki unable to find an angle to attack his Aran now. Pops in Petrify just to dash out. Meanwhile, Gugun, no, it's done! In the back finds the kill onto Yehesky.
When you can see Kabuki is always second-guessing himself. Should I go in? Should I go out? But it looks like it still continues.
Chaos ensues and Irad eats Aran up. Brusco picks up the kill. Now it's Kabuki who looks for the Lycan pounce and gets one.
Wow, it is chaotic indeed, Arashi.
It's all-out action from both these teams, scrambling to get a lead of some sort. But you have to remember, when you trade evenly, it values the team with the later team composition. In this position, I do believe it's RRQ with the long distance from Yi, with the late game super damage coming in from the Natan. Aura needs to find a way to keep these fights a bit more disciplined, a bit more calm and collected. All things said though, they do have a turret advantage here. They've taken both first turrets from the top and bottom side, whereas for RRQ, they're putting a lot of time and effort into shutting down that mid lane and getting that mid turret to get the space to really maneuver, to really punish and go aggressive for once against Aura.
RRQ currently sitting in 9th place, but if they win this game, I believe they have a match rate of 4-5, which is gonna equal them to the 7th placer of the league so far.
Based on the game rate, if they win this, they'll be 5th place.
Wow.
From 9th to 5th, Gugun, the drive-by. But the Lord does spawn in 4 seconds.
Now Aura's job is to lay this Lord, try to pressure Irad of some sort.
I think for Aura, they're also a bit concerned about Dawn. In that previous fight, Dawn had so much more impact. Now, going for the Lord right here, Aran is in prime position to really pull RRQ away from each other. Seems like Aura are setting up a trap though.
Good damage onto Dawn, chunking him low, but Skylar Entropy forward into the real world manipulation, and now it's going to be Aran who jumps in with the Petrify binding play in his own real world manipulation, but he didn't actually use it. He was just in front for some reason.
Wow. Oh, already flickered Dawn.
That was definitely another attempt to look for a kill, but it did not end the way that he wanted to. A flicker burnt out for nothing for now. Yaoi zoning it right away as Gogun pops in his shield unity back to the Lord. Kabuki now in the gun form as Dawn jumps in onto him now with a split as well. Gogun knocked up for a bit. Irad still full HP. Gogun wants to reset and he does. Yaoi mounted on, pops in the power of nature, brings Dawn all the way back as Kabuki now goes in to eat up on that HP bar. That's a wild charge to knock him up, and that is a big scratch in the face from Kabuki. Aran, what?
Oh no!
Eye for an eye into Barat he goes!
Huge mistake from Aran. And right now they don't really have that advantage anymore. That advantage that he has killed. Look at the damage from Skylar. Gee!
Almost assassin-like coming in from Skylar, and with Clay back in the picture, that's the consistent damage over time coming in from the Yeve. If you look at his items, he went straight for the Divine Glaive. He wants burst damage. He's not here for poke.
Definitely, and right now Aura is still staying at the Lord Pit. They don't want to try to look for something else right now. Try to control the area around the Lord to give them the advantage if they want to pull the trigger in this time. As Aran already respawned and is looking to do Aran things on the top lane.
I think Aura is just very concerned about going for the neutral objective and then getting punished by having their members taken out. That has been what RRQ is able to be doing, but now on the top side, Aran has shown himself. He is pushed, and now the wave is set up for Aura's success. RRQ are the ones looking for something here in exchange.
Up top, the slow push, Skylar, oh! He goes in all the way, but Hardguard is still there, the eye for an eye doesn't... Ooh, too much, only gets him out.
Wow.
That was almost scary, but he's baited out a big resource, the Hardguard.
The margins that we're playing here, but Aran, he's not beefy at all. He's full damage. He has to watch out for any damage that's coming in, especially Skylar. And right now, conceal it for Yaoi.
An attempt once again as Arad gets knocked up by the Lord. Now chunked down as well. Dawn holding on to it in the midst of it all. Now, it's the Dentoners welcome into it. Referee battle, it's Kabuki! Not any of the junglers! And Aura disengage. Dawn for Yaoi, a Lord for nothing.
Oh, God. That was intense. Could have gone any other way, or like either way, especially for RRQ, but they got it done in the end. And right now, RRQ, they definitely have the resources, they have the tools to clear the load. What's going to happen in the next stage of the game?
I think Aura is going to try and use a three-wave push to get as many objectives as possible. Because honestly, RRQ has a lot more high ground playmaking, you know, to try and clear these lanes out and zone Aura for making a big play. Unless, of course, Yaoi has something to say about that. That fight was so close, but I think there was a miscalculation from Dawn. He was stuck in the midst of a big fight with his ultimate, and he didn't pop it until it was way too late. That is something that can definitely be improved. It's still anyone's game at this point, but Aura is definitely working against the clock here. They want to try and end before all these backlines from RRQ.
Drive-by again. Gugun, you gotta stop that, man. Now Yaoi looking for sandwich this one. Irad caught up.
Sandwiched. Has to walk back, giving away a tier 2 turret. Now Irad just holding the Lord down. Doesn't want it to crash onto the base turret. Giving his team enough time to deal with the other waves. In the top lane, in the mid lane, and now rotating back to the bottom lane. A good defense from RRQ, but they've lost all their tier 2s.
Whew. In terms of team fight, I do favor RRQ a little bit, especially with Skylar just pretty much shredding everyone. Doesn't really matter if it's Gugun or Yaoi. Any kind of defense item doesn't really matter against a Natan full item. As you can see here, the item, Arashi, what's going on right now?
Well, the fleeting time is completed for Brusco, even from the previous fight, actually. The thing is, RRQ hasn't been able to really get anything off the back of a massive hard guard. And for now, once these beefier members, of course, the reset coming in from Yaoi makes it difficult. Arando with full damage. Again, I think the only real win condition for RRQ right now is to get a definite engage, a proper catch. If they're only going off a pullback or a slow coming in from the Yves, the Angela, it's just not enough, right? Especially with Yehezkiel, Yaoi, Kabuki, and Aran technically all having an escape tool. They have to try and make sure that they can get someone stuck long enough for Skylar to just delete him.
Yep, I think one of the win conditions for Aura that they try to execute here is to bait out the Purify somehow, preferably Yaoi with the wild charge from Skylar, and try to execute that Petrify Electro Final Blow. And I believe even with the hard guard, Aran can burst that one down or like get through it because he has that, whatchamacallit, Sea Halberd to kind of deny the healing potential from the Angela. Let's see though, another Lord is coming, and now Aran. This is the time that he's gonna shine.
Ooh, that's a big problem, man. The fact that he has so much more mobility. Sets up for the wave right here. Skylar might show, and that would be the
Wait a minute.
for Aura to just immediately melt it down.
Skylar is in the bottom lane. It looks like they don't want to contest this. I don't think they can contest this, even if they want to now, with Skylar being so far off. Irad, can he be the saving grace? Detona's welcome charged up already. Now onto Yaoi he goes. That's a retry battle, 50-50. Gugun versus Irad, and it's Gugun who secures it for the Dragons. Meanwhile, the Benedetta in the back trying to zone Natan away. Kabuki mounted on earlier, but Gugun jumps in with the shield unity now.
Oh!
Meanwhile, Arad gets gunned down by Skylar, but Don will suffer the same fate as Arad. Brusco in the last point. Oh no! Kabuki gets pulled into the team, and he's 1 HP, but he's able to flicker out to safety.
Oh, gotta breathe a little bit here as the Lord is coming, and now it might be a useless Lord at this point unless Gugun has something to say because the damage is not there for Kabuki. Look at that,
What?
the Lord! That's a Lord to a Natan!
That's a minion. Immediately cleared out by Skylar right there. Man, that was such a close fight. And RRQ, that was a very bold move, sending Skylar away and still contesting. The fact that Don, though, has been able to really zone Kabuki away has been very beneficial for the team. Look at him, Skylar!
He just melted Yaoi, and Yaoi couldn't really do anything. He couldn't even go for the engage because he knows there's a Purify on Skylar, and now he has a Wind of Nature.
Yep. 2 layers instead of 1. They have to break through this, or even 3 layers with the hard guard also, because so far, there have been some hard guards towards other member, but it's mostly Skylar. They know it's Skylar-centric at this point because he has the damage to break through everything.
Now if you're on the side of Aura, it's gonna be a tough situation here.
Oh no. Oh! Let's see.
Gugun pops in a poison on Skylar, melting through, already using entropy right now. It's a real world inflation, won't be able to do enough with Skylar's damage! Clay and Skylar, the dynamic duo from Season 9.
Just want to remind you guys that Aura has not won a match against RRQ in about 1.5 years since Season 10. And they might prolong that streak again in this time around. It is a 3K gold lead right now, but it doesn't really tell you what's going on in this map, what's going on in this game. Skylar is snowballing, and look at that!
He can do whatever he wants at this point. There's a Purify, a Hard Guard, a Wind of Nature. Yehezkiel is the guy who can actually kill him, but we'll see if he will be able to do so.
There's a lot of damage being outputted by Aura though, but the health dispenser Brusco is ready for the task. Lord is up in 34 seconds, and now Gugun is up. That window of opportunity where RRQ has the numbers advantage has passed. Only a 3K gold advantage, but Skylar is at full build. Does it even matter?
Speaking of build, that was a necklace of Durants from Dawn. I would probably prefer to use Dominance Eyes, but what's the intent here, Rashi? Because I'm kind of struggling to, decipher what this means.
I mean, logically speaking, I think it just feels like no one's going to really target him in the fight. So if he goes for Nexus of Doings, if he goes with the split, he can apply that debuff to everyone, right?
Oh,
and
no.
now RRQ, they have a chance to just nuke down this Lord, but Gugun is really waiting in the wings.
Oh no, Entropy, this might be the window that Aura is looking for.
And Iran is already looking for that angle. Detonus Welcome charged up already, Irad.
Oh no.
In the bush, Lord knocked him up.
They don't know though. They don't know it's the bush.
They don't know about the Detonus Welcome. And they reset it. Now in the mid lane,
Oh my
1v1
God.
Iran. Oh my god, Skylar! He's the assassin now!
There was also an Athena shield from Iran. Mind you, this is a player that's overly aggressive with his builds, and now he's respecting the damage from Clayton and Skylar.
Oh, again, Don in the midst of it all, jumping to the back, all alone though, he's isolated and he will be taken down! Way too far for the rest of the team! Iran in the back, the hard guard hovering over Skylar. RRQ still desperately holding on to the Lord, but Aura have a man advantage.
Oh man, what's the idea here for Iran? Do you want to kind of cancel out the hard guard? That's possible. Oh my God, Skylar! Oh goodness gracious! You gotta stop, man! You gotta stop!
What a monster right now.
What the heck?
They sent Brusco to the top side to deal with the waves. Iran might try and go for an assassination. That is what Brusco is worried about. But overall, the rest of the team are able to just sustain up through. Iran forced away.
Oh, and a wild charge flickered away from now Skylar! Against the Petrify, against the Assassin! He rips it out! Yaoi stunned up, has the Immortality, Kabuki flickering out of the missiles. That could bring him back. No Iran, Yaoi's low. Gugun with a winner truncheon. The last hope.
Oh, this should be it. Unless Gugun made a miracle play out of this. RQ surely will not fumble this one. Around half HP. What do you want to do, Gugun?
He wants to contest. He's confident in the 50-50. He's confident in the HP bar. Yeah, Hezkiel. RWM, hard guard used up. They want to gamble it. 50-50 on the board. As Gugun looks for an opening right now, it's a real rubber blade. She gets placed down. Gugun getting melted down. Pops in with a dungeon just in time. The retry. It's Iran who secures it. And Gugun gets melted by the Natan.
How do you counter this? How do you counter this? At this point, you have the Lord, you have the Tan. You have a lot of layer to cover if you want to break through Skylar. Look at the builds, full damage with one Wind of Nature. Skylar is absolutely dominating this game.
That's all he needs, man. And even Clay going with the Lightning Truncheon. He's there for the pickups. He's there for the damage. Now they're going to be trying to siege it up. And without the right clear, it all hinges on how RRQ want to initiate on this final defense against Aura. Can they find the pickups?
The moment of truth. The S-Kill is still playing in the front line there. And now RRQ, they have the wave, they have the Lord. It's time to go.
And the Entropy. Up top, the Lord still going to be dealt with right now as Ron pops in the final blow, but the Purify is there right now. Detonus Welcome used up as Kabuki gets thrown away by Dawn. Skylar's still free hitting. Yaoi in the midst of it all, losing Immortality. Gugun as well, down the back, S-Kill. The base is wide open. RRQ. The Kingdom raise their banners. We will not go down. The Kings have answered.
I am getting chills right now. Who would have thought game number one, it's looking really bleak. They were in despair. But the light of hope from Skylar, they will definitely not go down this time around. The reverse sweep. That is the man of the hour. Skylar-centric, who cares? We're gonna play through him and we trust him to carry this one.
In Skylar we trust. Against all odds. Once again, against everyone's expectations in Season 13. Number 9 has taken out number 2.
We saw it last week. It was Evo's Glory who did it against Onyx. Now it's the Kings. All hail Skylar.
The match highlight in an initiation showdown, RQ wins the execution, leading to a successful reverse sweep against Aura. What are the chances? They were last in the standings. against one of the best team in MPL Indonesia with their newfound synergy. And also donning the XP lane, Skylar. After that illness, he came back with a solid statement. Oh man.
I think this is just time for you to just bask in the moment. Whether you're an RRQ fan or an Aura fan, that was an amazing match with even more amazing highlights. You couldn't ask for a better match to really end out the day for day one here. Oh boy. Emotions running high in the stadium, man.
You know, Geek is right now 9th in the standings, but I'm happy. I don't mind. I don't have any enemies.
What an absolutely phenomenal match. After such a heartwarming interview too. Full of despair, full of hope too though. And the Kingdom, we will not go down. The banner that they raised and the answer from the Kings.
Let's see what they have to say after this miraculous comeback. RRQ, the stage is yours.
Inilah dia kemenangan yang dirindukan oleh Kingdom dan juga semua super fans untuk tim RRQ Hoshi. Posisi 9 bukan berarti tak bisa melawan posisi 2 seperti itu ya. Atau karena kalian ada yang takut dikantongin nih? Kamu mungkin, Don?
Enggak sih.
Enggak sih ya? Dilihat sekarang komposisi RRQ Hoshi untuk melawan tim Aura. Berarti leg 1 kalian berhasil menangin. Leg 2 kalian juga berhasil menangin lawan tim Aura. Pembuktian dari tim RRQ untuk tim Aura. Gimana sih kalian melihat pertarungan hari ini nih melawan tim yang lagi di pucuk atas?
Kalau dari kita ya nothing tulus aja sih, soalnya kita lagi hashtag 9 kan.
Nothing tulus.
Ya.
Ngomong-ngomong tentang hashtag 9, ini kita ngeliat juga ya dari Kingdom tuh. Kalau kalian lihat bajunya hitam-hitam. Ini adalah katanya aksi juga, aksi protes mereka. Tapi mereka tetap ada di sini untuk mendukung kalian. Dan mereka juga sampai nulis, we will not go down. Gimana sih mungkin Skylar ngelihat dari aksi Kingdom hari ini?
Kita udah mecahin win streak karena baju ini selalu kalah kan.
Karena baju sekarang ya?
Enggak, baju Tosca ini itu ya maksudnya di MPL buruk lah kalau dari kita. Cuman kita udah patahin lah.
Udah patahin?
Yeah.
Dan ingin membuktikan juga dong pastinya buat Kingdom semua.
Yes.
Nah, ngomong-ngomong Skylar, kemarin kan kita lihat di story dari kabar juga dan Skylar tumbang. Sekarang gimana keadaan Skylar?
Masih 50%, soalnya gue belum sembuh total langsung.
Wah, belum sembuh total.
Yeah.
GWS Skylar ya, GWS. Dan gimana kamu ngeliat mungkin kondisi sekarang, kamu lagi bener-bener di pucuk bawah untuk RRQ sendiri, mungkin kamu nggak biasa dong?
Ya.
Di pucuknya bukan pucuk atas loh, pucuk bawah. Jauh. Gimana kamu menghadapi posisi RRQ yang nggak biasa ini?
Ya kita tetap berproses lah. Den, bantu Den anjing.
Den, bantu Den. Bantu nih. Tapi gimana untuk hari ini Deden turun. Apakah karena patch baru ini benar-benar membuat Deden from Bogor nyaman atau memang untuk melawan Aura Deden aja nih?
Gak tahu sih, pilihan coach aja itu.
Pilihan coach aja. Dan dengan pilihan coach ini membuat standing berubahkah? Kita akan ngecek bersama-sama ya. Ini standing udah pasti benar ya ini ya? Udah pasti belum nih? Semoga ya. Oke. RRQ dengan 1 kemenangan saja, mereka berhasil naik ke posisi 6, membalap 3 tim lainnya. Dan 1, 2, 6 tim dengan jumlah win yang sama. Begitu berbeda. Dan ngelihat season 13 ini gimana sih?
Mengagetkan lah. Ya.
Ini yang ngagetin dari mananya nih? Kasih tahu dong ke kita.
Kaget karena banyak patch-nya sih yang bikin lumayan ribet dari playernya juga.
Lumayan rumit juga
Iya,
ya. Harus beradaptasi terus.
Iya, strateginya harus digonta-ganti lah.
Harus digonta-ganti.
Iya.
Mungkin kita bisa tanya ke Brusco ya. Brusco, from this path and then the strategy has to be changed again and again because of the paths. How do you see about the paths and your team now?
The patch now I think is really confusing because so many heroes that buff, and I'm shocked too because they choose me to play. I only have 1 day practice, and I will first of all I just want to thank God for always supporting us, and all of Kingdoms. Thank you so much.
Wah, melihat kemenangan ini dia juga mau berterima kasih kepada Tuhan dan dia juga lumayan shock. Prepare-nya baru 1 hari aja, dia langsung turun untuk bermain dan patch-nya memang cukup membingungkan. Banyak sekali yang bisa diulik dan dimainkan. But seeing that now RRQ has 9 or 10 players, does it affect you, the way you play or the way you think now?
I think no because we talk a lot with Vinny, right? And we're not a rival. We talk together, not we just help together and win the team.
Dan memang banyak sekali dengan player yang banyak, apalagi dengan Vin dan Brusco, mereka bukan rival. Brusco merasa mereka adalah satu tim dan punya tujuan yang pastinya sama, mereka ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dan apalagi dengan patch yang terus-terusan membantu satu sama lain dan akhirnya bisa. But Irat, wah ada Irat kedua di situ kah? Oh Brusco, Brusco, you have your twins here? Does it look like you? Do you agree? Okay. Wow. True, but Irat, is it? I heard that it's really sentimental for you, this match, because you pouring lots of emotion when you won it. Why? Can you tell us why? Is there something that we don't know?
Actually, our last match, I am in week 1. We fight against Aura. We lose in game 1 and then we come back in game 2 and game 3. So earlier we the scenario is like that again. So like deja vu. Susah nih.
It's okay. You can take it slow. Jadi memang dia sendiri berasa deja vu karena di leg yang pertama, di game pertama sempat tertinggal tapi bisa comeback. Dan pada akhirnya ini terjadi lagi. Irat emang malu-malu gitu ya?
Just
doang kayaknya.
What Irat?
I'm just joining their vibe. They trash talk, I trash talk too.
Ikut seru-seruan ya. Jadi ikut rame-rame di sini. Dengan kemenangan ini buat Irat, they say that assassin heroes will rising in this meta. But I don't see any assassin heroes today. Where's the assassin heroes?
For now we cannot risk a lot for now. Because our team, because right now I'm still hoping that we can go to playoffs. That's why I'm adjusting for the team. I play tank or assassin, just win, just go in playoffs. Yeah.
Oh, jadi fokusnya bukan assassin hero meta ataupun apapun itu. Di sini Ratanya berfokus untuk masuk ke babak playoff dan dia juga percaya diri tentunya. Jadi apapun yang dikasih, just go for it and go to playoff. Jadi harapannya hanya masuk ke babak playoff. Tapi kalian emang ada ragu nih nggak masuk playoff? Emang ada keraguan? Ada ragu nggak? Mungkin dari Clay dan juga dari Skylar ya, berdua ini yang mungkin bisa ngasih tau, emang ada keraguan gitu di season ini?
Kalau ragu sih iya ya.
Ada?
Iya.
Kenapa tuh? Kalian kok bisa ragu RRQ nih?
Tapi kita player tetap confident buat masuk playoff.
Tetap confident?
Yes.
Pasti dong, tapi dengan dukungan juga ya, semuanya harus terus mendukung. Dan gimana sih ngelihat kalian sekarang di minggu ini, di hari ini, sudah ngedapetin kemenangan. Nextnya bakal lebih mulus kah?
Bismillah.
Bismillah, karena sebenarnya nextnya tuh ada, oh iya Bude ingat, waktu itu saat interview bersama dengan Rebellion, nextnya ngelawan Rebellion nih, ada Audi yang bilang kayaknya 2 biru yang akan masuk ke playoff dan kayaknya RRQ nih yang mau dibikin nggak masuk playoff gitu ya? Gitu nggak sih kalau Bude nggak salah inget ya dan nggak salah dengar nih ya? Nah, gimana kalian melihat ada tim yang ingin menjegal kalian nih?
Biasa sih karena palingan mau exposure aja sih.
Oh gitu ya? Pengen rame ya? Tapi kalian nanggepin itu gimana?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja? Nggak worry?
Enggak sih, biasa aja.
Mungkin Kli udah biasa ya, udah oke, banyak lawan yang ingin senggol-senggol, but maybe this is your first time Brusco. There's another roamer in Rebellion, Audi, if you remember him, he said that he want to stop RRQ to go to the playoff because the 2 blues, Rebellion and also EVOS wants to go to the playoff. What is your response about this? Your next opponent?
I know that they're doing their best, and I think we will do our best also to secure the playoffs. And my message to ODTZ is like, good luck and have fun next Sunday.
Next Sunday?
This Sunday.
Oh, oke. Ini menarik ya, dimana oke semuanya memang ingin melakukan yang terbaik. Tentu saja karena hanya 6 slot aja untuk babak playoff dan ada 9 tim untuk season ini. Jadi semua ingin memberikan yang terbaik, begitu pula dengan RRQ. Is there anything you want to say to your fans around the world or in Indonesia, guys? Ada yang mau menyampaikan sesuatu?
First of all, I want to thank the All Kingdom supporting us. I promise we will secure the playoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Irat, you want to say something?
Makasih banyak ya Kingdom, tetap supporting kita. Bisa minta martabak.
Masih ya, martabak ya? Ya ampun, akankah ada martabak langsung di RRQ hari ini? Tapi itulah dia, kemenangan yang disecure oleh posisi 9 yang sekarang berubah jadi posisi 6. Dan mereka melawan tim yang berada di papan atas. Begitu banyak hal yang terjadi, namun itu akan dibedah oleh para caster di game ketiga ini. Silahkan caster. Inilah dia RRQ.
I mean, it cannot get any more competitive than this. Everyone is not safe. Literally. Even if this is not copium, right? Geek Fam fans, you know, there's still a lot of time, there's still a lot of matches.
True.
You can't get into the playoffs, or maybe just go all the way and represent Indonesia to Riyadh.
Whoa, okay.
Oh man.
You know, I said the same thing about RRQ when they were on the bottom, so I can't deny that. You know, I think everything is still possible. And the fact that one single match can just change so much, that
They
is
went from 9th
insane.
to 6th, ladies and gentlemen. They went from 9th to 6th. 1 win. That just goes to show you how volatile the standings are. And right now, no one is safe yet. This guy's pretty safe, though.
Yeah,
This guy's
surely.
pretty safe.
I wonder who's going to be the MVP. I wonder, G. Wow, no way.
Really?
What a surprise.
He didn't get the 970 gold premium.
I mean, it's a late game. Like, at that point, you're just roaming around the map. Maybe if the game was like 9 minutes or like 10 minutes.
I think it's
900.
absolutely well deserved here. Skylar, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Nathan, man, the emblem adjustment, the game plan from the team, and how he is able to execute it. And the fact that everyone's saying that Skylar is the safest, the most calculative, safest player. But in this game, he shows again, calculative does not mean passive, right? When he calculates that this is the time to really explode and go for a big play, he goes forward with the entropy, right? Knowing that he has the backup, he has the tools to survive. Let's take a look at the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. In the early game, it was looking so intense back and forth right here. But whenever RRQ can get someone locked down long enough, they can get an advantage. But otherwise, immediately, Aura just go out and get back in. And then again, it seems like they're not about to come out on top. But after a while, whenever they can isolate members from Aura due to the slows, due to the pullbacks, the entanglement from the Angela, that is what they have been using. And of course, as you said, Shevin, I keep saying it, but you called it the Lamb of Dawn. Out of nowhere, of course, there were mistakes in this game that he made, but for the most part, his contribution here in denying the whole backline, just destroying the formation of Aura is something that you need to respect, that you need to give credit for.
Just a frustrating game for Kabuki, man. I haven't seen him being aggressive, especially in the middle to late game, because there's no way he's going to be aggressive when you get man-marked by Dawn. He's just going to be there actually using a melee, not melee, a range attack as a Roger. There's no chance he's just going to contest Skylar with the Wind of Nature and also the Hard Guard. Unless Skylar gets stunned by Yaoi, there's really no winning condition for Aura.
Yeah, you can see just how objective Skylar is in that final push. He just went straight for the base for what matters. 11-12, Aura actually leading in kills, but the game win goes to RRQ.
It's not about the kills, ladies and gentlemen. It's about the objective, right? Whoever takes the base wins the game. And in that final sequence, I mean, you're saying Skylar's objective? Of course he is. Do you know how focused he has to be for the entire duration of that insane
3 games,
action-paced games? And he's just locked in. I don't think I saw a single blunder being made by him in the whole 3 matches,
Even
3
when
games.
he was jumping in with the entropy.
Yes.
It never looked like it was a mistake, and it never was a mistake.
And you also said, Arashi, that against this much dive, it's hard to do. But when you're Skylar, it's really not.
Oh, I mean, yeah, in the late game, it's just a whole different story, man. Did you see what Skylar was doing to Aran? Aran was the quote-unquote assassin here, trying to delete Skylar. But Skylar just looks at him aggressively, and he just loses half his HP. I mean, late game Natan is insane. And you were saying it earlier, Shevin. Maybe it's time for teams to consider the Natan as well as the Claude, you know?
Now there are 2 auto bans for Skylar.
I'm not joking.
And Natan.
I think it goes Natan first, then Claude at this point
Yeah,
for
I
Skylar.
agree.
Yeah.
Based on the patch as well, the Claude did get nerfed. The Natan, I feel like it would have been more okay to leave the Claude open, but again, we will never know. Do you want to really test that theory out?
Yeah.
The carry though.
Rashi, oh my god.
It's about to burst through 100k, man.
Rashi, that was a pretty interesting build actually from Clay. He didn't go for any Enchanted Talisman because he already has that basic common emblem. Instead, he goes for more damage and the Blood Wings and also, I believe, Lightning Truncheon.
I believe in the end, the idea is instead of moving around and spamming the Void Blast, he wants to have a huge value ultimate and the Void Rift, right? He puts it down and it's gonna do a lot of damage without him being required to be present. I think that's the main idea. He did have the Enchanted Talisman, but then he sold it off and went for all these burst items, including the Lightning Truncheon at one point.
Let's see though, what happened in that match? What was the golden moment that RRQ experienced?
Lihat gue Ale, Bene. Lo Bene. Der. Naughty grok. Saja sama gua Bennett. Makan gerak. Kena tarik. Enggak. Sabar lagi. Bisa lor. Gua OTW. Aman. Santai. Tunggu doang. OTW ya. Bisa nges gua. OTW guys. Battle ulti gua juga ya. Mau guys. Perangin guys. Tuh. Geser. Baksia. Dapat gua, bro. Lihat sini ya. Gas, depan aja. Bro. Gua makan gerak. Gua Roger. Kena tarik. Flicker, mati bisa headshot. Nice.
I like that last shout. I don't know who that is, but you are very emotional at that game, at that win. It makes sense.
I mean, it has
to be.
Games of crazy. I mean, not just that, they were 9th coming into this match. They were up against number 2. They were coming up against a team that has looked indestructible last week.
Yeah, that's why Gukun has the Player of the Week. And even in the first game, it looks like they were about to carry on that winning streak.
Yeah.
that was very, very dominant. But RRQ, you know what? Doesn't really matter. A loss is a loss. Doesn't matter how you got the loss. Like, you know, it shouldn't affect your mentality.
Yeah, again, we talk about the kingdom mentality. How better to show the kingdom mentality, the royalty in their DNA, if not by reverse sweeping the number 2 team in the standings right now. That was insane.
Let's take a look at the standings.
I'm not looking.
Don't worry, Sheffin, we'll take over here. Number 1, it's Bigetron Alpha, now a bit further in number 1 because Aura took a loss. But RRQ, this is what we're talking about. Rashi, tell us, what happened?
They just leapfrog all the way to number 6. They turned the 9 upside down. That's where they are right now. Off a single win, they have moved up 3 places. I don't know if I've seen that in my whole casting career.
I don't think so. I mean, me neither. We have seen teams go down 2, go up 2 by 2, but 3, that's crazy. And if you guys are confused as to how that happened, it is due to the game win-lose. That makes up for the net game win. So they have lost more matches. They basically gained more games than Evos, Rebellion, and Geek Fam with the same score. But obviously, Geek Fam, very unfortunate, suffering a 2-0 loss, putting them at 9th place
I'm
with
suddenly deaf.
2-6.
I'm suddenly deaf.
It's called, it's not called being deaf, it's called being in denial.
Denial. Niall, the player that isn't in the lineup.
Let's not
of Geek
go
Fam.
there.
But you know what? Let's talk
Oh,
about
no.
something else. This is a crazy coincidence. Why is Evos always like
On 7?
What is this number and why is it always magnetic with Evos? No, okay, yes. Like what? This is uncanny, dude. Like, what? Why is it like it? What? There's some mythical being right
There's
now.
some feng shui going on.
There's some mystical stuff going on with the number 7 and Evos.
Let's see though, we're gonna continue MPL Indonesia with
Okay,
brother.
Evos can have a chance to get back.
This is interesting. I'll definitely watch all of them.
For sure.
I think you have to watch all of them though to really know what's going to happen. That's what's so crazy.
You know what's crazy? Like, if Geek Fam wins, Evos are 9th. If Rebellion win, Dewa will be following at 8th. Oh no!
What? It's very complicated, man. What I like
Ridiculous.
about it the most is the banter between Evos and RRQ fans. I believe 2 weeks earlier, Evos was 9th, and RRQ fans are just talking everything.
Yep.
And last week, it was RRQ's turn. And now, what happened?
You know,
the turn after turn after turn.
the turntables, man. They're called the Royal Besties for a reason, right? You're all getting along here in the bottom.
It's a friendly banter for these 2 teams. But yeah, there was pretty interesting matches. And also, there's gonna
Very
be
interesting.
Yeah, very interesting matches. Especially the second match. I'm not very happy with the other result, but yeah, I think I have something to cheer myself with.
Yeah, for sure.
It's GameSmax.
Yeah, because even though your team suffered a loss, you may not have to suffer a loss at home with GameSmax Booster to compete in MPL Season 13. Surely, you guys watching your favorite team compete, surely you want to have good connection, right? Don't let your gaming sessions end up being disrupted by lag, causing you to fail to push your rank.
I forgot to download my GameSmax in this new.
What?
Well, go and download it first, man. If you,
ridiculous.
No wonder you've been losing your ranked games.
No, it's delivered earlier.
Yeah, no wonder you've been losing your ranked games.
Okay, I gotta download
Now
it.
with the Samsung phone plus GamesMax, bro. All right, go to the Dunia Games app, activate the booster. Okay, you get to up to 36 gigabytes of data.
The prices start from 25K only. It's
25K.
25K. That's all you need to get rid of all that uncertainty in your game, right? You want that consistency, bro.
Oh man, well, we saw the hero earlier. Edith make an appearance, even though it's not really the best game out there. But we can check out Edith with Oraimo. With Oraimo Free Pots, light exclusive Edith edition, the ultimate choice for gamers. With Edith distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there's no doubt that but Oraimo's quality. Okay, I gotta stop. Get a 10% discount.
What is going on?
At the Oraimo official store, at the Orange store, with the code Oraimo MPL. I'm just trying to ASMR Edith, you know.
Right.
You don't sound like.
How about
Shout out to the voice actor. No, just kidding. Already did it.
Well, just simply enter the code. Arashi, do you know what the code is?
It's Oraimo MPL.
Yep.
Oraimo. I don't want to. I have to spell it out. It's so simple. But what's so simple, Shevin. How about you explain this to us? You know, you seem to be more in touch with the subject.
Am I? Well, yeah. Idul Fitri is already done. It's already long gone, but we're still keeping the spirits here in MPL. MLBB bagi THR. MLBB distributing some money pretty much. MPL team is about to give away diamonds and Samsung Galaxy A series phones. You know, want to know how? Just follow the official MPL Indonesia Instagram at mpl.id.official and also Samsung Indonesia at Samsung Indonesia on Instagram. All you have to do is buy tickets for the 5th to 6th week period. Winners will be drawn based on the booking code sent via email. The booking code will not be or is not limited per person. So the more tickets you buy, the higher your chances. All right, this is not low money here. We're talking about Samsung. We're talking about diamonds, man. Until 6th week. So what are you waiting for? Join the MPL sharing THR, MPL bagi THR with Samsung Galaxy E Series 5G and get the prizes.
Yeah, join the MPL sharing THR with Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G, get the prizes. As easy as that. I mean, like, what? It's so easy. You know what? If you think that's easy, you should do this other thing. Especially if you're interested working in the esports industry, getting your own hands and experience on the esports industry. Because for you students who are interested in esports, like Sheffin here, who's a student and he's interested in esports, what did you do to start things off?
Pretty much in the pot. Oh, yeah. No, for you students who are interested in esports, obviously register at MBL CSR with a lot of internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Esports Indonesia and internship opportunities from Moonton Cares. Scan the QR code down below to register. This is interesting, very interesting, right? Because usually a lot of people are asking, how do I get into esports? How do I work for MPL? Well, this is one of the ways to go.
Exactly.
With MPL CSR.
And with that, you guys heard earlier, Moonton Cares around there. Yes, Moonton Cares and Hope Cup will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garuda Coup Academy. The funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement. So all those gold laners getting so much gold, these games going 2-1, it's been super beneficial because from all the matches in week 4 to 6, the gold will be calculated up and multiplied by 30 for the donation amount.
Wow, that's a lot. And I believe we've accumulated around 144 million.
Wow.
Rupiah. That is a lot.
That's big money, man.
Man, imagine if you're a player, you're just dominating the game, and you realize that you're doing charity while pretty much destroying your opponent. That's gotta feel good.
You're winning for the cause.
Yeah, for the cause.
That's another layer of like why you would want to win.
Yeah, I think we have to look forward to the total later on, right? Because Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution to the development of esports academy in Indonesia, I think it's a great step in the right direction, man.
Yep.
I wish we had something like this when we first were starting out.
For sure, you know, getting the fundamentals down, the foundation as well. It's not too late, Arashi, if you want, you know, to take over Clay's role.
Because you're a mid laner, right? And I'm a youth player too.
Competition. But I mean, you know, Clay plays in MPL and he has a 68% win rate on the Eve, and Arashi plays in ranked and he has a what win?
Like 48.
48?
Yeah.
That low? Come on.
It's
not Clay's win rate. It's pretty up there. It's on the 60s, I think.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, it's the same as Clay, right?
Clay's 68
So it's pretty
in
much
MPL.
Yes,
in MPL.
Like in ranking, he probably has a 99.99% win rate.
Well, yeah, you know what? That's about it about MPL today in this doubleheader Friday. Interesting matches, and of course, there's gonna be more interesting matches coming on in week number 6 here. My name is Sheffin with Mirko and Arashi. We're gonna sign out here and see you guys tomorrow for more MPL Indonesia Season 13 action. MPL Indonesia, we own this! That was good.
That was really good. It's amazing.
You're good.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Fokus yang lebih dan membutuhkan adaptasi dari setiap tim yang bertanding. Di sini Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan terima kasih buat kalian semua yang udah stay tune dari tadi sore sampai hari ini, sampai malam ini, dan sampai besok dan juga lusa. Dinantikan kedatangan kalian di MPL Arena. Dan khususnya kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner in esports. Kita punya Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Dan juga government partner kita, PBSI. Semua yang sudah mendukung acara ini, mari dukung lebih keras lagi untuk perjuangan 9 tim yang sedang memperebutkan 6 slot babak playoff. Hanya 6 saja. Siapakah yang akan bisa mendapatkannya? Karena setiap pertandingan, setiap gamenya begitu menentukan posisi sekarang yang terus bergerak. Jadi buat kalian, terima kasih untuk hari ini. Jangan merindu karena kita akan bertemu lagi di hari Sabtu. MPL Indonesia Season 13, we on this. Thank you.
MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di